This girl was the eldest daughter of the noble Ruberlite family, yet her own father locked her away in a damp basement for 10 long years. The reason? At just 8 years old, Reina awakened a terrifying dark power, black flames that could incinerate anything she touched. Despite being the firstborn, Reina was an illegitimate child, completely unacknowledged by her family and, worse, despised. Her father believed she was the prophesied Demon King, a being destined to bring nothing but destruction upon the kingdom. He kept this secret buried, until today, the day Reina was finally released from the darkness of the cellar. The moment they saw her, everyone broke into a cold sweat. With her white hair and overwhelming dark aura, she was terrifying even while bound by ropes. Is this really the Demon King? The Duke ordered his soldiers to get her on a carriage immediately and to never, ever return. Reina didn't say a word, just slowly walked forward. A panicked servant screamed and hurled a statue right at her head. Instantly, a horrifying dark energy exploded from her. Her father froze in sheer terror, thinking this was the end of everything. Reina's finger began to rise, pointing straight towards them. They braced for a world-ending attack, but instead, Reina swiftly pointed at all the priceless items in the house, having them loaded onto the carriage. Not stopping there, she approached the Duke, causing him to fall over in fear while screaming for his life. Reina just casually snapped the ropes binding her. She smiled cheerfully, calling the loot compensation for her past suffering, leaving the old man completely stunned. As Reina's carriage departed, everyone sighed in relief, but suddenly, she popped her head out, giving the whole family a heart attack. She just wanted to ask for a pillow to sleep better. Her words left them speechless. They just wanted her gone for good. Soon enough, Reina was fast asleep, not even knowing or caring where in the world she was being taken. The carriage driver thought to himself that he'd been promised a hefty reward for taking this young lady far, far away. Suddenly, he felt an intense chill from behind him, and a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could the rumors of the Demon King be real? A hand reached out from the shadows. The man screamed in terror in the middle of the dense forest before passing out cold. Reina stepped out of the carriage with a sigh. Oops, did it again. I was trying to knock gently to talk to him. She shook her head, scolding herself. A whole month had passed, and she still couldn't get her powers under complete control. This is Reina Ruberlite, the villainess from a survival game who completely overwhelmed the heroine from beginning to end. The final boss was ultimately defeated by the power of love. Not some high-level magic, just plain old love. It was so childish. How could a character lose to such a silly power? How did she end up as someone so pathetic? Her story actually began in a different world, born into a poor family with too many children, struggling every single day. She was the sickest of them all, with no money for treatment, and her illness was incurable anyway. All she could do was blame God for her fate. To be honest, she felt a small sense of relief when her life finally came to an end, even alone in a cold, empty room. This was fine. She would simply vanish forever. But then, a massive, glowing giant-like figure appeared before her. Reina looked around, completely bewildered. Have I already passed on to the afterlife? A voice boomed. To feel happy while dying alone. How pathetic. Reina's eyes shot open, recognizing the presence of the being she had always called God. Pathetic? If that's the case, why not give her a healthy body or a rich family so she wouldn't have to worry about hospital bills? After cursing him thousands of times, she was surely heading straight to hell now, right? She clenched her fists, thinking her life was awful from start to finish. But then, to her surprise, God spoke. No, you will be reborn. Reina was stunned. Reborn? God explained she could be reborn as anything she wanted. Any condition would be met. Reina fell into deep thought, ideas racing through her mind. The person she truly wanted to be. Someone who was loved and protected just for existing. Being a little eccentric would be fine too. A person born with the destiny to save the world. If she could become someone like that, she spoke seriously. I can choose to become anyone, right? God asked. Who? Reina replied. Before I died, I wanted to be a character in that survival game from my world, the one about the power of love. What is the character's name? She suddenly paused. Wait, what was it again? I don't know her name. I only saw someone else pick her at the start. So she said, the level 999 Demon King, Reina Ruberlite. That's her. God nodded. I understand. Reina froze for 5 seconds before screaming. Wait a minute! Panic set in. The heroine in the game was crushed by Reina. She wanted to be the hero who overcame everything with love, not the villain. But God just smiled. I have heard your request. May your new life be a happy one. When she came to, Reina found herself inside a solid prison cell, as lightning and thunder crashed outside. She was completely stunned. Where was this place? Beside her, rats were squeaking. Reina let out a terrified scream. She was done for. Not like this. Panicked, she begged for another chance, but then Xiao Gang appeared, forcing her back against the wall in shock. A notification flashed on screen. Data update complete. Rena knew then and there if she wanted to live, she'd have to save herself. Thunder cracked across the sky, threatening to swallow it whole. If the story played out like it should, she'd be getting out of here soon. But the moment Rena was free, a suffocating darkness would blanket the world, and a destined hero would rise to face her. She vowed that would never happen. Instead, she would make a fortune and live a life that completely defied the original plot. Back in the present, Rena stood over the fainted man. Look, if you pass out here, everything's ruined. Hey, you better wake up. Ah, finally awake. Are we? How are you feeling? But one look at her terrifying expression and the man dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness. Rena waved her hand dismissively. No, that's not what I meant. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. I was worried. But he just kept groveling, sorry for making a noble lady worry about him. And that's when Rena's patience snapped. I said be quiet and get back in the carriage. Now. He scrambled to obey. Once inside, Rena just leaned back and sighed. Overcome with boredom, she poked her head out the window. Hey, are we there yet? How much longer? The driver flinched, turning back nervously. We'll be at the teleportation point shortly, my lady. Please, just a little more patience. Rena thought to herself, only royals or the mega-rich could use teleportation gates. Just how much did they spend to get rid of me? She couldn't shake the thought of her destiny as the world-destroying demon lord. But still, she was his daughter. He had to know that. Before long, they finally arrived. A guard approached the carriage. By order of Duke Ruberite, you have permission to pass. Rena stared at the massive structure ahead. So this is a teleportation point. It looked way more epic in person. It felt like she had truly stepped right into the world of the game. The teleportation magic activated in a flash of brilliant light, forcing Rena to squeeze her eyes shut against the glare. When the light finally faded, a new landscape greeted her. She was now standing in a world completely buried in pure white snow. Stepping out of the carriage, Rena asked, "This can't be right, can it?" The driver checked his papers. "Let's see. Endless Manor, northwest of Paris Village. Duche of East Snow. No mistake, my lady. We've arrived safely at our destination." In the northern part of the empire lay the Duchy of East Snow, a region that had been unstable since its very founding. One person had been tasked with the impossible duty of protecting the empire from its threats. Using an ancient power passed down through generations, the Dukes of East Snow had defended the north to this very day. But the demon lord, envious of that great power, had placed a terrible curse upon the ducal family. Monsters would swarm the land, and the duke and his wife were fated to die in the ensuing darkness. But their heir, their eldest son, Rostin, survived. Meanwhile, inside the northern duke's mansion, a priest was delivering grave news. An ancient prophecy states that when the demon lord targets the north, your family, my lord, will be the very first target. I am so sorry that I cannot break this curse. Please, inherit your family's will. You must continue to protect this land. Rostin fell into a deep, heavy silence. The ruler of darkness, an entity that desires to fill the world with evil. No one had ever seen it. No one had ever heard its voice. Though its existence was a mystery, one thing was for sure: he had never once placed his absolute faith in that prophecy. Outside the mansion, the snow fell without end. As Rostin worked, a subordinate burst into the room, out of breath. "My lord, we've received a warning. Monsters are approaching from the northwest from the Endless Manor." Rostin immediately stood. "Again? What are our preparations?" His man replied. "Complete, sir. The elite troops are assembled and ready for your command." Without another word, Rostin threw on his cloak and marched out. "We're heading to the Endless Manor at once. This time, I'll slaughter every last one." At that exact moment, Rena gave a helpless smile. Endless Manor? True to its name, huh? Are they just expecting me to freeze to death out here? A surge of pure rage erupted from her. That damn Duke Ruberite. A wave of killing intent washed over the driver, who promptly passed out again. Rena panicked. "Hey, don't just faint on me." She couldn't control her powers whenever she got this angry. She quickly carried the man to the mansion's front door, but stopped dead. What the hell? Why won't it open? Rena was cold, hungry, and furious. But thanks to that furious aura, the thick ice sealing the door began to melt away. She realized she had to learn to control her power, just like she did back at the castle. Ugh, what a pain. First roaches, then mice. This power was nothing but trouble. Suddenly, a voice echoed out of nowhere. "Demon Lord, command the darkness that surrounds you." Rena whipped her head around. "Who's there? Command it?" "No." She focused hard, forcing the darkness to stay put. Rena was overjoyed. It worked. That was it. At this rate, maybe she could thaw out the entire manor. Without hesitation, she enveloped the whole estate in her darkness. Once it was done, Rena dusted off her hands and helped the old man to his bed to rest. She'd covered the entire manor with her power, which should warm things up quite a bit. Before long, Rena found the bathroom. She closed her eyes and savored the moment. It felt just like home. Luckily, there was plenty of food, even if it was all frozen solid. Thawing it all would require a little finesse. As she pondered this, Rena opened a wardrobe, revealing rows of magnificent outfits. Rena smiled. There was quite a collection of dresses here, wasn't there? The style was a bit for a middle-aged noblewoman, but it was better than nothing. She quickly changed into a beautiful crimson gown. A satisfied smile crossed her face. Finally, she was rid of those wretched rags. Suddenly, the coachman's voice called out, "Miss, are you here?" Rena turned to answer. "Oh, the coachman? Come in." But his request stunned her. "What? You want to go home, even after I just saved you?" The man trembled. "My daughter and in-laws are waiting for me. I have to go back." But if he went back, Rena thought, that old monster would never let him live. In the original story, Duke Ruberlight killed everyone who witnessed his power. That included this very coachman. She never understood how he managed to escape the frozen north, only to end up dying at the Duke's hands anyway. His karma must have been terrible. His family was probably killed too. Rena watched him for a moment before saying, "I'm sorry, but you can't go home." Seeing the shadows swirl around her, the man panicked. "What?" Rena's eyes narrowed. "How can I possibly live here all alone without a servant? You will stay here and serve me until someone comes to rescue you. Don't worry, I'll pay you handsomely." Rena produced a golden statue of the Duke. She wrapped its arm in darkness, and a solid gold hand clattered to the floor in front of the coachman. He picked it up in complete shock. This is the Duke's golden hand," Rena asked. "So, is that enough for you? The food is in the freezer on the first floor. Help yourself. I'm going to go explore the manor." Clutching the golden hand, the coachman wept, having a change of heart. He just wanted to live, and since she hired him, she was now his master. As she stepped outside, Rena suddenly stopped, noticing something. What was that? A ball of snow? No, a rabbit? At that very moment, rain fell over Duke Ruber's mansion. He was biting his hand, deep in thought. Rena. That child was clearly the Demon King. In his eyes, she was nothing short of a devil. His expression turned grim. If that was true, then even if the priest saved the world, the Ruberlight family would still be annihilated. He could not allow that to happen. Duke Ruberlight stood up abruptly. "Has Rena reached the manor yet?" he demanded. His aide replied, "My lord, she should have arrived by now." A malicious glint appeared in the Duke's eyes. "I'm sending assassins. Before Rena goes berserk, I will erase her from this world." Back with Rena, she was trembling and clenching her fists. Her heart felt like it would burst. This little thing was just too adorable. Just then, the creature noticed her. Rena's eyes sparkled. "Oh, did you just get a little bigger? Are you trying to imitate the big monsters? So cute. Come here." But as she finished speaking, the rabbit hopped away. Rena watched it leave. Huh? It ran off. Even the way it ran was cute. If all monsters were like this, she could be a demon king forever. In her heart, she wanted to become the lord of cute monsters. While she was lost in her new fantasy, someone suddenly approached. "What are you doing here?" Rena turned around, bewildered. "Huh?" Before her stood Rostin, watching her intently. Rena froze for a full 5 seconds, thinking to herself, "Amazing, another handsome guy." Rostin spoke with a grave tone. "This is a dangerous area with monsters. You should leave immediately." Once again, Rena was stunned, her expression shifting rapidly. She pointed a finger at Rostin, pouting as she spoke. "You just appear out of nowhere and tell me to leave? I just moved in? And you're kicking me out? What is this?" A knight accompanying Rostin rushed forward. How rude. But Rostin simply stared at Rena, wondering, why is her aura so overwhelming? Rena held her head high, her voice dripping with superiority. "This is my land. You're the one who should leave." Hearing this, Rostin turned to go. "Fine. I have monsters to hunt. I'll be back later." Rena crossed her arms defiantly. "As if I'll be gone when you return. Don't waste your time." The knight beside Rostin whispered, "Someone actually lives in this manor? This is the first time I've seen it." Rostin replied, "This place is dangerous. She shouldn't stay here." While walking away, Rostin suddenly stopped and glanced back at the manor, thinking, or was I just imagining it? Why was there no blizzard surrounding that manor? Back inside, Rena was still thinking about Rostin. Who was that guy? A man that handsome had to be an important character, so why couldn't she remember anything about him? And telling her to leave immediately, right after she decided to make some money and retire here. There was no way she was leaving this manor. The next morning, a knight arrived with a piece of paper. This manor now belongs to Duke Roston of the Eastern Snow Duchy. Due to years of unpaid taxes, the deed has been transferred. Please vacate the premises immediately. Rena's jaw dropped, unable to believe her eyes. When the knight returned, Roston asked, "She refused to leave?" The knight replied, "Yes, Your Grace." Roston knew she was the lady of Duke Ruberlight's house. He sighed. She would have to leave eventually. He figured the monsters would scare her off soon enough. He just told his men to make sure she didn't get hurt in the process. That night, Roston entered a room to find the same snow rabbit Rena had seen. "Luca," he called out, "the monsters are appearing more often." The Demon King's arrival wasn't far off, he promised. He would defeat him and break Luca's curse. Instantly, the rabbit transformed into a man. The next morning, Rena surveyed the manor. It was a mess, she thought, but magically warmed. She thanked the coachman for cleaning up, only to find out the deed had been transferred to the Northern Duke. They told her there were no fresh vegetables in storage. Outside, villagers warned her not to expect produce in the north. The weather used to be warm enough to grow anything, but now endless blizzards made it impossible. Rena looked at the sky, thinking it was strange. They blamed the blizzards and monsters on a demon, but she knew she'd done nothing. Meanwhile, in Duke Ruberlight's mansion, a priest announced the prophecy was going wrong. The Duke demanded to know what he meant. The priest explained the Demon King should have already appeared by now, somewhere in the east. The Duke's face darkened. The priest added that perhaps it was due to his own lack of virtue. "No," the Duke retorted, "there must be another reason. Maybe it wasn't in the north or south, or perhaps it had started in the west." Just then, a servant rushed in to report that the Duke of Winter Snow had arrived from the north. He was there to discuss the food shortage and that particular young lady. The Duke's expression immediately turned grim. Hearing the footsteps, the priest turned to look. Roston walked in, a little surprised. "The high priest is here too?" He then sat down and got to business. He stated the food situation in the north was getting serious, which was why he came to ask Duke Ruberlight for help. The Duke fell silent, deep in thought. The priest spoke up, saying the food shortage was a great concern of theirs as well. The South had a huge advantage in grain cultivation, he noted, so they could provide plenty of support. The Duke coughed lightly, composed himself, and agreed. Roston then turned to the high priest. The northern blizzards were causing suffering for the people. For their sake, he insisted, they needed to stop it. The priest listened, his gaze thoughtful. "When I think of the people," he said, "I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. The Duke's younger brother would be in grave danger," he explained. "He would hardly survive without the blizzard's protection." Roston was completely baffled, silently calling his brother's name, Luca. The priest's voice grew heavier. "But what did you want to say about the girl?" Roston looked up, about to answer, but before he could even speak, he saw that the Duke's face had gone completely pale. Some time passed, and Roston finally returned. The people erupted in cheers. The Duke was back with food. Roston gave the order to distribute it in portions and for everyone to get in line. The soldiers immediately complied. The people lined up, thanking him profusely as they received their food. The soldiers kept things moving, calling for the next person. Nearby, a woman looked at her ration with disgust, complaining that it was mixed with dirt and gravel. "You expect people to eat this?" A man behind her was shocked. "Veronica, how can you say that about the Duke? He only received what was sent from the east," the man argued, as another person stepped forward. "That's right, Veronica, you should be grateful." But her eyes were vacant. "I can't go on living like this," she said. "I have to get out of here." As she walked away, the crowd called her name, then sighed. Veronica was used to harvesting quality food herself. "I'm sure she's suffering much more than any of us," one of them murmured. Rena overheard this, thought for a moment, then took off. "Wait for me here," she told the coachman. "I need to talk to her." He yelled after her to wait. The commotion caught Roston's attention, and he turned to see Rena running after that woman. "Rena Rubel," he thought to himself. He remembered Duke Ruberlight's words. "That girl is definitely not my daughter. Whether she starves or freezes to death is no concern of ours. I trust Duke Winter Snow will be cautious," the Duke had said. He'd been warned Rena's actions were reckless because she was a wicked woman. But earlier, Rena had surveyed the manor, realizing the land was once a fertile field, and even though the ground was now frozen over, her power kept the entire mansion strangely warm. Back in the present, Rena finally caught up to the woman. "Excuse me," she called out. "Miss Veronica?" Veronica turned, sizing Rena up with a single glance, dark purple eyes, platinum red hair, and a lavish dress. A noble. So this was the crazy girl who moved into the endless manor, she thought. Rena stepped closer. "I happened to overhear your story. Is it true you grow quality food?" Veronica nodded in surprise. Yes, that's right. She explained how she'd tried to grow crops even in this barren land and was proud to provide good food alongside the villagers. But that's all over now. As long as this blizzard didn't stop, she said, they couldn't grow anything in the north anymore. If the demon causing this blizzard appears, I won't hesitate to face it. But Rena immediately tried to stop her. She offered a different idea. Miss Veronica, no matter what you do, the blizzard won't stop on its own. Instead, building a greenhouse would make farming possible. Veronica was stunned. A greenhouse? How could we even maintain the temperature? We barely have enough firewood to heat our own homes. Rena just smiled, completely confident. You don't need to worry about that. Meanwhile, at the food distribution area, a soldier gave his report. Your Grace, the food supplies have run out. Rostin nodded. Good work. He turned away, thinking to himself that this would definitely draw her out. Seeing Rostin leave, a blonde knight asked, Your Grace, where are you going? Rostin replied as he walked, To see that young lady. I have to warn her again. Back with Rena, Veronica was sitting on the ground, her face grim. That's when Rena noticed someone approaching them. The knight saw the scene and immediately yelled, Hey, what are you doing to Miss Veronica? Rostin strode forward, his expression ice cold. Rena rushed to explain, This is. But Rostin just kept getting closer. Lady Rena Ruberlight, I'm taking you home. To the Endless Manor. The one you'll soon be evicted from. Moments later they were in a carriage, sitting opposite each other. Rostin spoke first. I will absolutely force you to leave the manor, my lady. Rena thought to herself, Is this déjà vu? Getting yelled at by the landlord in this life too. She recalled her past life, cowering as her landlord screamed from outside the door. I know you're in there. Get out of here right now. No, Rena told herself. Snap out of it. This time, I'll definitely buy my own house. Then she spoke aloud. Didn't I already say I would purchase the rights to the manor? Why won't you sell it? Or are you short on cash, Your Grace? Rostin replied. This is where the monster of the blizzard will appear. It's not a suitable place for someone like you to live. Rena scowled internally. Oh, I know. You're treating me like some naive girl who knows nothing. But I'm that demon. You idiot. She then forced a smile. Ah, but isn't the Saintess supposed to appear and save the world? I believe in the Saintess. Rostin shot back. I don't believe in saints, or anything else. Rena's eyes widened in surprise. What? You don't believe in the divine? Rostin closed his eyes and said, The demon has yet to appear, but it has already shown its power. The Saintess only appears in prophecies. No one knows if she truly exists. I can't rely on superstition to ensure the safety of the North. Rena sized him up, thinking, I don't even remember this character from the game. He was a character that wasn't supposed to exist. And he had been fighting this battle alone in the North. He really has a strong sense of responsibility. The Duke of the East Snow. Rostin looked her dead in the eye and spoke. So I expect you to stop threatening the people around you. I have no desire to see such arrogant nobles. Rena was stunned into silence. What? Wait a minute, I didn't harass Miss Veronica. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently. Rena looked out in alarm. What was that? It felt like something had just landed on the roof. And just then, a man appeared, standing on top of their carriage. The driver flinched, and Rostin's knight was shocked. The carriage was now completely surrounded. The driver asked in confusion, What's happening? The man on top spoke. The girl, silver hair and red eyes. Hand her over, and I'll let you leave safely. The moment he finished speaking, both sides charged in to attack. The assassin's blow sent the knight stumbling back, but suddenly someone leaped forward to block for him. With a single sword stroke, the assassin was sent flying. The mercenaries quickly realized who it was, the Duke of the North himself. Rostin's eyes swept over the mercenaries as a question formed in his mind. It was strange. They were targeting the Lady of the Manor. Did they really hire this many people just to capture one girl? A pale-faced mercenary screamed, What's going on? We had no intel that he would be here. Rostin raised his sword, his voice chilling. Lower your weapons and surrender now. If you refuse, I will execute you on the spot. Hearing this, the mercenaries trembled and backed away. Suddenly, a nearby mage yelled, You idiots! Stop the Duke! As he spoke, he launched a volley of magic blades straight for Rena, who was still sitting in the carriage. Rostin was still busy dealing with the other mercenaries. When he noticed the movement towards the carriage, he whipped his head around. Realizing he couldn't intercept it in time, Rostin gritted his teeth in anger. He yelled out a warning, Look out, my lady! The magical blades were now inches from the carriage. Rena simply glanced over, her expression turning ice cold. A wave of dark energy suddenly erupted, causing the magic blades to vanish into thin air as black fire exploded everywhere. The mage's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. The flames even consumed the staff in his hands. Rena slowly stood up as the flames began to subside. Rostin broke out in a cold sweat. That was black fire, a power that could burn anything to ash. The mercenaries were left with nothing but their pants. Rostin mused that the attack only incinerated their weapons and clothing. Rena stepped down from her carriage, her voice gentle, yet brimming with authority. She addressed the Duke of East Snow, saying he acted as if she were torturing Veronica, when she was merely showing the girl a fraction of her power. The mage trembled, his mind reeling in terror. What kind of power was this? His orders were to kill the girl, but no one mentioned this dark energy. This was the power of the Demon King. Rena spoke with a stern face, hoping the Duke would clear up this misunderstanding. But Rostin was stunned, gripping his sword and pointing it straight at her. He needed a good reason first. Why was she wielding such terrifying dark power? Rena's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Veronica simply stared at her own hands, lost deep in thought. Veronica mumbled to herself, shocked by the black magic the girl had used. Then, she made a bold decision and rode off on her horse. Her father cried out after her, asking where she was going, unable to believe she was abandoning them. But his wife calmly explained their daughter wasn't leaving them. He was confused. His wife clarified that Veronica had said she was going to the Endless Manor. The name jogged Rostin's memory of recent rumors. Someone actually moved into the Endless Manor? Into a place that dangerous? He heard it was the young lady of House Ruberlight. He muttered, "The mad lady, no. The mad demon king." Rostin kept his sword raised, thinking she could probably incinerate anything she wanted in any direction. The limits of her power were impossible to guess. He spoke, asking why she had approached Veronica. Was she plotting to brainwash the girl and turn her into a henchman? Rena just laughed. A henchman? How absurd. Then her tone sharpened. Was he interrogating her? She shouted that the thing he should be worried about was the mercenary group. Just then, the mage, shivering from the cold, suddenly screamed, "Retreat!" As the word left his lips, magic circles appeared beneath their feet. In just a moment, their figures faded into thin air, completely gone. Seeing this, the girl pointed to where they vanished and yelled, "They escaped! And it's all your fault, Duke." Rostin remained calm, ignoring her words as he pushed his blade even closer to her. His face grew more serious than ever. He said slowly that no mage in the world could use black magic. It's a type of magic that can't be learned or passed down. Rena's voice dropped. "So you're saying I'm the Demon King, just because she used black magic?" Inside, she was sweating bullets. The Duke was right. She really was the Demon King. She had to deny it. She immediately began to argue her case. "I'm just a victim, Duke. How could I learn shadow magic? I never picked a fight with them." Rostin fell silent for a moment. He thought to himself that the magic she used was definitely the Demon King's. But why would it appear now? He finally spoke. "There's one way to verify this. His parents were killed by the Demon King's curse, but he and she both survived it." With that, he sheathed his sword. "Attack me. If you truly are a survivor of the Demon King's curse, I'll know whether you're the real thing or not." Rena was floored. What? But how could she possibly attack him? Suddenly, the voice of the demon inside her echoed in her mind. "Kill him, this is the perfect chance. Kill him right now." Rena hesitated. Take the Duke's life? Just like that? But then her expression shifted completely as a burning desire for a home surged within her. Would she become the master of this estate? Just then, the coachman ran over to intervene. "Wait. This is all just a misunderstanding." He tried to clear her name, explaining that while her power was scary at first, she used it to provide hot water and keep the manor warm. The knight standing behind Rostin heard this and asked, completely baffled, "What?" The coachman clenched his fist and continued, "Even if the lady is the Demon King, she is definitely a well-reformed one." Rena was utterly shocked. "Wait, you think I'm the Demon King too?" Just as she spoke, the sound of hooves echoed nearby. Veronica had returned. Seeing the scene before her, she wondered what on earth was happening. Elsewhere, a man emerged, his legs covered in blood. He held a sword just as red, surrounded by countless fallen bodies. He approached Duke Ruberlight to report. They had dealt with the mercenaries, but a wizard had escaped. The Duke bit his hand, worried. They should have sent a whole army. The subordinate sheathed his sword. "My lord, if we don't hurry and handle them, the rumors will spread." Duke Ruberlight froze. "Rumors? That's right. He should spread rumors instead." He stood up and gave an order. "Call every mercenary and knight you know. It seems the Demon King has appeared at the far northwestern manor." Back at the manor, the misunderstanding was finally cleared up. The lady hadn't bullied Veronica after all. Rostin walked in, only to see the golden statue of Duke Ruberlight was missing a hand. He couldn't help but wonder, was this why the lady came north? A family feud with Duke Ruberlight himself? Rostin's guard saw the same thing and yelled in shock. Huh? The first Duke Ruberlight's wrist has been cut clean off. After the guards panic, the coachman explained Rena's work. We have instant warm water. It flows as soon as you turn it on. The manor was kept at a steady 24 degrees. Rostin was stunned, thinking, is all of this the lady's magic? He had to ask, have any monsters attacked recently, or did the lady already handle them all? Rena just smiled gently. If you mean an infiltrating monster, there is one. A small and absolutely adorable one. Small and adorable? Rostin was skeptical. Rena then led him outside to see this monster. She pointed. There it is. The monster that visits the manor daily. Rostin looked, shocked to see it was Luca. The scene shifts. Elsewhere, a high priest is deep in solemn prayer. Suddenly, someone approached with a report. Your Holiness, a rumor is spreading fast among the mercenaries. Perhaps we should investigate. The priest turned his head. What kind of rumor? The man bowed. In the far northwest, they say the Demon King has appeared. The priest's face darkened instantly. He muttered to himself, this doesn't match the prophecy, but it's worth checking out. Meanwhile, Rena turned to Luca, amused. He seems to like the warmth here. How can a monster be this cute? Rostin watched, thinking. Luca wasn't a real monster, but his body was made of snow from the Demon King's curse. Why wasn't he melting in this heat? His ability to share warmth while keeping his form. It was bizarre. He looked up and called out, my lady. Rena turned. Yes? Without another word, Rostin lunged, sword drawn. She didn't fight back, just closed her eyes. The attack passed right through her, completely harmless. Rostin was shocked. I didn't mean to kill, but I thought you'd at least counter on instinct. Rena got to her feet. What was that? Do you still suspect I'm the Demon King? Stop it. I'm just a witch who's good with fire. Rostin closed his eyes, unconvinced. I still can't trust you. Until all my doubts are cleared, I cannot give you ownership of this manor. The safety of the North is my duty. I'll find who hired your attackers. Rena's eyes widened. That person. I think I know who it is. Rostin and his guard mounted up and left. Rena watched them go, a realization dawning on her. If this is what the Duke overlooked, a creature with murderous intent. A monster entered the manor, and Rena gently ushered it out. Some things simply cannot be allowed to exist in this manor. So, Duke, you should feel lucky you didn't test me with killing intent. The scene shifts to a northern tavern. The patrons were gossiping. The mad lady moved into the endless manor. Turns out she's Duke Ruberlight's eldest daughter. A man nearby was in disbelief. The Ruberlight family? How'd she even get to the north? The mage who'd attacked Rena overheard. Ruberlight. That power he witnessed had to be the Demon King's. If the Ruberlights were hiding the Demon King as their daughter, he immediately stormed out of the tavern. A smirk crossed his face as he mumbled, this information, used correctly, it could make me a fortune. Back in the manor, Rena's flames enveloped a small building, radiating warmth. She asked, how's this, Veronica? Is the temperature right? Veronica replied, yes, this temperature is perfect for cultivation. She surveyed the huge space, concerned. Rena created a greenhouse, but the power behind it felt unsettling. Was this demonic black magic? But it didn't make sense. Someone who just wants to grow plants can't be a demon. The scene shifts again. The high priest stood in silence, his gaze distant and troubled. He thought to himself, according to the prophecy, the world should be filled with screams and flames by now. There should be chaos. The demon should have appeared long ago, covering the world in black fire. So why was everything so peaceful? What happened? Lost in thought, he heard a voice. Your Holiness. A man knelt before him. I've met the demon of the north. It was the mage. I have come bearing your blessing. Meanwhile, in Rena's greenhouse, a hand gently held a wilting plant. Veronica looked on sadly. As soon as it's planted, it withers away. I've done everything I can, so why is this happening? Rena overheard, her expression also turning grim. No matter what she planted, everything seemed to lose its life. She wondered, could this power truly be demonic? Just then, something flickered behind Rena's neck. A true demon appeared, whispering right into her ear. That's right. Why don't you wake up? Don't you know your power was born to do this? It's all completely useless. But Rena remained calm, totally unfazed. Veronica began to speak softly. On my way to the Abyss Villa today, I met a group of people. They were exhausted from the cold and hunger, refugees from the north. With that, she stood up, adding, you don't need to pay me. Rena was stunned by her words. Veronica's eyes welled up, looking as if she was about to cry. Please, don't ever give up, not even on the north, so that we can live here. Until then, please help us. Hearing this, Rena couldn't help but feel moved. She clenched her fists, thinking to herself that she never planned to share her crops with anyone. But now, she realized her power wasn't just for destruction. When she used it to help others, it was painless and perfectly safe. Everyone here had such warm and kind hearts. Rena finally spoke. I will not give up. The moment she said it, her magical energy flared, spreading out everywhere. The scene then cuts to a priest, who asks, Do you mean the ducal family of Ruberlight? The sorcerer replied, Yes, she has hidden her identity and is now hiding in the north. The priest asked again, What did you say her name was? A wicked smile spread across the sorcerer's face. Rena Ruberlight. That woman is the devil. Back with Rena, the plants were no longer withering. Veronica was so overjoyed she began to cry, while Rena carefully tended to them. It's done. It's a success. Rena breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so grateful, Veronica said, a happy smile on her face as Rena thoughtfully surveyed the scene. She was a girl using black magic. And yet, she had created a greenhouse with black flames where life was now thriving. Did this prove she wasn't a demon? Elsewhere, upon hearing her name, the priest let out a sinister grin. Rena Ruberlight. Time passed, and the coachman held a letter, smiling brightly as he said, Miss, I have a reply from my wife and daughter. They said they were in the capital during that time. I guess that's why they never received the letters I sent them. Rena grew suspicious, so they hadn't died at the hands of their cruel father. She turned to the coachman. Why don't you bring them both here? He looked confused. What? Rena replied. Wouldn't it be good for you and your family to stay at the Abyss Villa? Tell them to come. The coachman's eyes widened, filling with tears. I'm so grateful. My daughter's been at the National Culinary School in the capital since she was a child. I haven't seen her in years because of my work, but I never had to worry. She's so mature and sincere. This is a portrait an artist painted, he said. Rena took the picture, remarking, She's so cute. And again, time flew by. The coachman's family had finally arrived. A young woman greeted her. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Ruber. My father is greatly indebted to you. My name is Mia. Rena was shocked. How could she be so different from the portrait? It was like watching a swan turn back into a duckling. She calmly replied, It's a pleasure to meet you. Beside them, the coachman and his wife shared a tight embrace. His voice trembled. My love, you have no idea how worried I was. We'll never be apart again, my love. And then they shared a passionate kiss after so many days apart. Mia bowed her head. Please excuse my parents' behavior. Rena thought to herself how mature the young girl was. After entering the mansion, Rena spoke up. I heard you attended the National Culinary School. Mia hesitated. Yes, but I'm a terrible cook. Rena fell silent, her gaze fixed on Mia. The girl continued. Miss, you'll be disappointed if you taste my cooking. After a moment of thought, Rena asked, You don't like cooking, do you? Mia avoided her gaze, quietly replying, I do like cooking. Rena smiled. Then that's fine. I have some dried beef, and I'm not demanding when it comes to food. Would you like to be the chef of this villa? Mia humbly answered. I'm not that skilled yet, but I will do my best. As she entered the kitchen, Mia was stunned by a strange fire. She exclaimed, This flame, I've never seen a black fire like this before. It's a magical flame I created, Rena explained. Mia asked nervously, You're not a demon, are you? It's simple, Rena replied, her voice turning cold. As long as you cook well, I won't destroy the world. Mia's face went pale with worry. That's too much responsibility. Please don't expect too much from me. A short while later, a lavish meal was set on the table. Rena was surprised. Oh, this looks delicious. She cut a piece of meat, thinking this was the first real meal she'd had since coming to this world. She'd eat it no matter how bad it was. Then she took a bite, and her expression completely changed. Mia asked worriedly, Miss, is something wrong? Rena gripped her plate tightly and exclaimed, I've never eaten anything this delicious in my life. Mia bowed her head slightly. Are you surprised by my terrible cooking skills? I can't cook anything well because I'm a woman, she explained. Rena reacted instantly. What do you mean? What did they teach you at that culinary school? This is truly amazing food. I have never tasted anything so wonderful before. Mia couldn't believe what she was hearing. Then a voice suddenly spoke up. She's right. This food is so good, it's pure happiness. The Duke's guard was suddenly there, chowing down with a look of absolute bliss. Rena turned to him, asking, Why are you eating here? Mia pressed her lips together tightly as Rena looked on, confused. Then, Mia burst into tears. This is the first time I've ever gotten such a warm review. They told her a woman's hands couldn't make such noble dishes, and that she should just go back to her hometown. Rena yelled out in anger. What? What are you talking about? Mia just continued. Here, I'll let you cook whatever you want. Just tell me what ingredients you need, and I'll get them from anywhere. Moved, Mia's eyes welled with tears. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, the knight just kept on eating without stopping. The scene then cuts to the sorcerer, who was now frozen solid, completely unable to move. Behind him stood the duke, breaking out in a cold sweat. The priest spoke in a low voice. There are some things I need to ask you about your daughter, Rena Rublight. The next scene takes place at Duke Roston's mansion. He asks, was that dish really that delicious? The knight's eyes sparkled as he replied, Sir, you would be absolutely shocked if you tasted it. It's on a whole other level. Roston sighed. I didn't send you to watch her and report back on things like this. You can go now. After the knight left, Roston was lost in thought. I tried to track down all the mercenaries who fled at that time, but I couldn't find a single one. The mastermind hired a whole squad, including a sorcerer, just to capture one woman. This proves that whoever is behind this knows exactly how powerful she is. The scene then shifts to the greenhouse, where the knight, Rena, and Veronica are all working hard. Rena looked at the knight and commented, after getting a free meal, this guy suddenly started working hard. It's making her suspicious, wondering if the Duke of the North sent him here just for this very reason. Veronica just chuckled lightly. Well, the work is definitely easier with his help. A short time later, in a land of wind and snow, Rena took Veronica's advice and decided to share food with the orphans affected by the monster attacks. The children stared at them with hopeful eyes. As Rena handed out the food, she said, There's enough for everyone, just form a line and wait your turn. Suddenly, Rena noticed a well-dressed child walking toward them. Rena thought to herself, this boy doesn't look like a refugee. His clothes are clearly high-end. Veronica noticed him too and spoke up. Oh, it's young Master Luca. Rena turned and asked, You know that boy? Veronica replied, Everyone in the north knows him. He's the second son of the Winter Snow family, young Master Luca Winter Snow. The pieces suddenly clicked in Rena's mind, and she gasped out loud. You mean he's the Duke of the North's younger brother? A little while later, the children were all sitting at the table, eating with bright smiles. Rena and Luca stood nearby, watching them. Luca spoke up. Our family was tasked with guarding the northern region. Thank you for your help. Rena looked over at him and replied, I couldn't just ignore people starving like this anyway. Luca paused for a moment and then said, Actually, the north wasn't always a dead land. I'm the reason for the blizzards here. It all started with the curse that was placed on me. The high priest had no choice but to use his magic. When I think about what the people of this land have to endure just because of me, I really can't stand it. Rena looked the boy straight in the eye and said, Luca, I don't know what your curse is, but if you need help, I'll do whatever I can. You can trust me. I happen to be a talented sorceress myself. Luca bowed his head in thought, then shook it helplessly. My lady, you've already helped me so many times. Rena was surprised, not understanding what he meant. The scene cuts to the Duke, whose attendant is reporting, all the mercenaries have retreated. Those who didn't obey have been punished. Duke Rublight recalled the priest's questioning words. That person's excellence? The crime of hiding the Demon King. I will not hold you accountable for that, Duke Rublight. From now on, you will only follow my orders. I would appreciate it if you ordered the mercenaries to withdraw from the north, as it is a sacred law mentioned by God. Duke Rublight clenched his fist in anger, thinking to himself, that damn priest. When I said Rena could be the Demon King, he actually seemed pleased. What on earth is this sacred law that God mentioned, anyway? The scene shifts to the Endless Manor, where Rena is taking a walk, thinking, why did Lucas say I've helped him so many times? It's like we've met before. Suddenly, her eyes landed on something. In front of her was Luca, but in the form of a snow rabbit. The two of them stared at each other, but Rena didn't recognize him. She remembered what Veronica said. Young Master Luca was cursed by the Demon King, and can only return to human form once a month. He can't even enjoy his own childhood. It's truly tragic. Back in the present, Rena seemed to realize something was off. A long time ago, it would always disappear once a month. Could it be? Could it really be you? She thought to herself that if there was one place that made the people of the north tremble, it was the Northern Labyrinth, a complex network of tunnels dug deep into the Zan Mountains, like a massive ant colony. This very labyrinth was known for unleashing monsters upon the world, and lately, they'd been appearing with an unusual aggression, spinning the situation completely out of control. Even with the Duke and his expedition teams constantly patrolling the mountains, the monster activity showed no signs of stopping. Rena heard this news, lost in somber thought. A short while later, outside the Endless Manor, Rena was walking when a man in a hurry bumped right into her. A woman chasing after him screamed out, "He's a thief! Stop him!" Security in the castle had deteriorated badly. All because Duke Winter Snow had gathered the soldiers to deal with the growing monster threat, leading them far away. Rena's eyes filled with sadness, recalling Luca's words. The Winter Snow family had to protect the North. Thanks for your help, she remembered Luca saying during their last encounter. It could be you. Is it you, Luca? She'd asked. And Luca had simply nodded in agreement. Back in the present, Rena walked on, deep in thought, realizing she'd tried to avoid using magic in this village. But now, she had no other choice. The moment the thought crossed her mind, a stream of magic shot from her hand. The fleeing thief turned back in panic, suddenly trapped by Rena's power. She strode toward him, her voice laced with anger. You shouldn't steal from other people. The villagers who witnessed this couldn't believe their eyes. They began to whisper amongst themselves. Dark magic. What kind of sorcery is that woman using? Rena overheard them and felt a sting of irritation, shouting back, What? He's the thief, not me. But everyone just stared at her with horrified eyes. Rena forced a weak smile, thinking to herself, they're all terrified. They were already afraid of the Demon King, and now she had just used dark magic. I really shouldn't have done that. The whispers grew louder. The Demon King, a bearded man, pointed a finger straight at Rena and screamed, She is the Demon King! Just then, Veronica appeared, saying, Why is everyone acting like this? She's done so much to help us. Rena turned to her friend. It's no use, Veronica. Seeing her turn back, the crowd grew even more panicked. They started scrambling back to their homes, slamming their doors shut. In an instant, the square was empty, leaving only Rena and Veronica. Rena sighed. It's better if I just leave this place. But she had no idea that two figures were silently watching everything unfold from a distance. The scene then cuts to a remote mountain region where Rostin stood before his knights. He gave the order to double-check their gear and get some rest. We need to be ready the moment those monsters appear. Every single face was gaunt, etched with pure exhaustion. Rostin recognized the grim reality and said, If we fail to stop the labyrinth's rampage, every single person in the north will die. He remembered the high priest's question, could the northern labyrinth be activated by the power of the Demon King? Rostin fell silent for a moment, muttering, The Demon King's power? The priest had pressed on. Is there anyone in the north suspected of being the Demon King? These questions echoed relentlessly in Rostin's mind. Meanwhile, back at the Endless Manor, Veronica's voice rang out. What? It was all burned down? The same people who had called Rena the Demon King in the market were now pointing the finger at her. Veronica continued. Their houses. They've all been burned to the ground. The scene shifts back to Rostin's residence, where the Duke and his soldiers had just returned. A knight followed him inside. Are you all right, sir? Please get some rest. Rostin just shook his head. There's no time to rest. The situation is critical. I'm going to see the Eastern Duke. Even if it's just a few men, we need more soldiers. The next scene takes us to the residence of Duke Ruberlight. A man holding a teacup spoke first. My apologies for disturbing you during such a busy time. Duke Ruberlight, also holding a cup, replied, Our situation here is no better. Sending reinforcements is impossible. If we send farmers to be soldiers, who will work the fields and pay taxes? Rostin was silent for a moment before pleading, Fine. At least give me a few cavalrymen. But Duke Ruberlight shook his head. Not all knights come from noble families. Sending them to the north is too dangerous without a worthy reward. Hearing this, Rostin could only remain silent. But as he prepared to leave, Duke Ruberlight suddenly asked, Rena, is she still well? A thought briefly crossed Rostin's mind that despite everything, as a father, he still cared for his daughter. Rostin replied softly, Yes, your daughter is doing very well. But Duke Ruberlight's tone immediately turned harsh. My daughter? Never call her my daughter again. What I mean is, be careful of Rena. She is nothing but a straight path to disaster. The scene shifts to the vast manor grounds, where Rena stood alone, completely lost in her own thoughts. The villagers' suspicion and fear. Maybe it was understandable. After all, in this game, she was the villain, the very reason the Northern Labyrinth had awakened. Luca's curse. Was it all because of her? According to the rules of this world, her very existence was likely the source of this whole catastrophe. No matter how well she tried to live, changing the game's fundamental laws seemed impossible. Just then, something materialized right behind her. A voice echoed in Rena's mind. Yes, it told her. Everything was her fault, from the labyrinth region to the curse. Even every last villager dying a slow death. But why should she be sad? After all, this was her role to play. Just kill them all, it urged. Follow your instincts, Rena. A monstrous smile crept across her lips. Yes, that was it. If she just killed every last one of them, everything would be solved, wouldn't it? The scene then cuts to Rostin's grand estate. A knight riding behind him spoke up. "Sir Duke, what has happened?" Rostin, walking briskly, replied, "We didn't get support from the east, but we have reinforcements from the west and south. Prepare to depart as soon as they reach the teleportation zone. We're heading straight for the northern labyrinth." He quickly led the company of knights away, but a seed of doubt was planted in Rostin's mind. How did he manage to get so much military support this time around? And what would happen next? The northern labyrinth was constantly spawning monsters. Would this situation ever actually end? He then recalled the priest's words. A warning that someone in the north was suspected of being a demon, and Duke Ruberlight's voice echoing in his head. "What I mean is, be wary of Rena. She's nothing but a direct path to total disaster." Suddenly, Rostin's knights stopped dead in their tracks. Something appeared that made Rostin's eyes go wide. A knight, his face pale, asked, "What in the world is that?" In the distance, a figure on horseback was approaching them. It was none other than Rena herself. Rostin couldn't believe the sheer pressure she was emitting as he called out, "My lady." Rena stopped and gave him a smile. "I heard you were having some trouble with the labyrinth up north. I came to help you feel as warm as I am, Duke. Perhaps I should just burn you to a crisp." Those words sent a cold sweat down Rostin's spine. Rena continued, "What do you think? Wrapping you in a flame like this might look a little scary, but it's actually really warm." The pale-faced knight stammered, "Warm, you say?" Rostin remained silent. Rena just asked, "Why do you all look so surprised?" The knight finally yelled, "It's because you just threatened to set the Duke on fire. How are we supposed to stay calm after that?" Rostin, ever composed, simply asked, "Why have you suddenly come all the way out here, my lady?" Rena answered casually, "I'm here to help with the northern labyrinth. I'll wipe it clean for you. If I burn all the monsters, the problem's solved, right?" Rostin fell into deep thought. Her power was overwhelming. If he had that kind of strength on his side, dealing with the monsters would be far easier. But seeing his silence, Rena decided to press on. "We can also stop the northern labyrinth from spawning monsters altogether. We just need to destroy the maze stone at its center, and they won't appear anymore." Rostin's eyes widened at her words. Rena simply added on, "And destroying the maze stone isn't even that difficult." Rostin was skeptical. "And where did you get this information?" "I've fought monsters in the labyrinth my entire life, and this is the first I'm ever hearing of this." Rena hesitated. Well, about that." She thought to herself, "It's because I've already beaten this game into the ground," but knew she absolutely couldn't say that out loud. So she quickly came up with an excuse. "It was a rumor I heard from some witches." Rostin thought for a moment. She was seriously suspicious. Then he asked her, "You believe in rumors? Well then, I've heard a few things about you, too. The first is that you've been feeding orphans." Rena gave a weak laugh and scratched her head. "Haha, you're embarrassing me." But Rostin wasn't letting up. "And the next is a rumor about you burning down people's homes." Hearing that, Rena flinched, her expression changing completely. Rostin added, "Intentionally injuring them just to give them medicine, toying with their emotions. Is that some kind of hobby of yours?" Rena frantically tried to explain herself. "It's a misunderstanding. I had nothing to do with their houses burning down." Rostin coldly replied, "Regardless, I can't travel with someone who uses dark magic to kill monsters." With that, he spurred his horse and rode away, leaving her with a final remark. "Your power is just like the Demon King's. There's no guarantee you won't turn on us. So compared to the monsters, we can't trust you even more." The scene changes. A voice reports, "The matter you mentioned before has been handled well. The people of the north have started to suspect the princess." The priest just smiled. "Indeed, it feels like the final gears are finally turning into place." After speaking, he walked on, stopping at a new location. Thinking of Rostin, the priest murmured to himself, "Rostin Winter Snow. I do find you pitiful, but this is my mission. Become a beautiful sacrifice for the holy god." The next scene takes us back to the endless manor. Rena sat at the dinner table, Rostin's words echoing in her mind. "So to prevent you from attacking us instead of the monsters, we simply cannot trust you." She told herself she had tried her best to offer help. With that thought, she stabbed her fork into a piece of meat and ate without any appetite. Veronica sighed. I don't know if it's right for us to be eating so well. I hear the common people can't even eat or sleep in peace right now." The driver looked up and answered, "It's their own fault. Didn't they refuse the lady's help? They suspected she was the one who burned their village, all because they couldn't understand her." Then he shouted, "The lady's flames are pure, on a whole different level from some common vandal." His face grew stern after speaking. Rena looked at him and asked, "You believe in me, right?" Suddenly, a frantic pounding echoed from outside, a hand striking the door with terrifying force. Rena stood up, saying, "No one should be coming to this house. This is dangerous. I'll go check it out." She stepped forward and opened the door. The man outside was Terry, the knight who always followed Rostin. Her expression turned to one of confusion when she saw Terry, a streak of blood on his forehead and his body covered in wounds. Terry spoke with a tremor. He then fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He bowed his head and pleaded, "Please, help us. Please save our leader." After he calmed down, they brought him inside. With everyone gathered, Terry recounted what had happened. "The first time we went in, I thought it would be easy. There weren't many monsters, but as we went deeper, we found the labyrinth quarry you mentioned. Then, all of a sudden, a horde of monsters appeared. Their numbers were overwhelming. At this point, Terry lost his composure, trembling as he covered his face. Only myself and a few soldiers got out. The Duke held them back and is still inside." Hearing this, no one could believe their ears, and even Rena wore a similar expression of shock. Terry pushed himself up and continued, "Please, you have to help us. The entire North is in danger." And just as Terry said, outside, monsters were pouring in. The soldiers guarding the walls saw them and panicked. "Damn it!" The monster count grew, and cries of terror filled the air. A woman held her trembling children, trying to reassure them, "It's okay. Someone will come protect us." At that very moment, outside, the snowy winds howled fiercely. The monsters pushed forward relentlessly, but then a familiar fire painted the entire sky red. The one annihilating them was none other than Rena. She frowned, thinking to herself, "Why should I save that fool who doubted me so easily?" After wiping them out, Rena headed inside. As she walked, she pondered Duke Winter Snow. It was strange Rostin was a character she had no memory of. If one were to play this game as a saintess, a number of targetable characters would appear. But Rostin was definitely not on that list. He wasn't a main character, so why was he so handsome? Rena couldn't help but scowl thinking about him. No matter how good-looking he was, his personality was just too rough and cruel. She truly despised men like that. As she was walking, Rena suddenly stopped in front of a doorway. The room inside was a stone labyrinth. He had to be in here. Once this maze was cleared, she would get a reward from the Duke. Over at the temple, an angry voice echoed, "Priest, where is he? Come out right now." The priest appeared, calmly asking, "Were you looking for me, Your Highness, the Crown Prince?" The prince stepped forward, his voice stern. "I don't understand. I heard the situation in the north is dire, so why haven't you sent any aid?" The prince lifted the priest's chin. "For 1,000 years, your prophecies have never been wrong. But have you now lost that ability?" The priest remained silent, his gaze fixed on the crown prince. He knocked the prince's hand away, stating coldly, "Do not worry. I am simply following the conditions." The crown prince was surprised. Conditions? Back with Rena, she stood before a horrifying sight, bodies piled up everywhere. She had played through this game many times. But Rostin, the Duke of the North, was a name she could never recall. What she was realizing now was that every time she'd started a new game, Rostin had already been dead. Rena was stunned when she saw Rostin's body, completely frozen solid. At the church, someone rushed in to report, "Sir, the altar is glowing." The priest was startled, the arrival of the Demon King, the crisis in the north. Rostin's death, all the conditions had been met. The saintess would finally descend. Meanwhile, in the quarry, Rena witnessed the grim scene. She saw the corpse of a monster, the leader of this dungeon. "Duke, did you fight to your last breath, kill the leader, and then collapse?" But it was strange, why was he the only one frozen? She'd never heard of any monster in this dungeon that used ice magic. Rena stepped closer, placing a hand on the ice. She whispered, "Rostin, I need you here in the north." At that moment in the temple, a young woman with blonde hair appeared. Holding her waist, she complained in pain. Couldn't they at least put a cushion under the altar? The priest quickly appeared. "Saintess, welcome to this world." "Saintess?" The girl stared blankly at the priest. Back with Rena, she began to use her magic, letting it envelop Rostin. She had to go slowly, so as not to damage his body. She cried out, "Please, come back to us, Rostin." Suddenly, Rostin's sword clattered to the ground, and Rena was thrown backward. She gasped for air. "Even though I thawed the ice, he won't open his eyes." Rostin's death was a law of this world. Was it even possible to change it? He waited his whole life to fight the Demon King, only to be frozen to death in a dark corner of the northern labyrinth. Was this truly his fate? Rena shakes Rostin's body. "Rostin, you should at least apologize before you die." He suspected her, and now he was leaving just like this. "Open your eyes, please, Rostin." She shakes him, but he won't wake, and she collapses on his chest. Rena thinks back on her life. Her previous life was completely forgotten. Would her parents even be happy about her death? Probably. She only ever brought them pain. but she hopes that he, at least, died with no regrets. The North he wanted to protect, she won't let his sacrifice be for nothing. She would guard it in his place. A scream suddenly rings out, and Rena turns. At that moment, the Crown Prince appears, asking, "Is this your plan?" A priest beside him says, "This is the path God foretold. The saint will protect the world and become a hero." The Crown Prince is silent for a moment before smirking. Rumor has it a demon king is in the north. If someone ran to him, wouldn't they just get eaten? Then, out of nowhere, the saintess appears before Rena. She trembles as she asks, "Human, are you actually human?" Rena is stunned. This woman, she realizes it's the saintess. How did she get here so fast? But it was already over. The saintess looks down, her eyes fixed on Rena. How disrespectful, to attack someone who is already unconscious. Rena snaps back. "It's a misunderstanding." The saintess glares. "What are you thinking?" But Rena remains silent. This saintess is different. She has healing and revival magic. That's when Rena notices the dead bodies are being absorbed. She realizes the labyrinth itself is consuming the fallen. Rena speaks up. "Saintess, I have a request. Use your revival magic to save Rostin and the soldiers. You are the saintess, so you have to save them." The saintess pauses, her eyes filled with suspicion. This woman, is she truly human? She could feel a monstrous presence nearby. After thinking, the saintess shakes her head. "No, I can't." Rena is stunned. "What do you mean? How could she not?" The saintess explains. "On my way here, I didn't run into a single monster. My level is only 1. I don't have the revival skill yet." Rena is silent, at a total loss for words. A moment later, the saintess suddenly screams, "There it is, kill it now." She raises her staff and smashes a monster. After some serious grinding, the saintess finally gets the revival skill. "I had to clear out the whole mountain," she says cheerfully. "Now I'll bring them back." She begins to cast the spell. Rena looks over at Rostin, but sees absolutely no sign of life. Her disappointment is crushing. What's going on? Why isn't the magic working? Is Rostin really dead for good? The saintess winces. "Oh, I targeted the wrong thing. I just revived the monster leader." Rena is furious. What in the world is going on? Is this saintess some kind of idiot? She immediately launches a blast of black fire straight at the monster. The saintess is in shock. "Just one hit?" Rena screams, "Hurry up and revive Rostin. Do it now, and do it right." The saintess starts sweating. "Yes." Finally, Rostin opens his eyes. The saintess sits down and asks softly, "Are you all right?" Rostin looks at the saintess, then glances over at Rena before bowing his head. "Thank you." He stands and walks toward the saintess. "The saintess saved my life." The two of them stare at each other, while Rena feels a sharp pain in her heart. She was the one who saved the handsome duke, so how did things turn out like this? They leave, not noticing a suspicious presence left behind. When they return, the people greet them with pure joy. They yell, "They conquered the northern labyrinth and have returned safely. Let's pray for the duke and the saintess on their journey ahead." Rena quietly walks toward her own vast, empty manor. She sighs, thinking that everything is peaceful now. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves. Rostin gets down and calls out, "Princess." Rena turns and asks, "Is it finished? Is this the ownership deed to my mansion?" Rostin replies, "I am handing Abyss Castle over to you." Rena can't believe it. "You're just giving this to me so easily?" Holding the paper, she laughs out loud. "I've hit the jackpot. Haha." Rostin simply sighs. In the north, Abyss Castle is a place nobody wants, even for free. It's dangerous and completely unlivable. She had made an incredibly foolish decision. Rena glares back. "Are you trying to pick a fight?" Rostin closes his eyes and continues. "There isn't even basic food in the north. The people are poor, and no nobles dare come here. Anyone could see that living here isn't a smart decision. But she naively came to this place and chose to live here with everyone. She saved me, and she saved all of them." Rostin thinks back and mumbles, "Perhaps this is the last mercy God will grant me. Thanks to her, the people were able to survive." He smiles, thinking to himself that she could probably even bring warmth to Lauka, whom he couldn't help. He then steps forward, patting her shoulder. Thinking back, the reason he always suspected her and pushed her into hard situations was simply because he was jealous. He envied the power she possessed. He suddenly drops to one knee and says, "Please forgive me for my foolish actions. If the promise to protect the North still stands, then allow me to praise you before all." Everyone in the room fell silent, absolutely stunned by the sight. From a distance, they just watched. Rena, however, remained thoughtful and silent. Rostin took her hand, placing it over his heart before gently kissing it against the backdrop of falling snow. Smiles spread across the faces in the crowd. Even Terry couldn't help but grin. It was a truly peaceful moment. But soon, everyone's attention snapped right back to the two figures at the center of it all, Duke Roston and Rena. She turned to the crowd, where excited children were reaching out for her. An unconscious smile touched Rena's lips as the people chanted, "The black flame didn't harm us. The lady protected the north. Long live Lady Rena and her black flame. All hail Lady Rena." Rena could hardly believe what she was seeing. The very people who once feared her power were now smiling at her. But her joy was bittersweet as she remembered her past life, where she was nothing but a burden to her parents. She had yearned just once to make them proud. Roston noticed the shadow cross her face and asked why she looked so sad. Rena forced a smile and replied, "I was just thinking about my family for a moment." Hearing that, he froze, recalling the Duke's warning that she was a doorway for demons. His lips parted as if to speak. "If you'll have me, I want to be your family, Rena." The words hit her, and a massive question mark appeared in her mind. What was this? Was this a marriage proposal? She then muttered to herself that, well, she was just too beautiful for even a duke to resist. Roston continued, "Not just me, everyone in the north. You can consider all of them your family. Rena, you've helped us more than you know." And just like that, she finally understood. So that's what he meant. She supposed the entire north was like one big family, but she hoped they weren't expecting her to pay for everything. Just then, the Saintess made her grand entrance, and the crowd immediately began to cheer. "Long live the Saintess. May God's protection be with us always." A knot of worry formed in Rena's stomach. In the original game, the Saintess cleared the northern labyrinth alone. This was never supposed to be her role. She wondered how the story would play out now. A small change to the plot couldn't be a big problem, could it? Back at the dungeon, a single black flame erupted, twisting and growing into a monstrous, terrifying shape. A voice echoed out, "Wait, you have to disguise yourself, or you'll draw suspicion." The creature seemed to understand, transforming into a young boy wrapped in a simple cloth, his eyes glowing a menacing crimson. Meanwhile, Rena watched the joyful crowd, thinking to herself that at least the monsters were finally gone. But she knew their fight against the bitter cold and hunger was far from over. Black fire danced around her hands as she recalled Roston's words. "Everyone in the north," he had said. "You can consider them your family." And maybe it was those words that made her determined to help them with everything she had. Her black flames spread out, seeping into every home. The people gasped in shock. "What is this?" Then, a wave of realization hit them. "It's warm. I don't feel the cold anymore." A child ran to his mother, yelling, "Mom, the house is so warm." A skeptical man nearby muttered, "How is this possible? This has to be the lady's magic." Rena knew that warming every house in the village required an insane amount of power. But thanks to her experience clearing out the northern labyrinth, she had gained an enormous amount of strength. She felt she could finally control this power, maybe even more. This was the true satisfaction of being level 999. The scene shifts to a priest, who asks the Saintess, "Is your level still at 30? The Saintess awkwardly scratched her head. "Yes. By the time I arrived, Rena had already cleared the entire northern labyrinth." The priest closed his eyes, thinking Rena wasn't a name he associated with such power. He then spoke aloud. "That's strange. After conquering the northern labyrinth, you should have reached level 100 by now. But now that the labyrinth is gaining attention, I'll be assigning you a personal trainer for some special conditioning." The Saintess was completely bewildered. A personal trainer? What for? Elsewhere, a caravan of carriages rumbled down a dusty road, filled with disgruntled mercenaries. They complained about being assembled to fight a demon king, only to be sent away without a single coin. They even doubted if a demon king truly existed. That's what they say. Rumor has it he's hiding in the north. Hearing this, a young man who had been resting sat up abruptly. "The demon king is in the north?" The blond man beside him nodded. "That's the word." The young man broke into a wide grin. "Well, in that case, the champion of justice, Kalen, simply can't stand by and do nothing." Luca was sitting on a rooftop, seemingly waiting for something. Inside, Roston sat in silence, thinking about how much Rena had done for the people of the north. Luca and the others were finally settling in. He knew he had to repay Rena. He turned and asked his aide, "Have we found the assassin from before?" A man who appeared to be his butler replied, "Sir, I've already narrowed down the list of suspects, but there was a problem." Roston asked, "What kind of problem?" Elsewhere, the scene was far more cheerful. Rena handed out food, saying, "Slow down now, there's plenty for everyone." She offered a meal to a little girl. "Here you go." The girl's face lit up. "Thank you, miss." But then, someone suddenly tugged on Rena's cloak. She turned to find a familiar face. It was the very same boy she had seen in the cave before. Rena's mind raced. Who was this child? She was certain she had never seen him around here before. A nearby woman quickly stepped in to explain. We only recently took him in. The patrol found him wandering down the mountain and brought him here. But the strange thing is, he hasn't said a word. We don't know who his parents are, or even his name. It's hard to believe such a shy child would follow you like this. Rena grew suspicious. Down from the mountain? The boy just continued to stare at her. Rena forced a smile and crouched down to his level. Hello there, little one. I'll be back again, so please be careful until then. She then mounted her horse and rode off, her heart still feeling uneasy. Rena glanced back, and the boy was still standing there, completely motionless. He just kept looking at her, following her with his eyes. I'm sorry, she thought. I just don't have the confidence to raise someone right now. The scene then shifts to a man staggering through the snow. His body trembled from the cold. It was none other than Kalen. He thought to himself, this biting cold feels like it could tear a man apart. This was the North, after all. Even hunger has its limits. But I, Kalen, a warrior of justice, will overcome this with my will alone. He tried to square his shoulders, but in the next moment, Kalen collapsed into the snow. His footprints were the only mark he left, until someone rushed toward him. Oh my goodness, someone collapsed over here. Immediately, Kalen was brought into a home, where a humble meal had been prepared for him. I'm sorry. This is all I can offer, the woman said. Kalen simply smiled in return. Don't be. This is more than enough. The woman continued. You should head back south. This place has been cursed by the Demon King. Once he was alone, Kellen's eyes hardened. Demon King, you will pay for every one of your sins. Meanwhile, back at Rena's estate, a child's arrival was causing quite a stir. My lady, who is this child? Rena gave a slight laugh. Haha, I finally went back and brought him home. Mia, the woman beside her, leaned down and asked, What's your name? The child didn't answer and simply hid behind Rena's legs. Mia's mother remarked, Goodness, he only seems to follow you, doesn't he? Rena nodded. It seems so. That night, Rena lay in bed, speaking to the child. Since you're nervous, I'll sleep here with you tonight. But starting tomorrow, you have to sleep on your own, understand? The little boy nodded in agreement. Rena looked at him, thinking that he must have been abandoned for being so frail. She gently gave the child a name, Shev, and made a silent prayer. Grow up strong and healthy, so your parents will regret ever leaving you. The next morning, Rena woke up and asked, Did you sleep well, Shev? But she was shocked to see Shev had grown into a young man. You're not Shev. Who are you? Rena screamed. And with that, the scene abruptly cuts away. We find the Holy Maiden, excitedly preparing for her special training. She remembered the priest's words Knight Aiden himself would be training her. The Holy Maiden wondered to herself, Knight Aiden, I wonder if he's handsome. She then sat at the dining table, her eyes scanning the beautifully arranged dishes. She furrowed her brow with curiosity. What is all this? A servant standing by quickly answered, Ma'am, this meal was prepared by Sir Aiden. The Holy Maiden nodded, using her chopsticks to lift a small piece of food to her mouth. She was absolutely stunned. The dish was nothing short of perfection. A moment later, Aiden himself finally appeared. The Holy Maiden stepped onto the veranda with a cheerful smile, but was immediately blocked by a burly man. He looked at her sternly and said, You are 5 minutes late. Hearing that, the Holy Maiden's eyes went wide with sheer disbelief. The man continued, his tone leaving no room for argument. Her punishment for being late was to run 5 laps around the courtyard. As she ran, she muttered, This guy is way too strict. From a distance, Aiden watched her, thinking he had to ensure the Holy Maiden could protect the world. At Duke Ruberlight's mansion, Rostin was confronting the Duke. I cannot arrest Rena. She is innocent, Rostin declared. Duke Ruberlight simply roared in response. Innocent? She uses black magic, he yelled, his voice dripping with menace. In that case, House Winter Snow will not stand idly by. Rostin paused for a moment, then slowly drew his sword from its sheath. He looked the Duke dead in the eye. His voice was like ice. As you said, power isn't inherently right. Terrified, Duke Ruberlight scrambled backward and fell to the ground. Rostin swung his blade, its tip pointing directly at a statue of the Duke himself. He spoke with a hidden meaning. It all depends on how you choose to use it. It can be as simple as this, or it can become something far more sinister. Rostin's expression darkened, his eyes turning cold with a clear warning. Rena, the woman who uses black magic, is the one who saved the entire North. But if you try to harm her just for using that power, then House Winter Snow will not look the other way. Duke Ruberlight was seething, muttering, Damn it all. The scene cuts back to Rena, standing before Shev, the boy who had mysteriously grown up in a single night. Everyone around them was in utter shock. My God, he's gotten so big. Rena hurriedly tried to tie back Shev's messy hair, beads of sweat on her forehead. She couldn't help but wonder why he followed her around so much. He was the son of a monster, after all. Rena reassured herself, rummaging through her pockets until she pulled out a necklace. Found it, she said, moving to put it on Shev. He just sat there, not resisting at all. This is a magic control collar, Rena explained to him. Now that she'd put it on him, he wouldn't be able to hurt anyone. Turns out Shev was a monster, but with her, the Demon King, raising him, controlling his power would be easy. Let's get along, Shev. Rena said this as she pulled him into a tight hug. Shev's face turned beet red, but he didn't push her away. Outside, a convoy carrying food supplies was rolling into the village. We will now distribute the food, so please form a line, a knight announced. But when he opened the sacks, his jaw dropped. What is this? Just a bunch of rocks. The food thieves were quickly rounded up, and Rostin ordered them to be imprisoned. While walking through the dungeons, Rostin heard someone begging, "Sir, please, just give me one more chance." Rostin didn't answer, simply thinking how the number of people punished for food theft was rising. The shortage was getting worse, he muttered, heading for the warehouse. Looking at the remaining food, Rostin let out a heavy sigh. This wouldn't last long at all. They needed a solution, fast. Just as Rostin stepped outside, a woman approached him. "Our facility is doing just fine," she told him. "Lady Rena has been supplying us with food from her greenhouse." Rostin was stunned. "A greenhouse?" he repeated to himself. "A greenhouse." The scene shifts to Rena, who was overjoyed with her cherry tomatoes. "They're great for your health, and super tasty too," she beamed. Just then, her butler approached. "My lady, Duke Winter Snow is here." Rena looked surprised. "Huh?" Soon enough, the two of them got right down to business. Rena grilled Rostin immediately. "You couldn't accept food aid because you fought with Duke Ruberlight? Why on earth would you pick a fight with that absolute bastard?" Rostin remained silent as Rena continued. "I know he's my father, but there's no denying he's a despicable man. Still, wouldn't it be better to just apologize and get the food?" Rostin lowered his head. "I couldn't. It was a matter of my honor." Rena thought to herself, "Is your precious honor going to put food on our tables?" She sighed. "Aren't the people of the North your priority?" Rostin replied. "I know I can't just ignore this food shortage." He thought for a moment before speaking. "Rena, I heard about your greenhouse. I have a plan." Rena was taken aback. "My greenhouse?" Rostin led her to a massive stretch of land. Rena's jaw dropped when she saw the empty fields. "This place," Rostin explained, "used to be the grain belt of the entire North." Rena could only whisper, "It's so vast. All the grain that fed the North came from here," he continued. "But now the temperature is far too low for farming. Could we turn this whole area into a giant greenhouse like yours?" Rena wondered aloud. "Here?" She gazed out, saying, "I'll call Veronica to investigate." This land certainly had potential. Luckily, being near the east meant there was no snow, but it was just too big to convert. Transporting water would be difficult since most sources were frozen solid. And even if she could maintain the warmth, keeping a stable temperature over such a massive area was impossible. Creating heaters and pipes was out of the question. "I'm sorry," she said. "It's truly beyond my capabilities." But then, as she spoke, something clicked and she suddenly stopped. "Wait a minute," she thought. "Why can't I do this? Is it really impossible for me?" In a small western town, a voice rang out. "Ma'am, after days of searching, I've found a skilled artisan who can build the safe." The mistress of the house stepped forward and said, "Excellent. Welcome." She then led the young woman to another room. Looking at a statue, the mistress explained, "This gold-plated statue is our town's greatest treasure. We can't afford to lose it. Please build a sturdy safe to protect it." The girl smiled and replied, "Of course. I'll make a safe that no one can ever open. I am Alan, the artisan. Please, leave it to me." Elsewhere, a man trudged through the snow, leaning against tree trunks for support. His name was Kalen, and he was panting, thinking he'd finally made it. The Abyss Castle of the Northwest, where the Demon King resides. He decided to start by using an invisibility charm to scout things out. "All right, I'm ready. I need to see who this Demon King is and what he's up to." Shev seemed to notice something, but Kalen had already slipped inside. He watched intently, thinking, "I've been observing him for 5 hours now. He's definitely the Demon King." Shev, meanwhile, was just sitting quietly, reading a book. Anyone looking would assume he was the one in charge. "What are you plotting in this desolate northern mansion, Demon King?" And then, the Demon King started to nod off. A cleaner nearby saw him and snapped, "You're in the way of my cleaning, please move." Kalen followed Shev outside, where he sat opposite Luca, still silent. Kalen kept his eyes glued on him. After a while, he started to get frustrated. Have you forgotten your dream of world domination, Demon King? Not long after, Rena was looking out a window when someone called to her. Rena, I've brought the craftsman you requested. Alan introduced herself as a master of machinery. Rena observed her, paying close attention to the woman's hands. How could her hands be so clean if she was a real artisan? Rena remembered her past life. Her father, a mechanic, always had hands stained with oil. Something was suspicious. She had to test Alan's skills. Rena spoke up. Before the main assignment, she wanted Alan to inspect the manor's facilities first. A little while later, Rena stood before Alan with the true task. In this abyss castle, you will install a water and heating system. You can use magic as the power source. Alan glanced around the massive estate and replied, Given the size of this manor, this is going to be incredibly costly. Rena just smiled, full of confidence. Don't you worry about that. She pulled back a curtain, revealing a massive hoard of treasure. Alan was suddenly faced with a mountain of gold, the shimmering light nearly blinding her. The scene then cuts away, back to where the Saintess was training tirelessly. She was breathing hard, sweating as her thoughts raced. It had been a week since she started training with Knight Anne, and the drills were just running laps, sword fighting, and jumping rope. What she really needed was a power-up, just like that detestable Knight Anne. A month later, Alan stood before everyone, a proud smile on her face. She spread her arms and announced, To ensure the Duchess's magic is transmitted easily, I have installed underfloor heating. Everyone was completely astonished. Wow. Even Rena was surprised. Alan pointed to the pipes. I've also installed plumbing to tap into the groundwater, the butler said joyfully. Now we don't have to fetch water by hand anymore. Rena thought to herself, the underfloor heating radiates heat so efficiently, it cuts magic use by 80%. She never imagined Alan could do such a perfect job. Perhaps her suspicions were completely unnecessary. With Alan's skill, she could even renovate the entire rice-growing region. In a small western town, a young man followed another and asked, Hey, didn't they tell us not to open the chest? If we do, they'll know right away. The man turned back, scowling. We'll just blame the craftsman for not making the chest sturdy enough. I need the money now. After saying that, he went to open the lid, but suddenly he froze, his voice trembling. What is this? The young man behind him asked. What's wrong? The man whispered. It's gone. The golden statue. It's not in the chest anymore. Meanwhile, at Rena's manor, Mia asked her mother, Is this for real? Her mother nodded. Yes, and that's what makes it all so strange. Rena saw them talking and approached. What's going on with everyone? The woman explained. My lady, strange things have been happening at the Abyss Manor lately that we just can't explain. In a small, unused room, soft blankets were all messed up, and some cooked food has vanished. It's honestly unsettling. Rena exclaimed. That is bizarre. Mia asked nervously. Could it be a ghost or… Just then, Kaelin, cloaked in invisibility, slipped past them. Later, Rena went to see Trev, ruffling his hair as she said, Trev, I'm heading out. Take good care of the house. Trev looked up at her with a blushing face and a small smile. From nearby, Kaelin watched them intently. He hid behind a curtain, thinking about how he'd been hiding in this mansion, observing the Demon Lord for a month. He was finally starting to understand why the Demon Lord was living this kind of life. This mansion was warm and peaceful, with good food and Rena, the beautiful and graceful noble's daughter. Rena stepped into her carriage, as Kaelin's face flushed. He thought, I have finally found her. Her beauty had completely erased the Demon Lord's desire to conquer the world. The Saintess he had been looking for this whole time was right here. The scene changes to Rustin's mansion. Rustin was taking a stroll outside when he heard a voice call out to him. Rustin. The person calling was none other than a beaming Rena. She was grinning from ear to ear. Rustin, the rice basin land I mentioned before, I think it's possible. I mean, Alan, the artisan you introduced, is a true genius. She set up the Abyss Manor perfectly. Rustin stared at her, frozen for a moment. He thought to himself that this was the first time he'd ever seen her so excited and smiling so brightly. Rena continued, The problem with the rice basin is the water supply and the low temperatures, right? A greenhouse would be far too large. So, I discussed it with Veronica and we did some research. We'll bury heating pipes in the soil, using my magic to raise the ground temperature. Groundwater from the riverbed will be drawn up, and that water will be sent through a spray system. By spraying it directly onto the grain, we won't waste any energy. We can farm efficiently, and maybe even save the northern region from its food shortages. Now we just need Alin to make it a reality. Rustin silently nodded his head in agreement. Not long after, Rena's face suddenly filled with horror. 500 gold? Alin replied with her eyes closed. Yes, my lady. Even if you used all of your treasures, It still wouldn't be enough to construct the entire rice basin. Rena's jaw dropped in disbelief. At the same time, at the Saintess's residence, she sighed, no longer sure why she had to go through this kind of training. Senior Knight. Anne is brilliant, but maybe he's not the right instructor for me. A priest spoke up. Saintess, this isn't pointless training, it's more like a debut for the knightly order. The Saintess looked up and asked, a debut, model? The priest explains that Aine and the other knights will be the Saintess's companions, tasked with defeating the Demon King, and eventually, she will be the one to command them. The Saintess hesitates. Companions? A commander? This all feels like too much. Later, at the knight's training grounds, she walks in, completely stunned by the sight of everyone training so intensely. Her eyes go wide with shock. Suddenly, a man approaches her, leaning in and saying, "So you've arrived, Saintess? A wonderful morning for training." The Saintess's face darkens as she screams internally. She can't do this. There is no way she can lead anyone. Meanwhile, back at Rena's estate, Aine smiles confidently. 500 gold. I know how to get it. Rena looks at him, surprised. How? Whatever Aine told her, it makes Rena shout. What? What is that? Some time passes, and Rena and Rustin are now walking through town. A man with a long beard approaches them, bowing with a friendly smile on his face. He introduces himself as J-Bank, the branch manager of the World Bank's central branch. Soon, they are all gathered in a room. J-Bank gets straight to business. The World Bank will lend them 500 gold, using the grain-producing region as collateral. He continues, adding that since the collateral is solid and the Duke is signing, they'll even get a reduced interest rate. Rena thinks to herself that since the Duke owns the land, he has to be the one to sign, even though she's the one running the business. J-Bank presents the contract. Here it is. Just sign here, and we're done. Aine had tagged along for this meeting. After the contract is signed, Aine smirks from behind them with a wicked grin. J-Bank smiles. All right, I'll transfer the money soon. Rena breathes a sigh of relief, thinking how lucky they were to secure the loan so easily. Once the region is developed, she'll pay it back in no time. She thinks of the poor, starving North. This might be the only way to save them from this difficult time. The scene shifts back to the Saintess, who's now training with the knights. 1-2, 1-2, keep it up, Saintess. She struggles to keep up, breathing heavily, and eventually has to stop to catch her breath. This much physical training so early in the morning. She wonders why they're so diligent when the Demon King hasn't even appeared. Suddenly, a rock comes flying towards them. A knight spots it instantly and catches it with ease. A rock? Who threw that? A man from above sneers, while two others mock them. Look at them, stretching again. What a joke of a knight division, they scoff. Just a club that wastes food and resources. The Saintess freezes when she hears this. The Knight Division was created specifically to help her fight the Demon King. But the Demon King hadn't appeared in 1,000 years. So the Knights just trained, waiting, but with no real battle experience, they were constantly looked down upon. The Saintess slams her book shut. For 100 years, they've waited for her, generation after generation. A short while later, the Saintess arrives back at the training grounds. She stands with her hands on her hips, a new resolve in her eyes. I am the Saintess. I can't let this be like the last 100 years. Seeing her, everyone stops. She announces loudly, All right, let's begin today's training. That night, at Rena's mansion, a scream echoes through the halls. Rena jolts awake, confused. A scream? She runs out to ask what's going on, and a trembling woman answers. A ghost! There's a ghost! Rena peeks inside the room. A ghost? But when she enters, she finds Kalen changing his clothes, who freezes in a panic. Busted. He thought no one was around. Rena shouts, Who are you? Who gave you permission to use someone else's bathroom? Kalen quickly throws on his shirt and kneels before Rena. Greetings. I am the hero of justice. Kalen. Rena is so shocked she can only stammer. Huh? He calls himself the hero of justice, Kalen. Hero or not, she says, right now, you're an intruder. She frowns at him. Have you been hiding in this mansion for a month? The woman behind her adds, So the disappearing food, and the messy bedroom. Kalen admits, Yes, that was me. But please understand, I'm here monitoring the Demon King who lives in this place. Rena is shocked. The Demon King? She feels flustered, stuttering, Demon King? I'm not the Demon King. Kalen points right at Shev. That's the Demon King. Rena glances over. Huh? Shev just stands there, completely baffled. Kalen continues. No matter how you look at him, that guy is the Demon King. I was sure of it the moment I saw him. I will protect the beautiful Saintess who's stopping the Demon King's rampage. Rena's jaw drops as she points to herself. The Saintess, me? Kalen gently takes Rena's hand, placing a kiss on the back of it. With a dead serious expression, he declares, I, the hero of justice Kalen, pledge my undying loyalty to protect the Saintess. Rena awkwardly replies, I appreciate it, but… Before she can finish, Shev steps in, pushing Kalen away. Shev's eyes are filled with warning, but Kalen isn't backing down an inch. The two glare at each other, looking like they're about to brawl. Rena clenches her fists, her voice filled with confusion. What are you two doing? Kalen suddenly shouts. Saintess, this Demon King could transform at any moment. I'll stay by your side to protect you. Please, let me be your guard. Rena shook her head. Huh? Wait a second. Chever isn't the Demon King. He's just… She stopped short, thinking to herself he was still a demon, and a dangerous one at that. Then, she crossed her arms and declared, All right. What's done is done. She turned to the hero, Kalen. I have a special request for you. Please stay by Chever's side and watch over him for me. I mean, don't let him fall onto a path of sin. Help him grow up right. He might look dangerous, but deep down, he's still just a child. Kalen was bewildered. Yes, but my duty is to remain by your side, Saintess, to protect you. Rena wagged a finger. No. As long as Chever doesn't become the Demon King, then I'm not in any danger, right? And your righteous determination, hero Kalen, will surely be a good influence on him. Hearing those sweet words, Kalen was almost completely convinced. He glanced over at Chever, closing his eyes and thinking, this is a sacred mission from the Saintess herself. He then declared with resolve, Yes, Saintess. I will not allow this one to awaken as the Demon King. I, Kalen, shall watch him with unwavering vigilance. Rena didn't say another word, simply offering him a beautiful, knowing smile. In her heart, she thought, I'm no Saintess and he's not the Demon King. But at least I've guided him toward a better path. It was time to pass off the responsibility of raising the troublesome Chever. Meanwhile, the people were buzzing with talk of the new granary land. I hear that with the princess's power, we'll finally be able to grow grain. The princess is using her power for us again? We are truly blessed. Families eating in their homes wondered aloud if this would finally end their starvation. Some even prayed, Princess Rena is our hero, may God protect her. Elsewhere, on a bustling city wall, new wanted posters were being pasted up for all to see. Veronica happened to spot one and moved in for a closer look. As she read the poster, the color drained completely from her face. On it was a portrait of Alan. Wanted, with a reward of 100 gold, for the crimes of theft and fraud. Veronica gasped. That person, it's her. She immediately sprinted back to the manor, screaming, Lady Rena! Lady Rena! Rena turned to see the frantic Veronica and asked, What's wrong? Pale as a sheet, Veronica choked out a single word. Alin. Alan is a con artist, a wanted criminal for theft. Rena froze, then took off running herself. A con artist? How could that be? She renovated the Abyss Manor perfectly. Rena's mind flashed back to Alan's smiling face as she took the money. I've received the 500 gold. I'll begin construction on the granary immediately. Rena raced to the treasury, yanking back the curtain in desperation. It can't be true, please. She stopped dead. Her eyes went vacant. In front of her was nothing but a single garter. Rena's knees felt weak. It's all gone. The entire treasury filled with priceless artifacts. It was all gone. Completely empty. She gritted her teeth, hissing Alan's name with pure rage and despair. Without a second thought, she began tracking Alan's carriage. The trail led to the border between the north and northwest. But Alan had destroyed the bridge and vanished. The entire heist was flawlessly planned. When she returned, Rostin bowed his head in apology. I was careless. I failed to properly investigate her before making the introduction. We'll have to go back to the World Bank, but I don't know how we'll ever repay 500 gold. When they arrived, Vos simply shook his head. I'm sorry, but that's going to be very difficult. We took a major risk lending you that money. If you cannot develop the granary land and repay the 500 gold, our contract is terminated. Rostin asked, What do you mean? Terminated. Vo cut him off. If you cannot return the 500 gold within 5 days, we will seize the granary land. Back at the manor, Rena felt completely hopeless. The granary land was the single beacon of hope for the people of the north. Are we really going to lose it? Outside, the news had already spread like wildfire, and a voice of disbelief rang out. It was a scam? I heard she took all 500 gold from the bank and stole the princess's treasures too. A man sighed. There's no way we can keep the granary land now. A heavy gloom fell over the town square. A bald man crossed his arms, saying, The princess and the duke must be suffering terribly. The person next to him added, Suffering is an understatement. No matter what happens, we have to do something. The people of the north began to voluntarily donate their own possessions from silver candlesticks and bowls to precious wedding jewelry kept safe for generations. Priceless heirlooms from noble families were brought out. They were determined to protect the land at any cost, leaving Rostin absolutely stunned. They've donated their own money and brought it here? A man representing the townspeople stepped forward. That's right. When we heard the bank might take the land, we gathered all our gold and silver to protect it. We've collected the full 500 gold. Rena was utterly speechless, overcome with emotion. All this money was from the people of the north, gathered together. They had already suffered so much from the blizzard, yet when faced with another crisis, they united, trusted, and were willing to sacrifice. I never imagined I'd receive this kind of help from them. I've been so arrogant. Instead of fleeing to another territory, they chose to stay, uniting to survive, ready to sacrifice everything. These people were truly strong. They walked straight into the bank. I've received 500 gold. The banker was shocked. How on earth did they gather such a large sum so quickly? Do you two plan to continue developing the rice lands? If so, I can lend you another 500 gold. Rena bowed her head, her voice thick with resentment. No, we won't be borrowing again. The capital they needed was stolen, and there was no getting it back. But in her mind, a daring new plan was already taking shape. He mentioned witnessing Ain looking through a product catalog, one filled with drawings of a luxurious resort in the south. Rena's eyes turned cold. Ain, no matter where you run, I will find you and drag you back to the north to work until you die. And there, in a lavish resort in the southern Nira's empire, Ain was enjoying a life of luxury with the stolen money. Rena was resolute. I'm going after her. I will go to that southern resort and capture her myself. Rostin thought for a moment before asking, And who is going with you? Rena explained. He claims to know the southern geography, so he'll be my guide. Kaylan introduced himself proudly. I am a hero of justice. Kaylan, Rena continued dryly. He's the one driving the carriage and carrying my bags. Then she glanced over at Chever. He's too young to be left at home, so I'm bringing him along. Rostin was surprised. Too young? Rena faltered. He looks older, but he's actually very young. Rostin sighed and made his decision. I'll go with you as well. I bear some responsibility for this situation. Rena worried. Will it be okay for you to leave the north? Rostin replied. There's nothing urgent right now. This is the only thing that matters. Even if I can't do much, I want to help. Rena had no choice but to agree. Very well, let's go find Ain together. But as they prepared, Rostin shot a suspicious glance at Kaylan. I feel like I've seen that man somewhere before. At the southern Nira's resort, gentle sunlight streamed down as everyone enjoyed a life of peace and tranquility. Some were strolling on the beach, others rested in the shade of trees, and many were savoring delicious meals. Rena's group had finally arrived. She looked around, utterly astonished by the scene. This place was so full of life, warm sun, happy people, vibrant energy. Is this why Ain abandoned their gloomy estate to come here? However, Rostin's expression was anything but happy, and Rena quickly noticed it. She forced a smile, thinking to herself, if we successfully develop our lands, maybe the north could be this full of life one day. After a moment, the group gathered. Rena put a map on the table and said, The first place we need to check is the luxury jewelry store. Ain has a serious weakness for gemstones. If we watch these shops closely, we might just find her. But Niras was a world away from the north, overflowing with extravagant shops. They split up to cover more ground, but found no trace of Ain anywhere. Was Rena's assumption wrong from the very beginning? Had she made a complete and total miscalculation? Suddenly, two women nearby began to chat. Isn't the auction tonight? I heard there will be a lot of rare gems this time. Some mysterious person bought everything last time. I hope they don't show up again. Rena overheard this, and a suspicion sparked in her mind. A mysterious person who bought everything? Soon enough, the auction began. The event drew a massive crowd. An item was brought out and the host announced, a sculpture by the artisan Mihai, valued at 20 gold. And now, I present the highlight of today's auction, the precious gem known as Love's Tear. Let the bidding begin. Ain immediately shouted a price of 50 gold. The host was stunned. 50 gold? 50 gold right from the start? This is incredible. But suddenly, a man grabbed Ain's hand. She turned in a panic and screamed, Who are you? Let go of me. It was Chever. Ain's face went pale as she stammered, You. Then, a familiar voice cut through the noise. It seems your passion for gems is as strong as ever. Hearing that voice, Ain froze solid. Rena appeared with a cold, mocking smile. I'm so happy to see you again, Ain. While I was busy fighting monsters, I seem to have forgotten something. Some humans are even more vicious than monsters, aren't they, Ain? The woman bowed her head, her voice trembling. I never intended to steal anything from the start. I know the rice lands are the North's only hope. How could I dare rob tens of thousands of people of their lives? Rena couldn't contain her rage and screamed, "You blew up the bridge and ran away. And now you have the nerve to say this? Where is all that money? I heard someone bought all the gems at the last auction. Did you spend it all?" Ain trembled. The money. The money is in my hotel. I'll return it all. Rena moved closer, her voice dropping to an icy whisper. As a craftsman, you weren't without skill. So why did you choose the path of a thief? Ain squeezed her eyes shut and whimpered. I don't know either. Why was I so greedy that I couldn't control myself? My childhood was miserable. I had nothing to eat, nothing to wear. Every day, all I could do was stare at the gems displayed in jewelry stores. She endured a hellish poverty, all for the hope of one day having it all for herself. When she saw the mountain of gold the princess and duke prepared, her greed simply exploded, completely overwhelming her senses. She knew it was a total betrayal of the starving people of the North, but even so, she just couldn't stop herself. She admitted it right then. She was a worthless criminal, telling them to just go ahead and end her life. A little while later, Rena stood alone, reflecting on Alan's confession. So, she'd grown up in poverty. Rena couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. But when Rena shared this with Rostin, he was stunned. What? He couldn't believe she was talking about trusting Alan again. Rena clarified it wasn't about trust, but about not being so harsh. She had experienced a poor childhood herself and understood the feeling completely. She wanted to give her one more chance. Rostin fell silent, deep in thought. This right here. This was Rena's biggest weakness. Just as he feared, Alan used the stolen money to rent a hotel room, luring them into a trap. The second they let their guard down, she vanished, and the money was gone. This time, Rena was far too shocked to even feel angry. Rostin put a hand to his head, thinking fast. Near us is an island. The only way out is by transport, chair, or boat. A fugitive like Alan would definitely choose the boat. It wasn't too late. He'd go see Count Roman, the ruler of the island, and have him lock down the port. But when Rostin arrived, the Count just roared with laughter. "Ha! You want to control the entire sea route of near us. All for a single little con artist," he explained. "I understand your situation, but near us is a city of freedom and ambition. Nobody controls it. Your request is impossible to accept." Ha ha ha. Roman clapped a hand on Rostin's shoulder. "Since you're already here in near us, you might as well forget your worries and enjoy yourself." Duke Winter Snow. Rostin watched him walk away, thinking to himself, is Count Roman really this shallow? How was he supposed to convince a man like this? Just then, another voice cut in. "This is a city of ambition and freedom." The newcomer was none other than Kalen, holding a glass of wine as he continued. "I know that's what made near us so rich, but diplomatic privilege doesn't apply here." The moment Roman saw him, his face went dark and he began to stammer. You. Kalen leaned in close, his voice low. "My father has praised Neera's a great deal, you know. The annual tax revenue from here is massive. But what would my devout father think if he knew how morally corrupt this place has become?" Roman started sweating bullets. "I'll get all the ships under control immediately." Then he barked out an order. "Men, stop all ships from leaving the island." As soldiers scrambled to obey, Rostin stood silently for a moment, and then it clicked. No wonder he seemed so familiar. This was the son of Zamont, the heir to House Craft, the true ruler of the entire Southern Empire, including Nearus. The scene shifts to a dark and gloomy room. Alan was pacing back and forth, completely on edge. Damn it, I was so close to getting away. But now, every ship leaving Nearus was being inspected. She was on the verge of being caught, but she still thought there was a chance. That Rena girl, raised like a delicate flower, I can fool her 100 times over. Suddenly, a presence appeared that made her freeze. It was Rena, radiating a terrifying and massive magical aura. Rena advanced step by step, a murderous smile playing on her lips. "Alin, so this is your room?" Seeing her, Alan's face drained of all color. She stammered, "No, princess. A noble girl raised in a greenhouse? Are you kidding? You're more like a demon lord born from the depths of hell." Alan's voice trembled. "No, princess. It was all because of my circumstances. Please, let me explain." Rena calmly replied, "Your circumstances? I suppose I can listen." But as she spoke, she raised a single finger, sending a bolt of power straight into Alan's chest. "From now on, you'll have to wager your own heart just to speak." Alan staggered back in pain, horrified. My heart?" Rena explained. "Are you asking what I did to you? It's nothing major. I just placed a tiny little spark inside of it. If you lie again, or if you break another promise, that spark will instantly incinerate your heart from the inside out." Rena's smile turned utterly demonic as she threatened her. So then, are you ready to complete the granary project flawlessly now? Alan trembled, unable to speak, before collapsing to her knees. She could only whisper, I will do my best. After that, she returned to the north and threw every ounce of her being into commanding the granary's construction. The project quickly took shape, becoming a huge beacon of hope for the northern people. However, one new problem emerged. Veronica approached with a worried expression. We have an absurd shortage of manpower. Rena looked at her, confused. Manpower? That's right, Veronica confirmed. To cultivate the entire area, we need a massive labor force. The farmers of the north alone just aren't enough. Rena fell silent, thinking hard. So then, what could they do? The answer, she realized, might just lie in the east. To the east, in the territory of Duke Ruber, local farmers were protesting. You're taking all of our crops for taxes? If you take everything, what are we supposed to eat to survive? Another man shouted back. Get out of the way. And with that, they got on their carriage and left, leaving the farmers to wonder why they even bothered working so hard to grow all that grain. Damn it, a bald man said, his voice raw. They took everything. The family has no food left. Another farmer spoke up, frustrated. It doesn't matter how much we grow. It's all on the noble's land. We're lucky if we keep anything. A man with brown hair listened in silence, his head bowed in thought, before suddenly looking up. He had an idea. I heard they're developing new farmland up north, a massive breadbasket. If that's true, they'll be desperate for farmers. The scene cuts to Duke Ruberlight's mansion, where he's screaming, What? You said the peasants are fleeing, where are they going? The butler trembled. To the north, my lord. The Duke's face darkened instantly. Meanwhile, in that very breadbasket, Rena was all smiles. We were short-handed, but so many farmers have arrived from the east. They're incredibly skilled, too, she noted, even teaching our northern farmers a thing or two. But Rostin looked grim. Things are going almost too well. It has me worried. Rena turned. Worried about what? Just then, Veronica rushed in, out of breath. My lady, we have a problem. We need to discuss what happened earlier. While everyone worked diligently, a shadow lurked nearby, watching them all. It was Duke Ruberlight himself. He stared in shock. A project this massive? They're stealing every last one of my farmers. He stormed over to the priest's residence, yelling, High priest! Where is the high priest? A servant answered. He is still in his room, sir. A high priest sleeping until noon? The Duke fumed. He knocked sharply. High priest, it is Ruberlight. A voice called back. Come in. He entered to find the priest simply adjusting his robes. The priest asked calmly, What is the matter? It's Rena, Duke Ruberlight sputtered. She's using dark magic to develop the breadbasket and luring away all the nearby peasants. I meant to stop her, he claimed, but she wields the Demon King's power. I couldn't risk acting recklessly, but another voice cut in. What did you just say? Rena has the Demon King's power? The Duke spun around, horrified. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, what are you? Rena? The power of a Demon King? The prince gently touched his chin, considering the idea. If it's that Rena, then, isn't she the firstborn daughter you've kept imprisoned all these years? At those words, all the color drained from the Duke's face. How could that possibly be true? He stammered. The Crown Prince just crossed his arms, a knowing and dangerous smile on his face. I hear more rumors in the Imperial Palace than you could possibly imagine. And with that, Duke Ruberlight began to panic. I thought that secret was perfectly hidden. Just then, the priest stepped forward, interrupting. Your Highness, would you mind giving us a moment? Once they were alone, the priest got straight to the point. Duke, the situation has changed. Because the Saintess has now appeared, I will guide you to the next phase of the plan. The Duke was stunned. The next phase? Back in the present, Rena stood, staring intently at the distant horizon. She saw it all in her mind's eye, armies gathering far away, on both the eastern and northern borders. Near the border, soldiers were now using force, capturing any eastern peasants who tried to migrate to the new farmlands. Veronica pointed, her voice laced with fear. They say the peasants who are caught are being punished without mercy. The farmers who had managed to escape all told the same story of Duke Ruberlight's impossibly cruel exploitation. Rena listened to every word in silence, but a storm of emotion was building deep inside her. She clenched her teeth in pure rage. No matter how much they harvested, the taxes left them with absolutely nothing. The only choice these hardworking people had was to migrate north for a better life. And now he was trying to stop that, too? Ruberlight. Rena sighed, her voice now cold and determined. Do not worry. I already used dark magic to drive away his army. But why then? She wondered aloud. Why are the rest of the eastern peasants still not coming? Back in the east, Duke Ruberlight stood on a platform, his voice booming with authority. "Greetings, everyone. I am Duke Ruberlight. Today, I must reveal a terrible truth. Rena is the daughter whom I was forced to imprison when she was just 8 years old. She is now in the north," he declared, "and she wields the power of the Demon King, a power that could destroy this entire world," he continued, his voice thick with fake emotion. "As a father, revealing the true nature of my only daughter, it was not an easy choice. But Rena has now become a saintess, and before she becomes an even greater threat with her new title, I decided I had to warn everyone of the danger. Please, forgive me for not telling you all sooner. No matter how she attacks, I swear I will always protect my people until the very end." The terrible irony was that Rena's use of dark magic to push back his army only made the Duke's lies seem true. The soldiers who had witnessed her dark magic firsthand trembled with fear, and that terror spread like a plague. Soon, a new rumor was circulating among the eastern peasants, that anyone who migrated to the breadbasket was being brutally exploited by the Demon King, Rena. The Duke smirked by the window, thinking his plan was a success. He'd followed the priest's advice, and the tables had completely turned. Flashing back to their meeting, Duke Ruberlight asked the priest what the next step of the plan was. The priest calmly took a sip of tea, his demeanor perfectly serene. He advised the Duke to gather the eastern farmers and announce that Rena was the Demon King. The Duke was floored. A public announcement? The priest nodded, suggesting he should play the part of a heartbroken father, revealing the truth to gain their sympathy. But the Duke was worried. The honor of the Ruberlight family would be dragged through the mud. With his eyes closed, the priest confidently reassured him, "Don't worry, our temple will stand behind you and protect your honor." Still, Duke Ruberlight couldn't shake his anxiety. Rena's next move was a mystery. What if she was in the grain-rich lands now and didn't awaken as the Demon King? What would they do then? The priest paused for a moment before a chilling smile crossed his face. "In that case, we will simply make her the Demon King." The Duke's voice trembled. "Make her the Demon King?" The priest nodded. "That's right. It won't be difficult, since Rena's power is a perfect fit for the role." But as he left the room, his thoughts were interrupted. Why was the Crown Prince standing just outside the door? The Crown Prince stood there, his gaze severe. "So even if she's not the Demon King, you'll just turn her into one?" After a moment of silence, the priest took a calm sip of tea. "So, it seems you were eavesdropping," the Crown Prince replied coldly. "I couldn't just walk away after hearing the words Demon King." The priest cut in. To summarize the Duke's story, even if Rena has the Demon King's power, she hasn't awakened to that identity yet. The prince stepped forward, placing his hands on the priest's shoulders. "Doesn't that mean the prophecy was wrong?" The priest set his teacup down with a sigh. "There you go again. As I've said many times, the prophecy isn't wrong, just delayed. The event you're waiting for will come." The prince patted his shoulder. "All right, I'll support you. Honestly, I'm only trusting your prophecy because I'm so bored these days." Hearing this, the priest said nothing, simply closing his eyes once more. Meanwhile, back at the Abyss Mansion, Shev was petting Luca while Kalen observed from the rafters above. A voice suddenly rang out. The people from the east must have misunderstood after seeing the lady's dark magic for the first time. The coachman's wife nodded. "That's right, we were scared the first time we saw it too. But how do we fix this misunderstanding about her being the Demon King?" Hearing this, Kalen seemed to come to a decision. Just then, Rena returned and asked, "What? Get engaged to Kalen?" Rostin stood beside her, looking slightly troubled. Kalen, the heir to the Southern Duchy, spoke bluntly. "I can't tolerate Duke Ruberlight's slander any longer. He's accusing the princess of being the Demon King just so he won't lose his eastern farmers." Rena could only bow her head and mutter, "Slander. It's all slander." Kalen continued with a firm voice. "The House of Duke Grab has had deep ties with the temple for generations. If you, the princess, marry me, all this suspicion about you being the Demon King will die down." Rena considered it. While the offer was tempting, she was hesitant. But, shouldn't an engagement be with someone you love? Her words completely stunned Kalen. His eyes went wide, as if he'd just heard something impossible. Rostin, the nanny, and the butler all froze. No one moved a muscle. Rena looked around, confused. "What? Why is everyone staring? Did I say something wrong?" To explain their shocked faces and the heavy silence that fell over the room, we need to understand this world. You see, for the nobility here, marriage and engagements are nothing more than carefully orchestrated performances. Flags representing the union of two houses might fly high, but it's really just a ceremony to merge two families' interests. Actual love between the two parties, tangled in a web of benefits and alliances, is basically non-existent. Rostin spoke gently. "You don't need to get engaged. There's another way to clear up this misunderstanding." Rena was curious. "Another way?" At that moment, A soft singing voice drifted up from the pond. Rena, the black flower that bloomed in the Duke's house. Unwelcome, the lady of the black flower hid herself away in a frozen mansion, caught in a snowstorm. The beautiful song told Rena's story. You endured the long, lonely nights in the freezing cold, and the melody carried on. The artist's song told of a romance between the princess and a prince, where a light of hope finally found its way to her. The two drew closer and closer, their passionate love burning bright. A heart-shaped flame erupted as they shared their first kiss. Rena's heart felt like it was set ablaze with pure love. When the song ended, the people listening were all smiling with admiration. A love story has always been a topic that captures everyone's hearts. And just like that, the song began to spread far and wide. Traveling minstrels were hired to spread the song of Rena across the land. When Ruberlight heard the news, he flew into a rage and ordered the arrest of every last balladeer. But despite his efforts, he couldn't possibly catch everyone singing that song. The young women whispered it to each other. The love ballad of the Black Flower Princess Rena was rapidly spreading all across the east. The tide was slowly turning in Rena's favor, and the people's fear of her finally began to fade. Elsewhere, Alin was deep in focus, repairing a mechanical system. After a while, she stepped out, exhausted, and shut the door. It was done. The woman looked at her with pure gratitude. You actually managed to fix all of this. Thank you so much. Alin gave a polite, gentle response. Of course. But inside, she felt helpless and completely fed up. She wanted to tell them to stop ordering her around, but her mind flashed back to the moment Rena had found her on the street. I need someone to fix up the inn so the farmers coming from the east will have a place to stay. With a sheepish smile, Rena had asked, It's not really granary business, but will you help me? Alin glanced down in annoyance at the red spark flaring in her chest. How could she possibly say no? It was this thing that kept her from defying Rena's words. She walked off with a heavy heart. If not for this, she would have run away long ago. Suddenly, a voice called out, Alin! A farmer waved cheerfully. I heard you were the one who fixed the drain pipe for our house last time. I'm so grateful. Alin slowly looked over but avoided his gaze, thinking he must believe she actually wanted to do this work. From behind, a new voice rang out as Veronica approached her gently. Everyone really likes you, Alin. Her voice dropped. To be honest, when you returned with the lady and said you'd work again, I was suspicious. I watched you, afraid you would just scam us and flee. Alin's expression remained calm and cold as she listened. Veronica continued, but after seeing you give it your all, I realized that you're truly sincere. Her eyes slowly lifted, the warm sunlight illuminating the massive golden fields. Now I want to say thank you. I truly thank you for creating this granary land. A flash of shock crossed Alin's face, quickly followed by anxiety. She hadn't done this out of passion, nor did she ever expect the granary to succeed. But for a moment, they both stood in silence, just admiring the incredible view before them. The scent of the golden rice fields was fragrant. For the first time she felt not bad at all. Afterwards, they listened together to the sweet song being sung in the streets. Just as the grain in the fields ripened, the idle townspeople eagerly listened to the love song for Lady Rena. Before long, they were buzzing with curious whispers and gossip. They looked at the two princes walking beside her, close, handsome, and the main characters of the ballad. Clavis's warm gaze was fixed on her. Rustin's serious expression was always turned her way with eyes full of affection. The song, The Love of Princess Rena, the Black Flower Princess, continued to spread far and wide. Perhaps it was the power of that melody, because farmers from all over began to cautiously make their move. Or maybe it was the positive rumors, passed from one person to the next, that pushed them across the river toward the fertile eastern lands. Time passed under the warm sun, and the rice fields entered a season of bountiful harvest. The farmers worked relentlessly, sweat pouring down their faces, but pure joy was clear in every single motion. Meanwhile, at Rena's estate, the unwelcomed lady of the Black Flower was hidden away in her icy mansion amidst a snowstorm. Veronica, her face beaming with happiness, exclaimed, It's so wonderful to see all these beautiful flowers. Who knew you could grow such rare species in the cold north? It's like a dream. However, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by Clavis's shouting. Chev, he snapped, holding up a book right in front of the boy who was about to eat a pastry. How many times do I have to tell you, don't scribble in the books? When are you ever going to learn the alphabet? Chev glanced away, his indifferent attitude only fueling Clavis's anger. If you're going to write, at least do it properly. What is this letter even supposed to be? Are you even listening to me? His scolding echoed all the way to the hallway where Rena stood looking out a window. Another peaceful day, she thought quietly. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of a white-haired child standing below. Luca. She instantly recognized his adorable face. Meanwhile, at the frigid winter snow estate, A serious-faced man spoke up. "Your Grace, I have a question I'm curious about." Rustin shot him a cold look, his expression tinged with exhaustion. "What is it?" he asked curtly. "The song about Princess Rena, the Black Flower Princess," Che said with immense patience. "Who is the one the princess falls for?" Getting to the crucial part, Che asked bluntly, "It's the Duke, isn't it?" Rustin's blue eyes paused for a split second before he coldly replied, "What are you talking about? That's just a fictional song." Refusing to give up, Che pursued him, his voice stubborn. "But even if it's fiction, you can still guess who the subject is. This is what everyone is curious about. Please just answer honestly." Rustin looked back at him with suspicious eyes. "So, everyone's dying to know," his man shouted. "Is it Sir Orchid or the Duke?" Rustin just shook his head and turned away coldly. "It's just a song," he said. "I don't care who they imagine." But his man wouldn't let it go, his voice filled with anger. "We can't let the South steal the princess. Lady Rena belongs to us." Rustin sighed, a hint of a threat in his tone. "You seem a little too relaxed. Maybe we should restart your training." Just then, a knight came rushing toward them. "Your Grace, the Grand Priest is here." Rustin was a bit surprised but kept his composure. "That interesting little song has spread everywhere," the Grand Priest said, his eyes deep in thought. "Rena, the Black Flower Princess, has fallen in love. Is the object of her affection the Duke?" Rustin could only shake his head. He couldn't believe even the Grand Priest came to ask about this. But the man continued, "While the Duke is free to date whomever he pleases, there is one cause for concern." Rustin calmly asked, "And what is that?" The man replied, his face clouded with worry. "Isn't the Winter Snow family afflicted by a curse?" The moment he finished speaking, Rustin's expression froze solid. He fell silent as the man dredged up the most painful memories of his past. While the Duke was lucky enough to survive, his parents were both sacrificed to that very curse. He kept digging at old wounds. Even the Duke's own brother couldn't escape it. His eyes filled with pity. "My condolences, but this curse is not over yet." It suddenly dawned on Rustin what he was implying. If the Duke were to marry, his wife could also be affected. An image of Rena suffering flashed in his mind, sending a chill down his spine and making his face go rigid. The man's reminder was soft but sharp. "You should be careful, Duke Winter Snow." Rustin just sat there, completely lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, the sound of rushed footsteps echoed down the hall. Rena's voice called out urgently, "Rustin!" He snapped his head toward the sound. The other man looked over as well, asking quietly, "Is that the Black Flower Princess?" Rustin's expression darkened, but he remained silent. Hearing no reply, Rena called out again, "Rustin!" But all he could hear was the priest's warning ringing in his ears. "You should be careful." Rena, completely unaware of the tense atmosphere, just kept looking around for him, her expression calm. The priest's voice echoed in his mind. "The curse isn't over. Anyone who marries the Duke could be affected." Just then, Rena glanced behind her, sensing someone's presence. The Grand Priest's deep, warm voice rang out. "What a surprise to see you here, Lady Ruber." The air around them grew tense and cold. The Grand Priest continued, "It's an honor. I hear the North has been accumulating many virtues." Rena stared at him, stunned, noticing the unfriendly smile on his face. She instantly recognized the man, a brilliant aura radiating from him. He had the appearance of kindness and grace, the highest-ranking leader of the temple, the Grand Priest. His tone was laced with sarcasm. "You saved the granary lands, did you?" He chuckled, but the friendly gesture did nothing to ease the tension. "It seems you're more capable than I, a humble servant of the gods." Rena forced a helpless smile, thinking, "Damn it, did he figure out I'm the Demon Lord?" The Grand Priest simply watched her with clear eyes and an innocent face. Rena struggled to maintain a friendly facade. "So you are the Grand Priest. I have, of course, heard of your reputation. It's a true honor to meet you." But inside, her mind was screaming with anxiety. "Does he know or not?" The Grand Priest gently continued. "I heard the lady has become a saintess this time, correct? All the noble ladies must congratulate you together." His voice was sweet as honey. "How would you feel about having a joint coming-of-age ceremony in the imperial capital this winter?" Without waiting for an answer, he pressed on. "If Lady Ruber, the savior of the granary lands, joins me, the ceremony will be even more meaningful." Rena looked at him in surprise, thinking to herself, "A ceremony? If he's inviting me, he probably doesn't suspect I'm the Demon Lord." She let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you for the invitation," she replied. "I will definitely be there." He maintained his calm expression, about to continue. "Yes." And then he brought up the party's unwritten rule. At these events, adults usually attend with a partner. He didn't hesitate to state his true purpose for inviting her. "From what I hear, The song about the Black Flower Princess is quite popular. Therefore, I truly hope you will bring one of the two gentlemen as your partner." But even after he finished, she was still completely lost, just staring at him wide-eyed. "One of the two? What are you talking about?" He then gave a polite smile. "Well then, I will see you there. I'll be taking my leave." But a second later, his voice suddenly turned sinister. "It was a true pleasure meeting you, Lady Ruber." As he walked away, he thought to himself, "Rena, I knew it the moment I saw you." In his mind, she was already a bloody and dangerous figure. Rena is definitely the demon lord. He eagerly awaited the coming-of-age ceremony, leaving the estate completely thrilled. He had only one thing on his mind. "On that day, I will tear off that disgusting, hypocritical mask and reveal your true self to the world." As the Grand Priest left, she watched him go, her heart pounding with anxiety. Phew, he probably didn't find out, right? Once she was sure, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She'd just met an unbelievable character. Just then, his voice cut in. "Rena, what brings you here?" he asks. Her gaze grows serious, meeting his with a calm intensity. "Oh, nothing much. Luca just stopped by the house and we had a little chat." He looks up, surprised. "Luca?" Her mood instantly brightens as she tells him the story. Luca mentioned his parents used to hold a festival every harvest up in the north. Rostin listens, a bit shy but completely captivated. "So, I know this is sudden." She begins softly, trying to read his reaction. "What would you think about holding a harvest festival right here in our grainlands?" Her expression is so gentle, filled with joy as she explains. "I want to create a place for the hardworking farmers to just have fun." But he just keeps staring, cheeks flushed, silently wondering why he feels this way about her. He's lost in the sight of her sparkling figure as she speaks. The air around them feels warm, electric. Could this be real? Even though I have no connection to the north, I nearly lost everything just by coming here. Reina's face looks absolutely radiant, almost ethereal. He can't hide it, a warm, bashful emotion flickers right across his face. A memory suddenly flashes in his mind, her sitting on his body, surrounded by the fallen. Her eyes back then were shocked but so determined. "I will protect them, I will protect the North." He blushes at the thought. Was that the moment everything started? His gaze remains fixed on her, completely mesmerized. His long-time insomnia? It was gone. In a daze, he gives her his answer. "All right, let's have a festival." Hearing this, her face lights up with pure excitement. "Wonderful!" But he quickly cuts her short. "There's just one problem," he says bluntly. "The North doesn't have the manpower to prepare for a festival." But she isn't worried in the slightest. "Oh, you don't need to worry about that." She gives him a gentle, confident look. Sir Lan already made some calls. He looks at her fondly. Calls to who? The scene shifts to a northern city, where two figures in thick coats step from a carriage. They stand shivering beside the carriage from the southern duchy of Kraft. Festival expert Jenny and festival expert Lila. One of them speaks with a shaky voice. "I've never been this cold in my entire life. How does Sir Lan even live in a place like this?" But in sharp contrast, Lila remains calm and serious. That man has traveled the whole world. Nothing surprises him. The younger girl, however, is a shivering, anxious mess. I have no idea how to plan a festival in this cold." But Lila just stares ahead, her eyes filled with unwavering excitement. "The festival is important, yes. But don't forget the greater mission we were given." She's referring to something she's noticed about Sir Lan. Sir Lan, the man who once declared he would never, ever get married. And now he's falling for the Black Flower Princess. Jenny shivers from the cold, but Lila's voice is firm. "Our mission is to confirm her identity." She imagines it now. A warm meeting, connecting the two of them so their love can finally blossom and bear fruit. The younger girl agrees calmly. "Right. That means we need to create a very special kind of romance." But Jenny just whines, "I think I'm going to freeze to death before that ever happens." Lila pays her no mind, declaring, "This time, we will absolutely see Sir Lan married." The girl nods. "Yes." Suddenly, Rena speaks up, looking confused. "Straw?" She points innocently at what she's thinking of. "You're planning to hold the festival using straw?" Lila replies seriously. "That's right. When I came to the north, I saw fields piled high with straw after every harvest, with carts waiting." Her gaze is steady, her voice like steel. "With that straw," Lila continues, "we can build temporary stalls for drinks and crafts." Rena tilts her head, considering a festival made of straw. A strange feeling stirs inside her. For some reason, it reminds her of village festivals back in Korea. The people, the energy, the smell of bread, the clinking of coins, adults and children bustling everywhere. A smile spreads across her face, full of excitement. Everyone works so hard just to enjoy this holiday. And just like that, she agrees with their plan. It's perfect. Jenny, Lila, let's make a festival that both adults and children can enjoy. Lila's gaze turns sharp, focused. So this is the lady. Rena Ruberlight. In Lila's eyes, she appears like a beautiful muse with an impossibly warm smile. Lila is now certain this is the Black Flower Duchess, Rena Ruberlight. She leads the people with such confidence and passion, earning their adoration. Lila can't look away. Rena is so beautiful and healthy. A shiver runs through her as her expression turns serious. This woman is completely worthy of becoming the Duchess of the South. Lila's heart swells with pure, unadulterated joy. Sir Lan, you've finally met someone like her, Jenny mutters from behind. Her cheeks are so thin, no need to cry about it. Lila stops in front of a huge pile of straw, gathered from all the local villages. Rena speaks up then, wanting to add something special. But wouldn't it be better if we had something more unique? Her words pique their curiosity. Something more unique, you say? Rena snaps her fingers, and the sound echoes clearly. And just like that, she effortlessly summons a black flame, igniting it from thin air like a torch. Lala and Jenny could only gasp, watching the strange fire not just burn the wood, but spread with terrifying speed. But Gina just smiled, completely calm. What do you think? She asked, not even seeming to notice their stunned silence. This would make for an absolutely amazing fire performance, wouldn't it? She mused aloud. Layla turned, trembling, her lips moving but no words coming out. A single question echoed in her mind. A performance? What did she mean? A fire performance. Her eyes were glued to the black flames, a terrifying realization dawning. Then it hit her, this was black fire. She couldn't believe it. A woman as pure as Jenna using black magic? Jaina's eyes flashed crimson as she gave Lala a mysterious smile. The future lady you mentioned, she said. Layla's face went completely pale, her mouth wide open but utterly speechless. Was this girl the Demon King? When Callan heard the news, he tried to laugh it off to hide his own shock. Well now, that's quite a story. By then, Gina was already gone. Callan just stood there, staring at the blazing fire, a strange feeling stirring within him. He tried to keep his expression neutral, but deep down, a bit of excitement was bubbling up. He'd seen this flame. It was the first time he'd ever witnessed Gina's magic, and honestly, it left him absolutely stunned. The black flames she created began to spread across a glass wall, looking like claws tearing through the air itself. Callan nearly collapsed, barely able to believe his eyes. And yet, Jaina just calmly turned to her attendant. Veronica, do you think this is enough? Callan flinched, but Veronica simply replied, maybe weaken the flames a bit. A single thought shot through Callan's mind. Saintess. And here's where it gets wild. Cold sweat ran down his face as the truth hit him. Using black magic? He struggled to keep his face a neutral mask, but his mind was absolutely reeling. He always thought the Saintess was one person, and Chev was the Demon King. But now, everything was different. Layla and Jenny stood waiting in silence, watching Callan, who was lost deep in thought. Lala's concern for her master spiked. Master, she screamed, watching him reach out to touch the black flame. But strangely, the fire didn't burn him. It just flared brightly around his hand, completely harmless. Callan realized he was totally safe inside Jenna's magic. Even standing in a sea of black fire, he was unharmed. From behind, Layla and Jenny watched in stunned silence. Callan met their gazes with pure trust, trying to calm their fears. Jaina isn't the Demon King, he explained, though she's been mistaken for one plenty of times before. To clear the rumors, she composed the song Lady of the Black Flower and performed it everywhere. But Layla still looked skeptical. She realized the loving scene she'd witnessed between them was just an act. So, they aren't actually in love? She wondered. Later, under a bleak northern sky, Jenny and Lala walked across the cold landscape, their hearts heavy with doubt. If the song was a lie, then the wedding was probably off, too. But that thought was cut short by Layla's firm voice. No. She remembered how happy and close they had seemed when Jaina and Callan were together. When Callan was with her, his entire expression changed. His gentle eyes, his warm smile. Layla recognized it instantly. The look of a man in love. Standing there in the cold northern air, Layla made a decision. She would bring them together. She had to prepare the perfect romantic stage, just as the original plan intended, to finally connect their hearts for real. The night of the Northern Festival arrived. Gina, beautiful as a painting, stood amidst the lights, holding a bouquet for her grand performance. The act was supposed to end with her taking a young man's hand, accepting a flower from her prince, as love blossomed. Her thoughts were interrupted by a question. You two want me to perform the finale? Layla nodded with a kind smile. Yes. It's the scene that the audience is waiting for most. Just then, Callan walked in. Layla continued, looking at him. "And the role of the prince will belong to you." Seeing Callan's handsome face as he held the flowers with a princely smile only strengthened Layla's resolve. But when she heard the plan, he immediately shot it down. "No way! The Duke is the one who should be on stage." Rostin just closed his eyes in silence. Layla didn't back down one bit, growling, "You dare oppose Lord Callan?" Chi's eyes were firm, unafraid. "This is a northern festival. Lord Rostin, as the reigning Duke, has every right to be on that stage." The two of them faced off, the air thick with tension, staring each other down in a silent battle. Gina and Callan could only watch, confused, as the two argued fiercely over who should perform the song with her. In the middle of the tense silence, a new voice cut through. A small animal, eyes shut tight, lay in someone's palm. "Wait a minute, I object." Just like that, Chi appears, face filled with rage. Rena watches the whole scene unfold in silence. Layla fires back with her reasoning. "The Lady of the Black Flower is a love song, only someone in love can perform it." With a serious look, Leela clenches her fists, stunning Chi into silence. Then she points right at Callan, her voice full of reverence, "Our Sir Callan." Her words send a blush creeping up Callan's face, leaving Rena and Chi speechless. Callan freezes solid, and even the creature in his arms looks absolutely baffled. Rena calmly watches him, waiting for a reaction. But the second their eyes meet, Callan just panics, blushing hard, and quickly looking away. Even the little creature is giving him a judgmental stare. The story of the Black Flower Princess dancing with a mysterious, masked prince has captured the public's imagination, sparking immense curiosity among the people. With her mind racing, Rena sinks into worry. According to Chi, the vast majority of the people in the north already support Rostin. Even during her meal, she's completely lost in thought, lifelessly cutting her food and letting out a deep sigh, as if she were already on stage. A wave of deep frustration begins to build inside Rena. She doesn't understand why everyone's in an uproar over such a trivial matter. But the person with her gently points out, "This is no small thing." "My lady?" At these words, Rena stops, her expression turning thoughtful. Her companion pauses the meal, then slowly explains that for a noble lady like herself, public performances always carry a deep political meaning. Rena listens intently, slowly realizing the truth. Whoever stands on that stage with her could actually change the people's entire perspective. It's a moment of sudden realization, her eyes flying wide open. Change their minds? What does that mean? Cut to the North Village Gate, a black wooden archway with an inscription. Children are playing joyfully in the village, some sliding around while others watch. Adults walk along the path, which is covered in straw. The air is thick with a festive spirit. Two women stand together, gazing upward. The play of the Black Flower Princess and her mystery prince is still up in the air. The performance has begun, but a prince still hasn't been chosen. Inside a magnificent palace, blanketed in pure white snow, Layla and Jenny have joined Rena in the preparation room. By now, she's already dressed in the beautiful princess gown. "Whoa," she lets out, absolutely delighted as she looks at the stunning dress on her. Jenny sees how happy she is, and begins to tell her all about the dress's origins. "This dress was bought from the south, you know." Layla seizes the opportunity, adding that southern noblewomen dress lavishly and enjoy extravagant parties every single day. She continues in a proud tone, explaining how money and fortunes rain down in amounts so vast they're impossible to even count. And among them, the Raphael ducal family is the absolute wealthiest of the 4 great ducal houses. And right then, Layla makes her move, extending an offer if the young lady would agree to go to the south with Sir Callan. Rena stands there, the very picture of a noble lady, as Layla tempts her with the most unbelievably attractive offers. "You, my lady, will enjoy the finest things this entire world has to offer." Layla's words clearly have an effect on her, making her actually consider a future in the south with Callan. Rena remains silent, just watching and listening to them both. And then, it finally clicks. If the prince is Callan, with his warm smile and a bouquet of flowers, looking right at her, the people of the north would be terrified. They would fear that if she genuinely returned his feelings, the two of them would end up together. That would lead to the sight of her in a horse-drawn carriage, leaving the gates, leaving the northern lands for the south. And the northern people, including those closest to her, would all be left behind. They would feel abandoned, left to wait and wonder. She keeps her eyes locked on Leela and Jenny, but internally, she gets it now. I understand what this performance truly means to them. And then, a radiant smile spreads across her face. I've decided who will play the prince. Down below the stage, the festival is in full swing. The people of the north are eagerly anticipating this performance. Then, a pair of elegant shoes steps firmly onto the stage floor. He holds a gorgeous bouquet, designed with shades of pink and red. On stage, Rena is smiling at the prince she has chosen for this performance. But the question is, who is he? First, we see a head of perfectly styled, dark purple hair. And then, the dashingly handsome prince finally appears. The man standing beside Rena is none other than the Duke of the North. He gently holds the bouquet in his hands. Rena turns to face her people, her heart swelling with pride over her choice. She couldn't possibly let the northern people down. And right then, Rostin's deep, warm voice rings out, calling her name Rena. Even though his expression is cold, his words are shockingly sincere. I love you so much, and because of that, I want to give you everything. Rena's eyes fly open in shock, completely caught off guard by what is happening. This was definitely not part of the script. Rostin approaches, placing the bouquet in her hands, his eyes never leaving her face for a single second. Suddenly, Rena realizes something is very wrong. This line isn't in the script. Rostin just tilts his head, his eyes deep and intense. Everything I have, I want to give to you, just like my love. Rena's eyes widen as the crowd around them erupts in cheers. Jenny and Layla stand beside Can, their hearts sinking. Why would their master get rejected like that? He deserves someone better. Ken replies awkwardly, I wasn't the one rejected, and I don't need anyone's pity. The stage curtains slowly close, ending the play, but Rostin and Rena remain standing there, their eyes locked. Rena finally breaks the silence. Rostin, were you actually crying during your lines? He doesn't answer, just offers her a faint smile. Rena thinks, is he smiling? Rostin then speaks up, it's been so long. Not since I was a child have we had a proper northern festival. I remember those days, he continues, when we could fill the storehouses with grain after so many good harvests. I thought a day like this would only come after we defeated the Demon King. Rena stammers. Rostin looks at her sincerely. You're the one who made all this possible. If there is anything I can do for you, please, just say the word so I can show my gratitude, Rena. Rena can't believe her eyes. She thinks Rostin is actually really handsome when he smiles. She coughs, trying to clear the awkward air. Ahem. I wasn't going to say I expected a reward, but her crimson eyes lock onto his. I do have one request. The scene shifts to Chi talking with a craftsman. The man is shocked. Huh? A request to build a statue like this? In my 30 years of work, this is the first time I've ever gotten an order like this. Chi replies, it's a special request from the Duke's estate. Please do your best work, Chi asks. The craftsman nods. Yes, this won't be too difficult to make. He glances into the distance, where the materials are already waiting. The scene cuts to a crowd of people working, their shouts echoing. The ropes are too tight, pull it over here. Rostin secretly watches Rena, thinking he never imagined he would want a statue like this. Nearby, Rena surveys the location for the monument. She thinks, if we place the statue on this hill, everyone in the east will see it. The people keep working with all their might, their shouts ringing out, pull! One man sighs in relief. Whew, this is the first time in my life I've seen a statue like this one. The statue depicts a female farmer holding wheat, sparking chatter among the crowd. A monument honoring a farmer. Yeah, in an age where statues are only for gods, emperors, or nobles, honoring a peasant is a seriously bold move. Rena beams with happiness as she watches. She tells Rostin, with this statue, everyone will know the North truly values its farmers. The farmers in the East can use this statue as a symbol of hope to guide them through their hardships. She smiles, a cunning glint in her eye. If we do this, we can attract all of their farmers here and destroy every territory in the East. Then she lets out a sinister laugh. Rostin feels helpless, but still smiles. A duchess plotting to take down her own father. He thinks, I really give up. Faced with someone so strange. Just as people prepare to leave, the sky suddenly turns dark. One man in the group shouts, we have to get down from here. Now. But another voice suddenly calls out, wait a minute. He brushes away a thick layer of snow with his hands and is shocked to find something underneath. His face lights up with pure joy. We hit the jackpot. Look, there's more of it over here. Wow, we almost missed it. Come on, dig faster. Before it gets any darker. Suddenly, strange noises echo, startling the entire group. What was that sound? A low growl. What is that? What's going on? The cliff face suddenly cracks open, forming a deep, dark abyss. We cut to Callan, waking up groggily. He sees Chev dressed in a black cloak, as if preparing to go out. Callan asks quietly, where are you going this late at night? And then he sees it tendrils of dark magic swirling around Chev. Callan is horrified. Is that dark magic? Chev is using Rena's dark magic. The Demon King has appeared, burning every city in black flames. And then, The saintess will appear to save the world with her holy power. 1,000 years ago with the high priest. On the day we received the god's divine decree, I have been waiting for my chance to meet the saintess. The scene changes to the saintess being caught by Aden as she tries to sneak out a window. She lets out a forced laugh. Haha, Sir Aden. Aden gives her a serious look. Saintess, you weren't trying to sneak out, were you? Sweat beads on her forehead as she climbs down, trying to change the subject. I just thought you were going to be late today. Aden ignores her, saying coldly, as I've said before, you are not to go outside. You cannot leave the shrine. She begins to stammer. But. Aden continues. You have been chosen by creation itself to save this world. Saintess, if you were to get hurt or face danger outside, no one could ever replace you. I would be very grateful if you could live according to the schedule I have laid out for you here in the shrine. The air grows cold after Aden's words. A deep sadness flickers in her eyes. I understand. And with that, she runs off, leaving him all alone in the quiet hallway. Ain realizes the saintess he'd awaited for 1,000 years is just a normal 19-year-old girl. Then, one day, duty calls. He has to go to the Western Labyrinth. He goes to report to the saintess, who looks shocked. The Western Labyrinth? Ain just nods. Yes. Reports say villagers stumbled upon it while picking mushrooms, the Western Labyrinth wide open. He insists they have to move fast before the monsters get out. The saintess's face is a mask of worry. Ain can see it clear as day she's scared. He tries to reassure her, don't worry. I won't let you enter that labyrinth alone. The scene shifts to the Western Mountains, with the saintess giving it her all against the monsters. The other knights, of course, are full of praise. Amazing saintess. At this rate, we'll clean them out fast. But Ain can't shake a weird feeling. These monsters in the Western Labyrinth, they're too weak. It's almost like they're putting on an act, just strong enough for the saintess to handle. After clearing them out, she feels a definite shift inside her. And boom, for conquering the labyrinth, she gets her reward. She's leveled up. The knights all rush in to congratulate her. Incredible, saintess. This labyrinth was nothing compared to you. But Ain hangs back, deep in thought. Something's not right. Conquering a labyrinth shouldn't be this easy. Later in the library, a golden-haired girl quietly interrupts him. Ain, now that the labyrinth is clear, can I go hang out with my friends today? Ain's reply is ice cold. No, you cannot. Dejected, she just sighs. Another time. Then, he presses on. Besides, the training schedule I've set for you is already packed. His tone is dead serious. Are you unhappy with your training? Saintess, you are the savior. But she isn't ready to give up. Then, Sir Ain, can you be my friend? He actually seems surprised, frowning. That is also impossible. My mission is to support and train the saintess. I cannot be her friend. As the sun sets, a subordinate rushes in with terrible news. A massive fire is tearing through the capital. Ain is stunned, whispering, the whole capital? Yes, sir. The city is burning. And where was the saintess? She'd skipped her training to go have fun in the city. Ain's expression turns absolutely thunderous. The scene jumps to Abis, where Rina is reeling from Kalan's accusation. What are you saying, Kalan? That Shev used black magic? In a flash, a flicker of suspicion crosses Rina's face. She clearly can't believe what she's just heard. The words echo in her mind. Shev used black magic. She doesn't hesitate, rushing off to find him. Could he really be a monster? Rina throws the door open with Kalan right behind her. She screams his name in pure rage, Shev. But then, she stops dead in her tracks, because in front of her is just a boy, sleeping peacefully in his bed, with books scattered all over the place. On the bed, on the floor, everywhere. Rina steps closer, and the noise is enough to wake Shev. He groggily rubs his eyes. Kalan immediately lunges forward, pointing, Shev, last night you. But Rina cuts him off. I'll handle this. She turns to him. Where were you last night? Shev just looks confused. Last night? I was asleep. Kalan isn't buying it. He points accusingly. Liar! You bumped into me when you came in last night, and you even used black magic. Shev just repeats the words, totally bewildered. Black magic? Kalan snaps back. Don't play innocent. Rina bends down, picking up a piece of paper. She glances at the messy scrawls on it and just shakes her head. After reading, she looks at Kalan. Kalan, I think you were mistaken. There's no sign he left. It looks like he fell asleep studying. Kalan is floored. What? This guy? Studying? No way. But Rina defends Shev. You were so convinced he was the Demon King, you probably just dreamed it. Kalan refuses to back down, trying to explain. No, it wasn't a dream. Just then, Shev's expression twists into a sinister smirk, his eyes locking onto Callan with pure triumph. Rena misses it all, looking at the paper. Your handwriting needs work, but this is a good start. That drive to learn, once it kicks in, it's a powerful thing. It's just human nature. Callan sees Shev's face change and his own jaw hits the floor. Look, he yells. He's smiling. I was telling the truth, Rena. But his words are lost as the scene cuts back to the capital, engulfed in a raging inferno. Armored knights stare at the scene, whispering among themselves. This is a catastrophe. They walk forward, watching the city burn to nothing but ash. From behind a rock, a group of kids watches them pass. A bearded man eyes them too, muttering, "Holy knights? What brings you to a miserable place like this?" He straightens up, starting a conversation with the soldiers. Behind them, a badly injured woman clutches her trembling child. "Please," she begs, "just a little water." The baby in her arms is also covered in blood. She pleads again and again, "Please, just some water." Ain's heart breaks, but his orders are cold. "Do not look back. We have our duty." And just like that, they obey. Leaving the desperate woman all alone, they press onward, ignoring the devastation all around them. Ain's thoughts are grim. Their only mission, protect the Saintess and defeat the Demon King. Holy Knights exist for one single purpose. In a sea of fire, he orders them to split up and find the Saintess. They pass a wounded old man, asking him if he's seen the Saintess anywhere. He scoffs, repeating the word Saintess, then laughs. "Ha, the Saintess. She's nothing like you people." With eyes full of pure admiration, he says, "The Saintess always watches over us with her warm light." His face glows with joy, the image of her burned into his mind. The knight with brown hair is left utterly stunned by his words. "Ah, forget him," his companion says. "He's talking like a madman. Let's check somewhere else." A strange golden light suddenly washes over them, startling everyone. Nearby lies a man, his eyes wide open even in death. He must have suffocated in the wreckage, Aiden thinks. Where on earth could the Saintess be? Then he too is engulfed by the overwhelming golden light. Aiden whips his head around, whispering, "That light." Suddenly, the dead behind him are bathed in that golden glow. Their bodies tremble, then slowly begin to rise. Aiden's face darkens, he knows for a fact these people were dead. He moves toward the source, shielding his eyes from the blinding light. When he arrives, he finally understands. His face fills with awe as he breathes out. The Saintess. She's glowing. Before him stands the Saintess, as beautiful as a painting, her hands clasped in prayer. Behind her, a divine figure with massive angelic wings unfurled creates a truly sacred scene. A mass resurrection spell has been cast, saving the victims of the fire. Aiden can't tear his eyes away. This is why the Holy Knights exist, he thinks. For her. The people around them are in shock. Someone cries out, "Oh my heavens, may the gods bless us." Aiden is lost in his own thoughts, reflecting on this moment as the Saintess continues to radiate that miraculous golden light. All around him, people fall to their knees, praying for her blessing. So this, he thinks, is the Saintess he's awaited for 1,000 years. Ahead, a pure white palace stands in stunning elegance, surrounded by an explosion of vibrant flowers. A priest, teacup in hand, thinks to himself that while the Saintess is much stronger, she still lacks experience. She needs to train in the northern labyrinth. Rena has already taken far too much. The priest's thoughts swirl as he holds the warm teacup. His eyes are lost in thought. He realizes he has no choice but to lower the difficulty of the western labyrinth. In her current state, she's no match for Jenna. Until the Saintess is stronger, he'll need to assign Jenna a different mission. Elsewhere, Jenna is both shocked and furious, shouting, "Didn't they say the western bandits had looted everything clean?" She sees a cart overflowing with food, and cries out in sheer disbelief as a strange aura explodes from a room against the dark sky. Sarah appears, looking like an angel descended from the heavens. Suddenly, a sound makes her eyes widen in shock. When she sees who it is, Sarah is too stunned to speak. Sir Aiden. His overwhelming presence forces her to bow her head in guilt. "I'm sorry for skipping my training," she begins, but still tries to make an excuse. "But I never thought a fire this big would happen." Immediately, two huge men step in front of her. "Don't blame the Saintess. Blame us. We're the ones who begged her to skip practice and come with us." But Aiden is silent, his expression cold as ice. "We will take full responsibility." Aiden finally starts to move. The black-haired man cries out in pure fear. "What in the world?" The blonde man turns pale, stammering just as badly. "Captain?" Even Sarah can't believe what she's seeing. Sir Aiden, the man who was always so proud and unreachable, is now kneeling before her to admit he was wrong. "I ask for your forgiveness, my Lady Saintess," Aiden says. each word calm and measured. As your servant, it is my duty to support you. As he speaks, he bows even lower. I am sorry for my arrogance in trying to control your every action. Please forgive my overstep. For a second, Sarah is just completely stunned into silence by Aiden. At that moment, the two knights beside her seize their chance. So, does that mean we can leave the capital freely now? Can we go drinking? But it's Sarah who slowly begins to speak. If that's the case, there's a certain unchangeable rule of the Holy Knights I want to get rid of. Aiden responds instantly. What is it? Please, help these people. I know it's against the Order's law to interfere in disasters like this one. Once more, Sarah opens her arms wide, pleading earnestly with them. But please, you have to help everyone here. These people fought with everything they had just to survive. Sir Aiden. At her words, a satisfied smile crosses Aiden's face. He quickly bows again to accept her command. If the Saintess gives the order, then I will obey. But Sarah wasn't done yet, adding one more condition. And one more thing. The look in her eyes towards Aiden had completely softened. Be my friend. His eyes widen at her words. It takes Aiden a moment to even process it all, as Sarah just keeps right on talking. With so much going on, he felt powerless and finally cut in. If it was an order from the Saintess, then he had no choice but to obey. After he said that, a sense of peace quickly returned to the scene. For the first time since the Holy Knights were founded, they were present for a citywide disaster and managed to mitigate much of the damage. The citizens began to gather, spreading tales of Sarah. The Saintess was showered with praise from the people of the capital as they clasped their hands and prayed before her. Everyone was certain that even if the Demon King himself were to appear, the Saintess would protect them all. But unknown to them, in a different place, Rena was reaching her boiling point, gritting her teeth as if she might explode at any moment. That was the 50th carriage to be hit. She couldn't stand it any longer. She vowed to personally take down those bandits in the west. On the map, the northern and western parts of the empire were connected by a series of territories that ran from north to south. But a massive mountain range sat right in the middle, severely limiting travel between the regions. Unlike the resource-poor north, the west had a steady supply of spices, jewelry, wine, and fine fabrics. From cheap daily necessities to luxury goods made by master artisans, the west had a highly developed distribution network. Rena somehow found herself before a mountain of goods, the result of a bountiful harvest in the farming regions. Even the north had a surplus of grain, and Rena had her eyes set on it for a trade. Her convoy quickly set off, traveling through the dense forests and mountains, trying to trade goods along the major commerce route. Back in the present, hearing the report made Rena nearly lose her mind. Bandits hiding in a ravine had ambushed them and stolen all their food. A powerful aura erupted from her. How dare they take what was hers? She would make those fools understand their mistake. And so, Gina hid herself among the cargo in the wagon, letting the driver take her. But she couldn't completely hide her murderous intent. She quickly set out with her delivery caravan. But as Jenna traveled with the convoy towards the west, there was no sign of any bandits. After returning, she reported what happened, adding one puzzling detail. When I accompanied the convoy, they never showed their faces. But why am I not allowed to travel with you on every single one of these shipments? Up in the mountains, dark figures lurked behind the rocks, watching everything unfold. The bandits from the west were lying in wait. They would confirm the target was unprotected, ambush the cargo convoy, and then quickly retreat to their ravine hideout. When Gina expressed her confusion, Rostin explained that many nomadic tribes lived and survived between the northern and western mountain ranges. It seemed the western bandits were likely one of those very same tribes. They moved through the mountains with an expert ease, as if it were their own home. Rostin's eyes filled with a cold, calculating rage. He wanted to scour every inch of that area and punish them. However, the region was known for its dangerously steep terrain. Anyone unfamiliar with the area would be in grave danger. Knowing this, Gina still couldn't just sit back and do nothing. We can't just let this situation continue. We're running low on salt and pepper. Isn't there another way? Rostin kept writing, muttering to himself. If necessary, I can personally bring some items with a teleportation stone. What else do we need? Pepper, salt. As she listed the items, Gina suddenly paused. Her voice rang out clearly in the quiet room. No, that's enough. I want all of us to approach that place together. As soon as the discussion ended, Gina walked out of Rostin's home, glancing back over her shoulder a few times as she left. That man, Rostin. He was far too kind for someone in his position. A strange thought for Gina, who had absolutely no romantic experience. She wondered if it was because they had been living too comfortably lately. She'd heard people are only generous when their lives are easy. From his window above, Rostin watched her every move. He stood there alone, lost in his thoughts. For Gina's sake, he had to find a way to eliminate those bandits. But then, an unusual thought crossed Rostin's mind. It was strange. Why would nomads who usually live in the mountains suddenly turn into thieves? Night fell, covering the forest castle in shadow. Kalen woke up in the middle of the night and decided to walk around. That's when his attention was suddenly drawn to a familiar bedroom door. A suspicion started to form in Kalen's mind. Why was Gina's door open? Driven by curiosity, he peered into the room through the crack. Gina was sound asleep in her bed, but Kalan's gaze suddenly froze on the back of a figure standing right next to her. The moment he recognized the person, pure panic shot through him. "Chev, what are you doing in here?" He knew he had to wake Jenna to warn her of the danger. But before he could make a sound, a hand clamped firmly over his mouth. Kalen was then quickly dragged away into the darkness. And in what felt like an instant, morning light returned to the castle. He suddenly woke up, his eyes flying wide open. Kalan shot upright in bed, panting heavily. As the memory returned, he muttered in total disbelief. What was that? Kalan's eyes were wide with utter confusion. Was that just a dream? The scene shifts to Gina. Despite a full night's sleep, she can't stop yawning, still keeping up her disguise as a boy. She pulls her hat down low, lost in thought and wondering why she feels so tired. That's when someone beside her speaks up. We've finally reached the western border. She had joined a caravan of grain wagons making the long journey from the north to the west. A moment later, she couldn't help but look up. This time, to avoid being recognized, she was disguised as a simple errand boy. Gina thought her plan was absolutely perfect, and couldn't help but give a sinister little smile. Those damn bandits, she thought. A single, solid thought had been looping in her mind the entire trip. Just show your faces. I'll wipe you all out for good. Noticing the intense, murderous aura practically rolling off of her, the carriage driver nervously spoke up. Easy there, miss. In that instant, they arrived at their destination. Gina was stunned for a moment by his words. We're in the west. A little later, her angry hand slammed a beer mug down onto the table. Once again, the bandits didn't show. Now, Gina found herself in a western tavern, and her mood was anything but good. Her thoughts spiraled into anxiety, especially over the fact that the bandits hadn't appeared as she'd predicted. There were three main reasons she couldn't stop thinking about it. First, an image of a group of tall men flashed through her mind. This time, they had no intention of raiding anything. Their captain spoke for the group. Let's take a break this time, boys. Then, an image of nomads, completely drunk and celebrating, appeared in her thoughts. Second, they had already stolen over 50 wagon loads and seemed to be satisfied. Those men happily raised their glasses, saying, "We've eaten our fill." Suddenly, Jenna thought of two mysterious figures. The third reason someone in the south was acting as an informant. At that thought, her eyes flared red. She remembered how information on her movements was leaked during every single delivery. Jaina was so lost in her thoughts, she didn't even notice the pair of feet approaching from behind. If someone dared to leak intel, how would she catch them? Just as her mind was a tangled mess, an unexpected voice cut through the noise. You seem to be a bit lost in thought, my lady. The person's casual act of sitting right next to her made Gina jump in surprise. Before she could even say a word, the stranger spoke first. May I have a drink beside you, beautiful lady? But Jaina just let out an annoyed sigh. What was this? How did he figure out she was a woman so easily? Looks like my disguise was useless, she thought. Without a hint of pity, she shot the man a glare and bluntly dismissed him. Go away. I'm not in the mood for small talk. But the moment Jaina looked up, she froze. It was Noel's face. After looking him over from head to toe, she finally realized it was the Western Duke himself, Noel. In a complete panic, Gina unconsciously blurted out, Jameis. A quick smile flashed across Noel's lips as he was recognized. He casually sat right down beside her and cheerfully started a conversation. I heard from Duke Winter Snow that you've been through a lot. Miss Ruby. As soon as she heard that, Gina silently cursed that Rostin fellow. She suddenly remembered back at the carriage how hard it was to convince Rostin not to come with her, all under his watchful eye. If you come along, the risk of getting caught increases, so please stay behind. Just then, Noel deliberately spoke again, pulling Jaina's attention back to him. I think about it all the time. Why would the nomads, who have always been peaceful, suddenly become a band of criminals? And the one who answered him was Kai. It's because of the gold mine. He casually sat to the side, munching on a piece of bread. After hearing that, Jaina immediately and impatiently demanded, What are you talking about? Her eyes widened at his words. What do you know? But Kai just ignored her, which made Gina absolutely lose it, screaming, Did you say a gold mine? What do you mean by that? Only then did he slowly pick up his bread again and continue. The nomads lived peacefully in the mountains because their mountain had a gold mine. They had a gold mine right there. Kai quickly recalled the figures leaving a cave, a secret gold mine. They would sell a little of the gold in the city to make a living. Suddenly, his next words left the other two completely stunned all over again. But their gold mine is almost empty. Unable to contain her curiosity, Jaina's mouth moved faster than her brain. Empty? Who took it? Kai's unfinished sentences seemed to make Jenna lose her cool completely, as she yelled, "And more importantly, how do you know about that?" She became frantic, her dark aura flaring to life. "Don't tell me you're one of them." All of a sudden, a crowd of panicked people came running out from that direction, screaming their heads off. A powerful aura instantly flooded the entire space. Witnessing her rage, Kai began to tremble and stammered out his words. "Now I get it." His voice echoed through the tavern, met with Jaina's contemptuous smile. Noelle, standing behind the infamous Gina Ruby, couldn't help but be shocked by her incredible power and her words. "You've heard of me?" Gina asked. Kai had calmed down enough to face her, but raw fear still made the words spill from his mouth. "I've heard you use terrifying dark magic, but you've never actually harmed an innocent person." Those words made Rena pause. A moment later, she closed the distance, getting right in Kai's face. "Are you trying to say that you're innocent?" "Yeah?" Fear was still there, but pride pushed Kai to retort, "I've never stolen anything." And right on cue, the tavern owner spoke up to confirm it. "That's right, Kai's from a nomad tribe, but it's been a long time since they've come down from the mountains." This testimony seemed to finally cool Rena's anger. She fell silent for a moment, then quickly reined in her intense aura as everyone watched. At that moment, Kai's hand was on his chair, ready to stand. After their talk, Rena finally decided to sit and listen, showing genuine sincerity. The nomad tribe on the mountain isn't just a band of common thieves, you know, so why have they become robbers now? Tell me everything you know. In a flash, the scene shifts to a clear sky, as a pair of black shoes land on a stone ledge. On a high cliff, two figures stood close together. Kai moved with confidence, while Rena clung to the cliff wall, looking terrified. She was just now realizing that Kai was far more proactive than she'd thought. Still, she repeated to herself, "I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I'm not scared." Kai had even brought her all the way here, promising to show her the nomad's way of life firsthand. Suddenly, the sound of a whistle echoed in Kai's ear, making him freeze. His face paled as he turned to Rena. "Looks like we can't go any deeper. That whistle is a warning not to get any closer." Rena breathed a quiet sigh of relief, but tried to save face. "Right, that's what it is. I'm not scared, but we should turn back." But Kai wasn't letting her off that easy, pointing into the distance. "Before we go back, do you see that?" Following his finger, a strange cave came into view. It was a gold mine. Rena's fear instantly turned to shock as she stared in that direction. As Rena continued to hug the cliffside, Kai began to speak once more. Most nomads struggle to make a living raising livestock, so they used the gold from that mine to get by. But his voice suddenly dropped when he spoke of a barrier blocking the cave. Then one day, Kai's brows furrowed as he stared into the distance. A magical barrier appeared at the mine's entrance. Since then, no one's been able to get inside. Rena found this just as confusing. A barrier? Who on earth would place a barrier there? Faced with the question, Kai fell silent, unable to answer. Soon enough, the familiar castle came back into view. Rose quickly understood the story and nodded along. After a long silence, Rostin was the first to speak. The high priests erected that barrier to block the gold mine, but Rostin's words only made Kai grow more silent. "So that's why the nomads started stealing?" Rostin bluntly laid out his harsh judgment, right in front of Kai. What a powerful excuse. Instead of stealing, they could have just come down the mountain like you and worked hard for a living. That was the last straw for Kai. "They can't do that," he shouted, his voice full of frustration as he defended his people. "My mother lived at the foot of the mountain, so it was much easier for me to travel back and forth. But for most of the nomads, it's incredibly difficult to adapt to life down here." As Kai finished, a silent understanding dawned on Rena. She suddenly understood exactly what Kai meant. For a moment, she pictured their pained faces, people unable to embrace a new life. Then Ryan looked at the Rose of the present, understanding even more. Rostin, born a noble, would never get it. He was still trying to reason with them bit by bit. Even if it's hard to adapt, thievery is still thievery. But his next words caught in his throat when she said his name, Rostin. Rena slowly moved to stand with Kai, making a clear statement. "I stand with Kai." And Rostin, hearing those shocking words, was left completely stunned. "What?" Without a moment's hesitation, she stood up and made her proposal. To be clear, what the nomadic tribes are doing is wrong. But instead of punishing them, it would be better to give them a chance to start over. Finally, Rena met his gaze with unwavering determination. That's why I want you to go to the High Priest and ask about that magic barrier. Her suggestion seemed to drain the energy right out of Rostin as she continued, and to consider returning the gold mine to the tribes. Rena quickly put on an innocent face, pleading earnestly with him. You'll do that for me, won't you? Kai could only stand there in silence. The room grew quiet, leaving him alone with his thoughts. At this, Rostin could only let out a heavy sigh of acceptance. All right. The scene shifts to the castle's central chamber. Outside the door, a servant was already waiting for him. Please wait here a moment. The High Priest will be here shortly. Meanwhile, Rostin was still lost in thought, trying to process his decision to side with Kai Ren. His mind was in absolute chaos. Thinking back on their words, his rage at the robbers had been so intense, yet somehow it had vanished, replaced by forgiveness. But why? An image of Jenna and Kai, sweet and together, flashed in his mind. Could she possibly be the reason for this change? Rostin put a hand to his head, closing his eyes with a heavy sigh. This feeling, he wondered, resting his chin on his fist. Is this jealousy? Before a massive church bathed in brilliant light, Rostin and the priest stood facing one another. His face was cold as he spoke. I apologize for being of no help to you. The Duke. Rostin thought about how the High Priest was supposed to know about the cave barrier, yet he now claimed complete ignorance. Rostin walked down the grand staircase alone, his gaze fixed forward with a deadly serious expression. If even the High Priest didn't know about this. A mystical vision appeared, a cave filled with glowing blue characters hanging in the air. Rostin considered it. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. That mountain was so steep, even priests found it difficult, so who could possibly climb it to erect a barrier? Suddenly, he looked up, his expression hardening. His eyes locked onto something nestled within an archway of exquisite carvings. It was a small orb housed inside a cage, with a cross fixed to the top. The entire cage was enveloped in a faint blue aura of pure energy. He took a step forward. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, making him freeze. Have you ever encountered a barrier made of stone? Rostin, completely stunned, whipped his head toward the sound, his surprise written all over his face. Duke Raft, the Duke of the South, stood there dressed impeccably. His eyes were closed as he offered a gentle smile. It has been a while. Winter snow. The two men stood opposite each other. Rostin was already dissecting Joger's question. Was that how they placed the barrier so high up? Hearing this, the man asked. That's right. Are you also interested in it? Joger began to explain the stone, which was surrounded by mysterious rings of energy. It was a barrier stone. Priests from ancient times used it. Simply place the stone, and it generates a field that prevents anyone from getting close. Rostin looked down, his expression grim. So, did that mean the barrier originated from inside the cave itself? The Duke's voice broke his train of thought. Speaking of which, it seems my son has been visiting your city these past few days. A hint of worry crossed Rostin's face as he replied, Oh, yes, Callan. He recalled Callan's furious, glowing red eyes as he screamed, Chev. This was a pretty common sight at the Abus estate. Rostin stood off to the side, watching as an enraged Callan charged forward. He grabbed a handful of Chev's hair and shrieked, How many times have I told you to brush your teeth before bed? With a slightly worried look, he continued his report. It seems that he is enjoying his time here. Joger let out a soft laugh at that, muttering about, that kid. He then explained that Callan left home after an incident and had never once returned. Joger lowered his head, unable to look Rostin in the eye as his voice grew heavy. That boy has explored the world long enough. It's time for him to return and assume his role as the family's heir. Please, relay this message to him for me. Rostin nodded, his face stern. Understood. Inside a grand palace with classic architecture, Rena suddenly asked, You think a barrier stone is what created the shield? Rostin, standing opposite her, replied, That's right. We don't know who did it, or what their motive is. He thought of the stone in the cave and continued. But someone definitely placed a barrier stone there. Rena stroked her chin, deep in thought. Perhaps it's to stop people from entering the gold mine? Seeing Rostin's surprise, she added seriously, Whatever the reason, if the temple knows nothing about it, then we just need to destroy it. Simple, Rostin mused. But we can't climb the mountain. Rena just smiled with total confidence. Actually, there's one person who can. At that moment, Kai was standing amidst swirling purple energies, a worried look on his face. Jenna was staring at a piece of paper, reading strange words aloud. She abruptly stopped reading and gave a sweet smile, and the mysterious energy pouring from the paper grew even stronger. Then, the paper rolled itself up, and the energies vanished. Jaina sighed in relief. Phew, I finally finished this scroll. Rena strode forward, taking the scroll firmly in hand. Here, I'm giving you an incredibly difficult mission. Kai frowned. What do you mean? He took the scroll, clarifying the plan. I go to the gold mine cave, tear this thing, and the magic destroys the barrier, correct? Rena nodded. Precisely. They both began to imagine the scene, with Kai on a high cliff. He explained, when I start climbing, I'll purposely send cargo wagons past the cliff face. Those wagons will become the thieves' new target. Rena finished his sentence, allowing you to climb the mountain without being noticed. In their minds, they saw Kai tear the scroll and destroy the barrier. Rena finished. Kai gave a decisive nod. Understood. I will handle this. He then turned to Rena, his tone serious. As long as the nomads cause trouble, my own life in the village is at risk. Rena just smiled. Thank you. Then, she remembered something. Oh, right. Rena grabbed Kai's hand and closed her eyes as a deep purple energy surrounded them both. She explained that she had teleportation magic, and to use the scroll, he needed to be near the mountain. It's unclear if Kai even heard her. His cheeks were bright red with embarrassment. Nearby, Rose stood with her arms crossed, a dark expression on her face as she watched them. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that this was a feeling he just couldn't stand. In Rena's mind, the plan was simple: give the scroll to Kai. The barrier's destruction should be easy enough. The problem was, she was a level 1000 demon lord, and this was magic she had always used so gently. But now, its destructive power had been unleashed for a purpose that fit its dark origins. Suddenly, Kai tore the scroll in his hands, his face cold and determined. Before him, a massive fissure ripped through the dry earth like a giant scar. The deep crack stretched all the way to the cliff face. It was terrifying proof of the demon lord's power, which she had unleashed without a second thought. After returning from the scene, a weary Rena closed her eyes. This was my first time making a scroll. I had no idea it would be that powerful. The long, deep chasm didn't just stop there. It reached the very edge of the cliff where Kai was standing, growing deeper and wider by the second. Her initial plan was just to destroy the gold mine's barrier, but instead, the entire mine was completely leveled. Rena glanced over at Winter Snow and continued. It seems Kai was in shock. He replied softly, well, that's understandable. Rena let out a long sigh, her mind racing with worry. What if the bandits find out? Will they be furious that someone destroyed their entire gold mine? Would they return to their old ways? On the other side of the conflict, a man knelt helplessly on the cold ground. He was the leader of the bandit group, his face a mask of frustration and anger. As Rena and Winter Snow approached, he spoke up. Take my life. I offer it to atone for my sins. His confession made the two of them exchange a doubtful look. Rena stared at the man, a single thought crossing her mind. What a coincidence. The man lowered his head to the ground, his expression full of guilt, as if begging for forgiveness. Back in a grand palace, Kai sat nervously on a chair. His hands were clasped together, his back hunched over as he leaned forward. I went up the mountain and persuaded them, Kai explained, but then his expression darkened. I told them it would only make Rena more upset. Rena and Winter Snow listened in complete silence as Kai continued, and that the entire mountain would end up just like the gold mine. After hearing the whole story, Rena looked exhausted, her breathing quickening. The situation had become truly critical. She looked away, but couldn't help thinking that if having immense power was effective, it was best to use it. So, Rena and Winter Snow went to confront the bandit leader, now held captive by 2 guards. Rena crossed her arms, scolding him from a position of authority. The grain from the fertile lands represents the blood and sweat of farmers who receive nothing in return. Do you really dare to offer your insignificant life in exchange for over 500 people on that mountain? The bandit chief kept his head down, silent and tense, as Rena continued her speech. All of them will go to the north and work the fields until they've paid back our immense losses. The man pressed his lips together, his despair obvious. That's unacceptable. He looked up, his voice firm. You might as well just kill me now. Hearing this, a wave of anger washed over Rena. She gritted her teeth, firing back. I'm giving you a chance to repay what you stole. He dropped his head again, refusing to say another word. Just as he opened his mouth to speak again, his words left Rena feeling powerless. I'll pay with my life. Just kill me. She crossed her arms, deep in thought. He couldn't even be reasoned with. Finally, she closed her eyes and reluctantly answered, If that's the case, I have no other choice. In that instant, a dark energy began to radiate from Rena. Her face darkened as she spoke with chilling finality. I will have to blow up the entire mountain where your people are hiding. The bandit leader's face went pale with absolute terror. Defeated, he led all the nomads down the mountain to start a new life in the fields. After everything had finally settled down, Rena and Winter Snow sat together, enjoying some tea. Rena gently held her teacup, her voice soft but incredibly firm. The fields are always short on labor, and the bandits had to pay for their crimes. Wasn't this both a merciful and a wise decision? She smiled, satisfied, her eyes gleaming with confidence while Winter Snow sat in silent thought. He spoke slowly. I forced them to submit with power, but if the nomads work the fields, they'll just blend into society. This was supposed to be the way to fix her mistakes. But maybe she had judged the situation all wrong. The scene changes to a brilliant white palace, where the snow has given way to crisp, clean air. Inside, Dak is talking with a priest. Bandits, you say? I see. He thinks for a moment, then continues slowly. This is noteworthy. Suddenly, Dak's brow furrows, his eyes flashing with fury. He grinds his teeth, saying, Winter Snow must not make the same mistake I did by showing mercy to such inferior beings. The priest beside him sips his tea calmly, a strange, unreadable smile on his face. Meanwhile, Run and Anne sit properly, expressing their gratitude. You've both taken such great care of us. We are eternally grateful. They went on, describing all the help they had received from Jenna and Winter Snow. By working the massive fields of grain, the farmers' lives had become much more prosperous. But then Run's expression darkened, his voice faltering. Because of that, we tried to accept the nomads. Even though they were nervous at first, since the nomads had been thieves, they claimed to have repented, and the farmers needed the extra help. But they had zero farming experience and had never even held a scythe. Their pride was enormous. Even the slightest correction would make them explode with anger. Run sighed, his voice filled with sadness. Honestly, it feels like we're the ones being punished for their crimes. Rena moved to the window, her tired eyes staring out. When the nomads started working alongside the northern farmers, she truly thought they would slowly become part of society. But in reality, from their food to their clothes to their manners, they refused to compromise. They were determined to reject northern culture, clinging only to their own traditions. Rena remembered what Kai had told her. He'd once visited a nomad's home just to check in, but was immediately turned away. The man stormed back inside angrily and slammed the door shut. Kai had sighed, saying, They don't even want to speak with us. Rena crossed her arms, lost in thought. What could they possibly do? If this keeps up, they're going to clash with the northern farmers. Just then, a guard came rushing in with a report. My lady, there are 2 cargo carriages prepared outside the palace, Rena yelled out, completely shocked. You're telling me there are thieves? She snapped, annoyed. But all the culprits are already here. What are you talking about? The guard hesitated. And in that moment, something clicked in Rena's mind. It turns out, when the nomads left the mountain, another tribe moved in and started stealing. Her head ached, her face went pale. Another group of nomads? Jaina's eyes widened with worry. They were already struggling to deal with the nomads brought to the north, and now another group was showing up to steal. Inside a dark room, a sliver of morning light cut through the door, landing on Rena's troubled face. The room itself was a complete mess, a reflection of her chaotic mind. Outside, the snow fell without end, coating the grand palace in a layer of white. Rena looked down at her own hands, thinking about the sheer power she once wielded as the Demon King. That power had solved almost any problem she faced, but this time it felt completely useless. She remembered the bandit leader's words, You might as well just kill me. In that moment, seeing his face so close, Rena realized they weren't the simple villains she had assumed. They weren't evil, but they also weren't people who wanted to work for a peaceful life. They reminded her so much of the northern people. Rena had thought they would easily integrate with the northerners and become decent citizens, but now she felt hopeless, her eyes drifting toward the window, full of doubt. Winter Snow stood silently, observing her every little gesture and expression. He said nothing, just waiting for her to speak. Rena began to share her thoughts, her voice soft but filled with anguish. It's just like when I was locked in that dark room. Living in complete helplessness, I thought I was the most useless being in the world. A shadow fell across her face. Now, I have power. I thought I would never feel that way again. Rena turned to Winter Snow, her voice full of uncertainty. Is it because I relied on my power too much? Winter Snow was silent for a long moment, his eyes thoughtful. Then he finally answered, No, I don't think so at all. He stood up and walked closer to Rena, his voice gentle, yet firm. Rena, you tried to get their gold mine back. You gave them a merciful sentence so they could live by their own strength and leave that mountain. Rena was stunned by his words. He sat down next to her, his gentle gaze meeting her own tear-filled eyes. You didn't just rely on your power. Things simply didn't go as planned, but if you reassess the situation, you can still solve this. Rena stared at Winter Snow, overwhelmed with emotion. He spoke softly to comfort her. Rena, What you possess isn't only this power. You have more than enough ability to handle this. Rena was even more stunned. She reached out, about to touch Winter Snow's face, softly calling his name. It seemed like a tender moment. But then she suddenly grabbed him by the collar, her face inches from his, her voice seething with rage. You've been slacking off with your duties lately. Are you planning on making me do everything? Winter Snow calmly replied. No, of course not. The scene shifts. From a high vantage point, Gina thoughtfully observed the people living down below. As she surveyed the situation, she thought to herself reassess and solve. She now realized she knew absolutely nothing about their culture. From this moment on, she would thoroughly investigate just who these nomads really were. The scene cuts to a massive and magnificent palace. A voice echoed from within. Thank you for preparing such a magnificent feast for us. On the dining table, a roasted chicken sat on a platter, its rich aroma filling the entire room. Surrounded by beautifully arranged side dishes, that same voice spoke again. This meal is absolutely delicious. Sarah took a bite, the wonderful taste slowly spreading across her palate. She spoke happily. I'd heard Eastern cuisine was one of a kind. This is truly a prosperous and lovely place. A voice laced with hidden meaning replied. Of course, we must treat the saintess with absolute devotion and respect. The man sitting across from Sarah continued. After all, you are the savior who will rescue us from the Demon King. In addition, we hope you can resolve the problem with the labyrinth in the east. Sarah offered a cheerful smile. Oh, come now. That's hardly a great favor. This is the duty a saintess like me is responsible for. The old man's voice then lowered. I was very worried about the northern region, but thanks to you, saintess, I feel much more at ease. Sarah asked mid-chew. Because of the north? But isn't that place already well protected by Jaina and Duke Winter Snow? Hearing this, the man's eyes shot wide open in shock. He slammed his hand on the table and roared with fury. Protected? Sarah flinched, startled by his sudden outburst. His voice dropped low. Winter Snow is being manipulated by Jaina. A bewildered Sarah repeated. Manipulated? The old man's voice was heavy, his eyes burning with pure hatred. I don't know how she managed to deceive the saintess, but... His body trembled as fear crept into his stammering voice. Gina's true identity is the corrupt Demon King. Just as he finished speaking, Sarah froze mid-bite, her expression one of absolute disbelief. The old man then began to spin his tale. As he laid out the details one by one, the faces of everyone around them grew horrified. To this day, Gina continues to kidnap our farmers. What's more, rumors say she's enslaving the nomadic tribes in the mountains. As Sarah listened, her face went pale, worry etched into her features. She suddenly recalled an image of a long-haired demon chasing her and the soldiers. The image of Jaina on the game's cover. It looked an awful lot like the Demon King. She swallowed hard, trying to force down the anxiety rising in her chest. Sarah sat motionless in her chair, silently calling Ren's name in her mind. Could she really be the Demon King? The scene cuts to an arid land, where a farmer diligently worked the soil with a hoe. People were working hard all around, but that farmer's face was none other than Jenna in disguise. She worked while observing her surroundings, learning the way of life of the nomadic tribes. Gina pulled the brim of her hat down against the glaring sun, her eyes full of resolve. She stood majestically under the hot sun, hoe in hand. The nomads here had a custom of eating and praying every noon. 4 of them gathered together, closing their eyes in prayer. Thank you for providing us with this food. Rena quietly approached to listen. The prayer started out normally, but then one of them continued. Please, help us escape from this hell. Please let us return to our mountain range. Rena was stunned, thinking to herself, hell? Do they mean that Steep Mountain is better than this place? Back in the quiet of Rena's palace, she spoke with Kai after her return. He began to recount the nomad's story. Originally, the nomadic tribe survived by herding goats, Kai began, a worried expression on his face. His voice grew somber. One day, their sheep were found dead, scattered across the ground. A plague had wiped out their entire beloved flock. 2 villagers stood together, their eyes filled with sorrow and worry as they gazed at the dead sheep. Desperate for a new livelihood, they suddenly discovered a gold mine before them, inside a large cave deep in the forest. They believed it was a gift from the mountain god, a blessing bestowed upon the mountain and the mine for the tribe's benefit. But now that they've left the mountain, they believe the god has abandoned them to live in this hell. Rena listened, stunned and feeling great pity for them. She put a hand to her head and sighed. It was a true shame they viewed things in such a negative way. Kai added softly, their warlike nature wasn't originally so strong, but to protect the mountain and its gold from other tribes, they trained hard and became this way. Eventually, they even resorted to raiding. Rena came to a conclusion. So the other nomadic tribes moved to the desolate mountain. Silence hung in the air before Rena finally spoke, her voice as soft as the wind. "We need to send them back," Rena stated, causing Kai to blurt out in surprise. "Huh?" She looked down, her voice firm. "We need to leave the nomadic tribe on the cold mountain peaks." Winter Snow turned to Rena, his expression full of doubt. "You want to turn them into the mountain's private security force? Those nomads?" Rena, enjoying a cup of hot tea, answered with complete calm. "Exactly. The nomads are aggressive and deeply connected to that mountain. Guarding it is a much better fit for them than farming." Winter Snow stepped closer, reasoning with her that even if they were a good fit, she couldn't just hand over security to a bunch of thieves. That's like leaving a fish market in the care of a cat. "What makes you trust them?" Rena gave a cold little laugh. "We don't trust them. We make them believe in me." She snapped her head toward him, her gaze razor sharp. Winter Snow repeated in shock. "Make them believe in you?" A smirk played on Rena's lips as a dark aura began to radiate from her. She rested her chin on her hand and declared bluntly, "I am going to become the god of the nomadic people." Over at the nomads' camp, the scene was a simple one. A rustic wooden house with a pot of food bubbling away out front. Racks with drying clothes and other items were scattered around the grounds. A woman emerged from the house carrying 2 empty buckets. "I'll just go get some water from the well," she announced, attaching the buckets to a sturdy rope and lowering them down. Suddenly, something caught her eye. A white goat appeared, shimmering with a strange, otherworldly light. The woman gasped in shock. "A goat?" The animal turned its head, its eyes seemingly trying to tell her something. She stared into its eyes, a thought forming in her mind. "It's like it wants me to follow." The goat stamped its hoof and trotted forward. The woman, now deeply curious, followed it and hid behind a bush, whispering, "Okay, let's go see where this leads." Before her stood a tree engulfed in a powerful dark energy, pulsing as if it was about to incinerate the trunk completely. Then the energy vanished, leaving behind a scorched, smoking tree. The woman stepped closer, about to touch the charred wood. A line of pink text materialized in the air. "If you return to this place each night, an all-powerful savior will appear to guide you." Her face darkened with a rising sense of dread. She hesitated, realizing this was a divine calling. She immediately ran back to tell the tribe. The villagers buzzed with excitement. "A divine message has appeared. The gods have heard our prayers. Tonight, we gather there in secret." The group marched determinedly through the snow as one of the men spoke. "This is impossible." Before them was a long line of gleaming, golden carriages. "Gold wagons out here?" The divine call was real. The nomads cried out, "It's true, let's see." Suddenly, a woman wearing a mask materialized out of thin air. "Father, everyone has arrived." The woman was none other than Jaina in disguise. The crowd below was too terrified to even speak. One bravely asked, "Are you our savior?" Jaina was quick to reply, "Yes, I am." Seated upon a golden carriage, she declared, "I will take you in this chariot back to the sacred mountain." The nomads erupted in cheers. "Oh, divine one!" The nomadic people pressed their hands together, thanking her profusely over and over. Then Jaina continued, "In return, I have one condition." A black fire erupted through the forest, causing them to scream in terror. "Fire! Fire!" She crossed her arms, her voice ringing with grim authority. "Among you, only those who truly repent for their past sins may pass through this flame, board the carriage, and swear to never sin again." As she finished speaking, a young man looked around at the others. Every face was grim and dark. He sighed, his gaze fixed on the fire, before taking a single, decisive step forward. Mustering all his courage, the young man dashed through the flames, then turned back to see what would happen. Gina watched him in silence. The people around him looked at each other, a fierce resolve igniting in their hearts. A whole wave of people ran through the fire together, panting and cheering. "We did it! It's not hot at all!" But one middle-aged man remained frozen in place. He grit his teeth, narrowed his eyes, and finally charged forward with all his might. The moment he touched the flame, his foot was badly burned. He screamed in agony, "Ah, it's so hot!" Rena pointed at him, her voice a whip crack. "Stubborn fool, you have not truly repented for your sins." The black fire flared up, engulfing the man as he trembled and cried out, "I'm sorry. I am truly sorry." Everyone glared at him, their eyes filled with fury, as if the gods themselves were enraged. "Oh, heavens!" The nomad surged forward, forced his head to the ground and roared, "As punishment, we will slit this traitor's throat as an example to all." Rena gasped in utter shock. "What?" Behind the mask, she was completely paralyzed, thinking, "Wait a minute, this was definitely not part of the plan." The man, pinned down by the villagers, struggled wildly and screamed, "Let me go!" But when a cold blade pressed against his neck, he instantly shut up, as still and compliant as a statue. Jaina's voice cut through the tension. Wait. The energy around her slowly faded as Rena landed softly, walking toward them. It was the only way out, a lie paid for with another's life. Now the mask was gone, burned away. She couldn't say a word. The crowd gasped in shock, crying out, "Lady Rena!" In response, Rena simply offered a bright, beautiful smile. The nomads exchanged confused glances. A woman among them finally asked, "A goddess? Is she a goddess?" Rena awkwardly replied, "Huh? Oh, no. I'm not a god." The woman couldn't accept it, sadly saying, "That's impossible." "What about the divine calling?" Rena quickly explained. "I staged that. I have my ways." A goat then emerged from behind a tree, controlled by a rabbit named Bai perched on its head. The woman's son asked dejectedly, "So you're not a goddess?" Rena answered bluntly, "That's right. I'm sorry for deceiving everyone." The nomads were devastated. So the promise to take us back to the mountain, was that a lie too? Rena's expression turned serious. "No," she said, "that part is true." She explained that for the North to trade with the West, they had to cross the very highlands the nomads once lived on. Her idea was that by moving them, the toll issue would be solved. But now, another nomadic tribe had seized that mountain and begun raiding. Just as she finished, a blonde-haired man spoke up. "It's probably the Manuka tribe." The man beside him agreed, "It's definitely them." Rena continued, "As you've experienced firsthand, the people of the North work tirelessly just to survive. I want to bring them better resources by trading with the West." Her voice grew firm as her eyes swept over the crowd. "And so, I have a proposal. Your tribe protected that mountain longer than anyone else. This makes you the most suitable candidates. To secure passage between the two regions, become the mountain's guardians. I want you to take on this role." A young man cried out, shocked. "Guardians?" Rena's voice remained perfectly steady. "Use the skills you learned attacking northern merchants, and apply them to protecting people and their goods instead. Of course, I'm not asking you to work for free." Then came Rena's surprising proposal. "I will give you 100 goats as a reward." Everyone was stunned by the condition. Nobody expected her to offer such a huge sum. Rena smiled gently and asked, "What do you think?" The bandit chief, unable to hide his astonishment, exclaimed, "You truly are like a savior sent from God. I accept this offer." He stared at her intently, and Rena met his. The scene changes to a towering mountain, with steep cliffs surrounding a narrow valley cut by a treacherous, winding road. A young man on a wagon passes through. The nomads watch him from above, and he looks up with a dazed expression before smiling and waving hello. From their post high above, they give a friendly wave in return. The nomad tribe returned to the mountain and swiftly reclaimed it from their enemies. This time, they were no longer bandits, they were allies. The scene shifts. Winter Snow hands Rena a letter and says, "Rena, a letter from Noel Temis has arrived." Rena took the letter, asking in surprise, "Noel?" The Duke of the West, Noel Temis, had sent her a letter? The contents of the letter read, "I am overjoyed that trade with the North has become active again. To celebrate this occasion, I've prepared a party. I would be very grateful if you both could attend." After reading it, Rena thought, "A party?" Rena sighed wearily, complaining, "I'm so tired. I just want to rest." Winter Snow added, "He also mentioned that the winner of the party's game will be awarded the Tear of the Desert." The name echoed in Rena's mind. The Tear of the Desert, one of the 5 greatest jewels. Could it actually be the real one? The next scene takes us to Badia, the western capital, where a festival is underway near an ancient castle with a green dome. Inside a luxurious carriage, Rena wore a white formal gown with a flower pinned to her chest. Her eyes were alight with excitement. So this is the festival atmosphere in the western capital. It's so full of life. She looked over to Rostin and asked softly, "Are you planning to join the game?" He stopped reading his book to answer, "No, I have no intention of doing that." Rena tilted her head, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. "Really?" Rumor has it that the Duke of the West, Noel Temis, announced that the winner of this game gets the Tear of the Desert. Rena rubbed her chin, her resolve hardening. For such an incredible reward, it didn't matter what kind of game it was. She had to win. A confident smirk appeared on her face. Arriving at the party, Rena and Rostin were surprised to see the first game was a drinking contest. Duke Noel approached, smiling brightly, holding 2 cocktails. The West's alcohol distillation techniques were famous for being the best in the entire empire. This game is a great opportunity to enjoy the finest spirits of the West. He winked and smiled. "I hope you both enjoy yourselves." Rena took a small, delicate sip, noting that the taste of this wine was actually not bad at all. But she felt it was unfair, watching this man down a whole barrel of wine so casually. That was Thomas Tequila, the previous drinking champion. Rena was impressed, a notorious drinker from the West. He was definitely not going to be an easy opponent. Roston quietly advised her, "Rena, don't get too hung up on the jewel. Just enjoy yourself in moderation." She was confused and a little angry. What was he talking about? The desert's tear was incredibly valuable. Roston just sighed at her stubbornness. Rena wondered to herself, didn't they say the previous champion's record was 2 whole barrels? Not knowing if it would work, she suddenly made a loud declaration. "I will challenge myself with 3 barrels." Everyone was completely shocked by her words. 3 barrels? Could a lady like her really drink that much? No way. Duke Noel tapped his glass, the sound ringing out and grabbing everyone's attention. "I've never seen anything like this before." Rena raised her hand high amid the cheers, announcing that Lady Ruby Light was challenging the reigning champion's record. Roston sighed again, as if he'd never get used to the lady's energetic displays. Rena filled a huge goblet, raising it high to toast the boundless prosperity of the North and the West. The tense atmosphere instantly shifted to one of wild excitement. Rena began to drink enthusiastically. Thomas felt the pressure and quickly raised his own cup. But after an hour of non-stop drinking, Rena started to feel dizzy, barely able to stand. She began to hallucinate, muttering, "Why is everyone swaying back and forth like this?" Roston supported her by the shoulder, gently urging, "Rena, you're drunk, you should stop." She turned, her hazy eyes looking at him as she whispered, "Roston, wow, you're even more handsome when you sway." Roston turned bright red, totally flustered by the unexpected compliment, and quickly hid his face. What is she saying?" Duke Noel, who witnessed the scene, murmured thoughtfully. But Roston and Rena didn't even notice the Duke. Roston awkwardly said, "Even so, I think it's time to stop." Rena shook her head. Wait. She was dizzy, completely out of it. So this is what being drunk feels like? The Duke raised an eyebrow, his voice challenging. "Is Lady Ruby planning to give up?" Rena smirked. "Humph. Give up?" And then she used magic to return to her original state. She proudly declared to the cheering crowd, "I was just feeling a little dizzy." Thomas had already passed out after finishing just 1 barrel. The Duke announced that since her only opponent was unconscious, the champion was Rena Ruby. She happily accepted the cheers while Thomas was carried out by 2 men. From a dark corner, a beautiful blonde girl had been watching Rena the whole time. That kind of tolerance, she thought, isn't human at all. Just as I thought. A look of pure terror crossed her face. "Are you really the Demon King?" Rena confidently accepted the desert's tear, a stunning gemstone necklace, one of the 5 most expensive jewels in the entire empire. If they could acquire and sell this stone, it would be enough to fund the maintenance of the entire Northern Road network. Then, the North could finally become as prosperous and bustling as the West. The Duke asked cheerfully, "Excellent. So, what's the next game?" He pointed toward a terrifying black horse with a scar on its forehead. Bucephalus, the most untamable horse in the entire West. The second game was to tame and ride Bucephalus, a challenge called saddling up. The first man didn't even touch the horse before getting kicked far away. The Duke remarked, "Bucephalus is a magnificent horse, but no one has ever managed to ride him. What do you say, my lady? Will you accept this challenge?" Rena frowned, her reply firm. "Of course. I accept the challenge." With that, she walked toward the horse. The Duke turned to Roston and said, "Honestly, this game puts the lady at a bit of a disadvantage. Bucephalus doesn't like women, so as an exception, we are allowing the Black Knight to participate." Roston looked surprised. "The Black Knight?" The Duke smiled. "That's right. Aren't you worried?" "Roston, I am prepared to let you take her place in this game." But Roston shook his head firmly. "I choose to trust Rena. No, I'm not worried at all. If anyone needs to be worried, it's the horse." Rena walked toward Bucephalus with such a dense aura that the horse began to tremble with fear. The Duke asked doubtfully, "Worried for the horse?" When he glanced over, Rena was already on Bucephalus's back. She smiled brilliantly. "You were saying?" The Duke couldn't believe his own eyes. "No, that's impossible." Rena just laughed out loud. The crowd was in awe she had succeeded on her very first try. The horse looked completely terrified. From a hidden corner, the blonde girl was still watching Rena. Patting Bucephalus, Rena asked Noel, "So, what's the final game?" The Duke smiled. "The final game turns out to be the easiest challenge of all. This is a soul test, using the desert's tear," Noel explained. Rena looked baffled. "A soul test? What exactly is the desert's tear?" Noel continued. "It will shine brilliantly when touched by someone who has a pure soul. If you can make it glow, my lady, you will win the 3rd game and receive the desert's tear." Rena asked, a hint of worry in her voice. "But what happens if someone with an impure soul touches it?" Duke Noel explains grimly, that the desert tear will instantly turn dark, and that person can never possess it. However, since the lady is the great protector of the North, there's no way this precious gem could possibly turn dark. Rena lets out a nervous laugh, staring at the bracelet with pure anxiety. Could that really happen? Noel announces. All right, let's begin the final round. My lady, place your hand here. Rena hesitantly places her hand on the bracelet. Please work. Everyone holds their breath, waiting, but instead of a brilliant light, the bracelet turns pitch black. Noel is horrified. What is happening? This was the first time the desert tear had ever gone completely dark, as if its light never existed. What in the world is her soul made of? The beautiful blonde girl narrows her eyes. Just as I thought. Rena, you are, without a doubt, the Demon King. Rostin steps forward, placing a hand on Noel's shoulder. That Dark Knight's chance you mentioned before? I'd like to use it now, for this game. Fear grips the crowd at the gem's transformation, their suspicion now falling squarely on Rena's soul. Noel stammers, impossible. The hero of the North is actually the Demon King? Rena is just as stunned. Why did it turn this color? Rostin steps up, pleading, I will vouch for Rena's soul. Please, give us one more chance. Duke Noel hesitates for a moment. Very well. Both of you, place your hands on the desert tear together. If it fails to light up this time, the third trial will be considered a total failure. Rena and Rostin exchange a look, determined to pass this test. The air is thick with tension. But suddenly, the desert tear glows a brilliant red. The crowd erupts. It turned red. Is red even an option? Noel, stunned, says, You've succeeded. Rena can hardly believe her eyes. We really succeeded? Noel smiles. Yes. Together, you created a rare and radiant shade of red. As dusk falls, Rena breathes a huge sigh of relief in the carriage. Whew! Thank goodness it changed color. She hugs the box, smiling at Rostin. How fascinating. Why do you think the color changed when we both put our hands on it? Elsewhere, Noel reflects on the event. The desert tear turning red means two people will fall deeply in love, willing to sacrifice everything for one another. That kind of love, he thought, has nothing to do with a demon king. Just then, a member of the Holy Knights Guild speaks up. They claim the spectacle was nothing more than a curse from the Demon King. Ain's brow furrows as a stranger suddenly kneels before him. Please, you must destroy the Demon King. Ain doesn't answer, his expression calm but his brow tightening. Over in the lands of the Ruby Estate, despite the region's supposed prosperity, when the Holy Knights visit the eastern farms, they witness a devastating famine. Countless people are starving. A subordinate runs up. The Saintess captain has returned to the estate. Ain simply replies, Understood. He wonders to himself, the Demon King, is all of this really their doing? Back at the estate, Rostin asks, The South wants to trade with us? Chi nods to confirm. That's right. They even sent an advance payment as a deposit. Rostin looks completely baffled. An advance payment? Chi leads him to see it, which only deepens Rostin's suspicion. Chi then explains calmly, what they sent as a deposit was slaves. Later, Rostin explains the situation. The South wants to establish trade relations with them. Our reputation as a wheat-producing region must have spread across the empire, so the South is looking to trade for our grain. Rena looks confused. But why on earth would they send slaves as a deposit? Rostin answers gravely. They're offering a payment of 50 slaves. Rena is stunned into silence. This was just unbelievable. The South is the wealthiest region in the empire, Rena continues. They used to import and consume grain from the East. But I heard the East just suffered a massive famine, so now they're searching for other grain suppliers. She thinks for a moment, then says, This is a fantastic opportunity. Trading with the South will bring immense profits to the North. Meanwhile, in the South, an important meeting is being held in a hall of nobles, presided over by an elderly man. He sternly declares, Silence. We will now discuss the matter of the North. The first topic is grain imports. The council begins to discuss. So, what's the status of our agreement with the North? We've sent 50 slaves as a deposit. 50 slaves? Isn't that an incredibly steep price to pay? Does the North really have that much surplus grain? I heard their farms had a bumper crop, unlike the East, where the harvest was a complete disaster. That's right. Our over-reliance on grain from the East has always been a major problem. Haven't we talked about producing our own grain before? The atmosphere in the room immediately grows tense. Who are you trying to blame? Doesn't your own estate focus solely on wine production? Let's talk about that later. So how did the North manage it? Wasn't that the region that suffered from the most severe famine? An awkward silence fills the room. I'm not entirely sure. All I've heard from the North are rumors about the appearance of a Demon King. The Demon King has appeared for real? The air in the meeting grew impossibly heavy. No one was quite sure. Information from the north was just too scarce. An aide then walked over, whispering to the chairman before he spoke. "Attention! Your attention, please. We have just received a response from the north." The Council of High Nobles murmured, "What could it be? They have returned every single slave we sent to them." Up north, Rostin was talking with Kellen, the heir to the duchy. Rostin explained that historically, the north and south were the two regions with the least interaction. Geographically, the two areas are too far apart, and their climates are completely different. From what he knew, the southern nobles often gathered to decide on political matters. "Is that so?" Kellen replied. I don't really want to talk about the south." "That's right. The south is ruled by our ducal family and the Grand Nobles Alliance. My father mostly handles religion, national defense, and foreign affairs. Smaller civil matters are usually handled by the Council of High Nobles." Rena then asked Kellen, "But why does the south import grain? Don't they have plenty of fertile land down there?" Kellen explained it's because most of that land belongs to the great nobles. They only want to plant the most profitable cash crops. Grain is too cheap, so it's not a priority. As a result, not much of it is grown in the south. Rena frowned, thinking. "No grain, only focusing on high-profit crops?" She suddenly grabbed Kellen's shoulder and said, "Kellen, I want to nominate you to go to the south as the north's envoy." He asked in confusion, "Huh? An envoy from the north?" The scene shifts to Rena introducing Kellen to the other envoys. Kellen couldn't understand why the number of envoys suddenly skyrocketed. Well, it turns out Mia was very curious about southern food. Veronica suddenly became fascinated with the local plant life. Meanwhile, the coachman and Anna both wanted a chance to visit the south. "Since you're already going to the south, Kellen, why not just lead them on a tour?" He thought to himself this looked more like a tour group than an official envoy. In the end, he reluctantly agreed. "Fine. I guess it's okay." Suddenly, Chev quietly approached and hugged Gina from behind. She let out a small, surprised question. Kellen watched their interaction, a seed of doubt sprouting. Was it really okay to leave Jenna and Chev at the Abis estate? He quickly pulled the two apart. Chev shot Kellen an annoyed look for interrupting. Kellen warned him, "Remember to lock your door," a confused Gina asked. "Lock my door? Haha, you worry way too much. Have a safe trip, Kellen." He simply replied to the smiling girl, "Yeah, I'm off." But as he left, Kellen felt a strange wave of anxiety, as if he'd never return to this mansion again. Mia, Veronica, the coachman, and Anna co-wrote a letter to Jaina. They had arrived safely in the south and were on their way to the Duke's estate. The same man who once struggled with childcare in Abis was now being treated like royalty in this new place. He was met with respect wherever he went. Everyone agreed that Kellen was a worthy heir to the south. Veronica asked him, "Kellen, you must have had a difficult time living in the south. After all, you grew up in a warm place like this." Kellen just shook his head humbly. "No, not really that difficult. If I had to put it another way, the south is even colder than the north." "Colder than the north?" Now that's a confusing statement. In any case, my lady, the southern lands have a rich variety of fruits. I will gather the best seeds and return soon. Please just wait a little longer. The scene shifts back to the Great Nobles Conference, where they were still discussing the grain trade with the north. "We need to discuss how to handle this. Is there any news from the spy we sent to the north? Do we even have enough goods to trade with them? And even if we did, the north returned all the slaves we sent them. By doing that, aren't they just rejecting the deal entirely?" A voice cut through the meeting. "Greetings, everyone. What? Who dares to enter the hall while a meeting is in session?" The intruder just smirked. Kellen sends his regards after such a long absence. The nobles could not believe their eyes. "Ah, Kellen Griff. He's back in the south?" Kellen just smiled. "Has everyone been well?" The scene then cuts to the northern mountains, following the southern spy. "Leo, you must scout the north immediately." He remembered his shock at receiving the secret order. Find the reason for the north's bumper crop? How could the most backward land in the entire empire possibly have a good harvest? That's what he thought at first. But this northern village had become a prosperous city. What on earth happened in the north? Back at the conference, it finally dawned on the nobles. "Returning the slaves, wasn't that a refusal?" Kellen replied. "That's right. The north wants to trade with the south." A noble spoke up. So you've been in the north. Perfect timing. I have many questions I've been wanting to ask about the north. First of all, how did the north achieve such a great success in agriculture?" Kellen frowned. "I see that as your first question. It seems the south is truly struggling with a food shortage. Just what in the world happened? Wasn't it all of you who said, if there's no grain, just let them eat fruit? So many scholars, and for what? You can't even handle a simple food crisis among yourselves. Isn't this all happening because you only look out for your own interests? Someone questioned the hero in the North. A hero? Kellen ignored him and continued. The key to the North's agricultural success is that woman. The nobles murmured amongst themselves. A woman. The scene shifts to the Abi's mansion, where Rena has just woken up, sighing as she sees Chev sleeping beside her. Chev, you slept here again. Rena's voice was filled with worry. If anyone saw this, they would definitely get the wrong idea. The moment she finished speaking, a man dressed in black entered. Rena stammered his name, Roston. The scene changes to a magnificent villa, surrounded by a swirling, endless snowstorm. In the dining room, a table was laden with delicacies, but the three people sitting there were shrouded in silence. Thanks to Roston's kindness, I'll be staying at the Abis mansion for a while, Rena said calmly, tasting her food while watching the others' reactions. She couldn't help but be surprised by their complete silence. I was caught in bed with Chev. I was so sure it would lead to a massive misunderstanding. Rena recalled the moment Roston had suddenly appeared, his face turning pale at the sight. He couldn't believe she'd do something like that with the door wide open. And it wasn't just Roston who was shocked. Rena was terrified too. She worried he'd gotten the completely wrong idea. Roston had offered to let Rena stay until the others returned, even offering his own room. Back in the present, Rena casually enjoyed her meal. So, he didn't misunderstand after all, she thought. What a relief. But just then, Roston spoke up, his tone impossible to read. I've heard that noble ladies often have strange tastes. His eyes suddenly fixed on Rena. He continued, So, is this man your personal plaything? At those words, both Rena and Chev froze solid. Rena's face filled with pure panic as she looked up at Roston. Wait, this was bad. He had completely misunderstood. Meanwhile, Roston remained oblivious. Rena, if you wish, I can arrange for the two of you to share a room. Before he could even finish, Rena quickly cut him off. No, that's not necessary at all. What on earth is he thinking? She wondered. Seeing Roston had gotten the wrong idea about something so important, Rena sighed. A plaything? Of course not. She hated to explain, but this misunderstanding left her no choice. Well, considering what you saw, I understand why you'd think that. She glanced at Chev and introduced him. This is Chev, a child I adopted from an orphanage. We don't sleep together for any strange reasons. Chev glared at her, but Roston still looked doubtful. He stared directly at Chev as Rena continued her story. Besides, when I adopted him, he was just a small boy. But after a single night, he grew to this size. She sighed and explained with a small smile. Turns out, he's a monster. Hearing this, Roston froze, unable to believe his ears. A monster? Seeing how serious he was, Rena gently tried to reassure him. You don't have to be so alarmed, Roston. Chev has never hurt a soul. Even so, Roston was still worried. He sighed. Rena, there's an old legend in the north. Rena listened intently, her eyes locked on him. Roston began to tell the story of a couple who found an injured puppy in the forest. With great compassion, they brought the poor puppy home and took the best care of it. But then, things slowly began to change. The dog grew 2 horns, and its eyes became incredibly vicious. As it grew up, the puppy slowly turned into a monster, leaving the couple at a loss for what to do next. The couple realized they had to return it to the mountain. With no other choice, they had to take the creature back where it belonged. But when they reached the same mountain from all those years ago, they found they couldn't go through with it. Roston's gaze immediately fell upon Rena. She looked extremely curious and glanced back at him. They didn't release it, she asked. So what happened to the couple and the dog? Roston sighed, unsure how to make her understand. Living together was no longer possible, he said, his voice haunting. If you accidentally bring home a monster, no matter how attached you are, you must return it to where it belongs. After hearing the story, Rena understood the hidden meaning in his words. She could only sigh, looking helplessly over at Chev, completely lost. She knew that. But this time, she looked him straight in the eye and spoke her mind. Since she had decided to raise him, she would take full responsibility. She would raise Chev properly. Seeing her so stubborn, Roston could only stay silent. He knew the story he just told didn't have a happy ending. The dog they had raised destroyed everything. He explained that after turning into a monster, it slaughtered the entire village. A tragic story of total destruction. Just then, Trev shot a menacing glare at Roston. He was still debating what to do in this tense situation. In the end, he decided to just sit still and continue enjoying his meal. No need to tell Gina that part, he thought, deciding he'd have to watch that kid very closely. While everyone else was focused on eating, Laka quietly opened the door, and the scene shifts to the next morning at the Count's grand estate. Out in the garden, George smiled and got straight to the point. I hear you made a sudden appearance at the High Nobles Conference, he continued, and after shocking everyone, you immediately criticized them. Is that right? Even though his son had stirred up quite a bit of trouble, George stayed completely calm, waiting for Callan's answer. Callan finally spoke, his face set with determination. Even the highest nobles must take responsibility when it's needed. He added that, luckily, they admitted their mistakes in the food crisis and agreed to pay the North what they were owed. Seeing his son had pulled off something huge, George let a satisfied smile spread across his face. I see, you weren't wrong. At least for now, the food problem is finally going to be solved. But he was still conflicted. The fact we have to import grain from the North. He let out a weary sigh. What an ironic situation, Callan quickly proposed. We've solved the immediate problem, but the South is in desperate need of radical reform. Father, George looked surprised. Reform? Callan simply nodded and continued to explain. On my way here, I visited some of the farms in the South. What I saw was pure cruelty, with landowners relentlessly oppressing their miserable slaves. In how they treat slaves, absolutely nothing has changed. George sighed helplessly. There's no other way. If we don't control them, they'll just revolt. If we free them, everything falls into chaos. Callan just smiled and pressed on. But the North's methods are completely different. Even without slaves, their productivity is way higher than the South's. George shot back, annoyed. Are you about to say something I don't want to hear again? Callan knew his father didn't want to hear these words, but he had no other choice but to speak the plain truth. Do you think I'm only saying this because I pity the slaves? That isn't the point I'm trying to make. Callan's expression turned surprisingly, unbelievably stern. Suddenly, George's face became just as serious, as if he knew exactly what Callan would say next, and had never forgotten what the slaves had done. After making his case, Callan stood before George and made his formal announcement. That's why I'm looking at this purely from a productivity angle. If the high nobles sacrifice a bit of profit, the South could grow even stronger. But neither of them realized that someone was eavesdropping from outside, though he hadn't yet grasped the full picture. Callan didn't stop, continuing to plead with his father. Please, help me reform the slave system, father. And perhaps those sincere words finally started to reach George's heart. He began to seriously consider it all. But neither father nor son knew that a stranger outside had heard everything. After hearing the critical conversation between the two, the stranger immediately bolted down the long hallway. You just know some kind of wicked plan is about to be set in motion. The next scene cuts to Chenna, who is overjoyed at the sight of goods piled high inside the warehouse. She announced excitedly, Roston of the South sent the first payment for the food trade. The more she thought about it, the more thrilled she became, resting a hand on the pile with a satisfied smile. Sending Callan there was the right move. I never expected the deal to be settled this quickly. As she thought about it, something else occurred to her. That guy Callan is the heir to the South, so why does he live like a vagrant? As she was talking to herself, Roston walked up right behind her. He spoke softly. I once heard a story that might explain why he lives like that. This immediately piqued her curiosity. She quickly turned around and asked, A story? What is it? The scene then shifts to another, much hotter location. Leo, a soldier, is seen pushing several large crates forward with all his strength. He looked around in amazement. He couldn't believe the massive and cold place right in front of him. The sight left him totally speechless. Is the food storage area really this huge? This time, he looked directly at the people walking along the street. The more he watched, the more confused he became. But even more shocking than the size of the place was the sight of young men walking down the long road, just talking amongst themselves. Everyone, he thought, as he glanced in yet another direction. The women were constantly exchanging ideas with those around them. Seeing everyone working together like this was a first for Leo. He couldn't hide his utter astonishment at seeing everyone collaborating and working as one. His mind flashed back to a scene from the South farm owners relentlessly using their leather whips on the pitiful slaves. Down in the South, the farms were run by slaves, who served as the primary labor force. Feeling like his eyes had truly been opened, Leo continued onward. But this place was completely different. He watched the people around him, working together nonstop and talking animatedly. It was the first time he'd ever seen such a thing. Each person worked independently, yet they all cooperated with one another. Leo then walked up to a simple, honest-looking farmer. With a voice full of pride, the man began his story. All of the North's development, he said, was thanks to Lady Jenna. Holding a large hoe, he stood before Leo and recounted every detail. This granary had once been cursed by the Demon King, rendering the land barren. But according to the farmer, Gina appeared holding a flower. She wiped away all of their hardships, bringing a better life to everyone there. With just a single wave of Lady Jenna's hand, the land was miraculously revived. In the people's eyes, she was a goddess, always ready to help everyone. Lady Jenna even leased this fertile land to the farmers at a low cost. The endless piles of food being produced were making the region more prosperous every day. After the harvest, she even helped them export their goods to other lands. The farmer became incredibly proud, boasting about everything to Leo. The north, once crippled by famine, was now thriving thanks to the infinite benevolence of Lady Jenna. After hearing this, Leo was speechless. She developed and managed this massive farming area herself? He suddenly realized something important: she was truly no ordinary person. Leo then continued his journey, finding another old man. After a few simple greetings, he got his information. The old man looked at a bottle on the table and slowly began his story. He came from the East. This year, the East had suffered a terrible crop failure, likely due to the greed of Duke Ruby. The image of a cruel duke formed in his mind from the man's words. He had built an unnecessary reservoir and forced the farmers to pay a ridiculous lake tax. This drove many to despair, but they were common folk with no power. They had no choice but to endure his every command. He crushed them with a constant barrage of new taxes. That was the reason the harvest failed. Unable to take it anymore, the farmers abandoned everything they had and left to find life somewhere else. They gave it all up. The farmers of the East lost their will, gave up, or migrated to this farming area. The man quickly glanced behind him as he explained it to Leo. Compared to the East, this place was nothing short of paradise. Hearing these words, Leo was stunned and lost in his own thoughts. If this news reached the South, an image of slaves fleeing to this region flashed in his mind. They would hope for a better life, just like the farmers from the East who migrated here. A terrifying thought emerged: the South might face a mass exodus. Thinking this, Leo's expression suddenly turned serious. While he was thinking, the old farmer kept cursing that scoundrel Duke Ruby, who spent all his time spreading rumors that Lady Jenna was the Demon King. This immediately grabbed Leo's attention. The old man angrily continued, saying it was all just a pack of lies. Thinking of his goddess being criticized by the world only made him angrier. Even if Lady Jenna used black magic, that doesn't mean she became the Demon King. After hearing these words, Leo's face grew grim. He was confused, realizing something was deeply wrong. Wait a second, the Demon King? Just then, the scene shifts to the massive Grab estate, where George's voice echoes, "You want me to help you reform the slave system?" George stood before his son, Can, and nodded quickly, showing his approval of the idea. "Very well, as you proposed, we can raise the status of slaves to free citizens and adopt a new system that lets them lease land to farm." His face remained completely calm as he continued to express his thoughts. But in his view, many slaves would not want that. Ken listened in silence, seeming to reflect on his father's words. Seeing his son's silence, George spoke slowly. "While some slaves suffer unspeakable cruelty, there are also those who live comfortably thanks to kind masters." The image of complacent slaves who refuse to do any work came to his mind. They just want to sit around and have everything handed to them. As he said this, George's expression became much more serious. "They don't crave freedom," he explained, "because it comes with responsibility." His eyes fixed on Can as if teaching a critical lesson. With rights come duties, and as free citizens, they would have to learn to farm and toil even harder. But would they really want it? Could they even adapt? Callan remained completely silent, offering no opinion. George moved closer to his son, his voice hardening with resolve. "You're right," he said. "Harsh treatment of slaves should be limited, but only in extreme cases." He placed a hand on Callan's shoulder, his tone gentle but firm. "There's no need for total reform. Drop the naive idea that all slaves actually want freedom." George's face grew grim, reminding Callan that one day, he would be the one to lead the South. Callan still didn't respond, lost in thought over his father's words. The scene then shifts to a sprawling garden. Veronica strolled through, a basket overflowing with fruit, her heart filled with pure joy. It felt like she'd gathered the most delicious fruits in the entire world. This was paradise. But suddenly, her expression turned serious. She glanced over at the gardeners and walked right over. "Excuse me, gentlemen," Veronica began, her voice calm but firm. "Forgive me for overstepping, but if you clear these weeds and trim back the branches, your fruit will taste even better." Instead of thanks, she got angry glares. One of the gardeners stepped forward. "Why should we do that?" "Why?" Veronica quickly explained. "Because you'll get a much better harvest." But another gardener just scoffed. "Listen, if the master doesn't order it, why in the world would we bother? Don't make up work for us." She stood there, stunned into silence by his words. The gardeners turned and walked away, leaving her confused. Veronica watched as the servants simply turned their backs and left her there. Back in the north, she thought, We would have all discussed this to find a more efficient way. Gina was lost in thought, her eyes fixed on the baskets of fresh fruit in her hands. She quietly observed that while the South was amazing for its fruit, right now she just wanted to get back north as soon as possible. Then, without warning, a massive snowstorm descended, blanketing the entire Roston estate. He announced that Callan's mother had been murdered, a statement that froze Jenna right where she stood. Unable to believe it, Jenna asked if the culprit was a slave. Time rewinds, and a hidden story begins to unfold. The slave rebellion in the South, a time when the enslaved were pushed to their breaking point. Roston recounted how they seized weapons and stormed the mansion, an uprising aimed squarely at the Duke's family. Hearing this, Gina's expression turned grave. Did this happen to Callan? Roston simply nodded. It did. He explained that slaves rose up everywhere at once, almost as if it had been planned beforehand. In the dead of night, the slaves swarmed the estate. Duke Griff was caught completely off guard, so they broke in easily. Roston continued his tale. It was a complete massacre. The entire household staff was killed. Even Callan's mother, the Duchess, was brutally murdered by them. Jaina listened, her face growing more and more serious with every word. She worried, realizing that even though it was 10 years ago, the story of slaves murdering the Duchess was still being told. Her heart ached for him. Is that how Callan lost his mother? She wondered. That must be why she saw him walking so alone, why he left the South to wander. Time jumps forward to a forest, where a young noble boy raises his bow high. An arrow flies through the air, embedding itself in a huge tree and startling a nearby deer. Sensing danger, the deer immediately turned and fled deeper into the safety of the woods. The noble kids signaled to each other. Too bad, it ran off that way. Watching the young nobles hunt, another lord remarked to George how enthusiastic everyone was for the competition this year. George glanced at him. I hear everyone has been working non-stop lately, without any rest. His tone was pointed. Good thing that food shortage issue was finally resolved. The other noble nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Grace. A large enough shipment is expected from the north. George shot him a cold look and spoke bluntly. About that, while it's solved for now, I'm considering designating some of our own farmland specifically for growing rice. What do you think? The noble was clearly taken aback, mulling over the unexpected idea. Before he could answer, George stared ahead seriously. There is no guarantee this won't happen again. The rest of the nobility should have stepped up to help. And then there's the whole issue of how slaves are treated. This clearly irritated the other lord, but he couldn't respond disrespectfully. Soon after, they all gathered at a grand banquet. The noble told the others everything, which only infuriated them and led to a new welfare law for slaves. The very thought of it made the long-haired noble's face twist with annoyance. He sighed, his voice full of frustration. Forced wheat production? And now this slave welfare law? Aren't they meddling with our property rights? Another noble shot a look at the others. This is all his fault. It's because he came back. Everyone seemed to silently agree that Sa Lan was the cause. At this, the noble with his hair tied back simply sighed, unsure what to say. It seemed his personality hadn't changed one bit. The nobles immediately tensed, sharing uneasy glances. They really thought his past experiences would have changed him for good. While they debated, the grand noble seated at the center finally spoke. It's time we seriously consider Callan becoming the Duke of the South. The moment he said it, the entire room fell into a dead, heavy silence. The dukes were completely speechless, and it wasn't just them. Everyone held their breath, imagining the disastrous chain of events that could follow. Seeing the silence that had taken hold, the grand noble slowly continued. But he speared a piece of meat on his plate. The food today is just incredible, isn't it? And the scene cuts to the kitchen. There, over a roaring fire, a pair of skilled hands expertly tossed rice in a hot pan. In just a few fluid motions, a fragrant dish of fried rice was finished and plated. Other servants were busy putting the final touches on equally stunning dishes, and the whole room was buzzing with excited chatter. This dish looks perfect, someone whispered in awe. Absolutely flawless. Only Veronica remained in the back, calmly observing it all. Time passed to a late afternoon. In the sprawling garden, Mia stretched and sighed happily. The South is a total paradise. Veronica followed a few steps behind her in silence. Mia went on enthusiastically about the fresh ingredients, the skilled chefs, and the refined palates of the people. But Veronica was lost in thought. She mused that for a chef, this place was indeed heaven. A realization that only made her grow quieter. She remembered the noble couple walking happily in this garden, and Mr. Korn and Mrs. Anna enjoying their travels together. Veronica watched Mia happily skipping ahead, her own heart feeling heavy with a sudden sadness. Should she just go back north? The scene then snaps to C.A. Lan, his face now completely stone-faced. He was recalling a conversation with his father, George, who had placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. "I know you don't want to, but you must attend this party. Make friends with the noble's children," his father explained. "You've been gone so long, you're a stranger here." It was clear his father had placed an incredible amount of faith in him. He had also stressed how these powerful families were the true leaders of the South. His father's voice turned grave. "Their children will be your political allies." Back in the present, Kaylan sipped his wine and muttered the word, "allies." Before him, a sea of nobles mingled, raising their glasses and talking endlessly amongst themselves. "Cheers," a group shouted, while another called for a girl named Hugh. Kaylan was disgusted. Did he really have to fit in with these people? Just then, two nobles approached him. The one with short hair smiled. "Kalan, so you have returned." Immediately, another stepped forward, holding a glass of wine. "Would you care for a drink?" he offered. Talan gave no reply. He just stared silently into his own glass, his expression thoughtful, his gaze a million miles away. He let out a sudden sigh, whispering to himself, "Rena, I want to see her." As Kalan was lost in his thoughts, a figure in chains was dragged into the room, instantly silencing the nobles around them. The man's legs were tightly bound in shackles to prevent any attempt at escape. As he entered, the atmosphere became dangerously tense. "What's this?" one noble sneered. "A new one we just caught. He's got a mean, rebellious streak." He let out a sick laugh, his face twisting into a cruel grin. "Let's teach this one a lesson together." The words barely left his mouth before the slave's fist shot out, cracking the noble across the face and sending him sprawling to the ground in a humiliating heap. He lay there, stunned and trembling with pure rage. The surrounding nobles panicked, pointing and yelling at the slave, That man! That man!" But the slave was completely unfazed. He turned his head, his cold eyes looking like they could swallow them all whole. That one single glare made every last one of them take a step back in pure fear. Realizing there was only one person who could handle this, they yelled at him. "Kaylan, are you just going to sit there?" Callan looked up, a bit surprised, as the nobles pointed at the slave and screamed, Kill it now." Something about their demand felt deeply wrong to him. He didn't understand why they were so bloodthirsty. The beaten noble glared back at Kalan, as if daring him to make a move, ready to fight to the bitter end. But just as the chaos hit its peak, a squad of soldiers came rushing in. They shouted, "There he is! That's him!" They drew their swords to execute the slave, but Callan swiftly moved to stop them. "Wait a second, let me handle this." His eyes locked onto the slave with an icy glare. In a blur, he was already behind the man, knocking him out cold before he could even react. When the nobles saw Callan take down his opponent so easily, they immediately erupted in cheers. They quickly surrounded Callan, showering him with praise for his clean work. Just as the slave's owner started to regain consciousness, the man trembled, trying to get to his feet. Callan instantly appeared right in front of him, making him flinch and look up in shock. The look in Callan's eyes was intense enough to swallow him whole. The man stammered his name, "Callan!" Instead of answering, Callan glanced over at the unconscious slave on the ground and made an offer. "That slave? I'll buy him." This caught the nobleman completely by surprise. He started to protest, but then he looked over at the slave, who was still trembling uncontrollably. The slave's eyes had become terrifying, filled with a look that could tear a man to shreds. Feeling a chill, the noble quickly caved. Fine, just take him." Time passes quickly, and the scene shifts to a small wooden house in the Duke's garden that evening. The slave was now devouring food like a wild animal, looking utterly miserable. Seeing this, Mia gently placed a plate on the table with a kind smile. "Please, have more if you'd like." Kaylin and Veronica watched from outside. Veronica spoke with concern. "He must be starving, and he's covered in wounds," she continued. "His old master must have been a monster." Then she complimented Callan. "And you even gave him food. You're a good master." Hearing this, Callan just shook his head. "Don't say that? A good master?" His eyes glanced back at the slave still eating in the kitchen. "There's no such thing as a good master." The story flashes back to the past, to an image of nobles on horseback following a man named George. His own story from his childhood begins to unfold. "One day, I went with my father to watch a hunt. Since Callan was too small, he sat in his father's lap, watching with curiosity. This wasn't a hunt for deer or birds. He saw armed men running ahead. They were his father's mercenaries. And soon, he saw the pitiful slaves they had captured. He watched as that miserable family was paraded in front of him and his father. The strong always rule the weak. For a southern noble, this was just the natural order. But back in the present, a strange smile crept across Callan's face. He smirked, saying, "It's weird, isn't it, that I'm the heir in a place like this? It feels as uncomfortable as wearing the wrong clothes." He looked around helplessly before telling Veronica, I just want to get back to the north as soon as I can. This revelation completely surprised her. Callan, you think so too? Knowing he felt the same was a massive relief. She thought to herself, this is a lucky break for me. If Callan also wants to leave, we'll definitely get back soon. Lady Jenna, I miss you. She's probably lonely in the Abyss estate thinking about us, and that makes me a little worried. In a flash, Gina's eyes lit up with absolute delight, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. She quickly asked Noel, are these the people? He just smiled and gave a nod of confirmation. Yes, they are. He then explained that these were the exact people the young lady had been searching for. Before Jenna stood 3 men, plain-looking but incredibly talented. Noel continued his introduction. They are the finest master brewers in the entire western region. As soon as they heard the words master brewers, all 3 of them puffed out their chests, brimming with pride in their skills. Noel glanced at Gina, asking with some confusion, but my lady, why were you looking for them? Gina just smiled, not answering directly. I'll explain in a moment. She stepped before the 3 men, hands on her hips, and demanded, each of you, tell me, how much liquor can you brew? The question caught all 3 of them by surprise. The first one scratched his head and answered, it varies, but about 5 barrels. The second man quickly replied, I make about 3 barrels. The last one smiled with confidence. I can make 1 barrel of the highest quality. After hearing them out, Gina looked a bit let down. She crossed her arms and muttered, is that all you can make at home? She then asked a few more questions while Noel stood by, looking suspicious. He thought to himself, I never would have guessed the lady was so interested in alcohol. He remembered when Jaina had first asked him about it. You want to mass-produce liquor? She had nodded eagerly. That's right. I think a partnership with the West would be great. Her face lit up with pure joy as she talked about her plan. And I believe liquor will be the perfect first item. Seeing the doubt on Noel's face, Jaina calmly explained her vision. Noel, this is a fantastic opportunity to introduce the West's liquor to the entire empire. She pitched a brilliant future. The West wasn't just known for wine, but also for its incredible artisans. Talented masters there could create unique products, from simple clay pots to the most exquisite ceramics, as Jaina laid out her vision. She argues that if they systematize production, they can build massive companies and help the nation flourish. These products would be distributed far and wide, bringing joy to everyone, she says before turning to Noel. Noel, a world overflowing with goods will open up, just like a paradise. Aren't you excited? Noel mutters the word paradise, but his expression is anything but joyful. He glances over at Rena, his tone flat. No, that will just be a society where people are turned into machines. They'd sell their souls for cheap wages, culture would become monotonous, and relationships would be measured only by money. And the workers? They just find comfort in cheap, mass-produced goods. Hearing his words, Rena just freezes completely. After hearing Noel's bleak prediction, Rena is left completely speechless, just standing there in shock. She's totally frozen, not knowing what to say. Seeing her reaction, Noel suddenly bursts out laughing, his voice full of mischief. I was just kidding. Rena forces a weak smile, but inside, you can tell a storm of anger is brewing. This kid has probably been living in a capitalist world for too long, she thinks. A moment later, Noel begins to share his actual thoughts. Just as you said, my lady. The West offers plenty of job opportunities, and tax collection would be easy. Plus, he adds, we can use your magic to generate energy, which would bring enormous benefits to our plan. He looks up at her, promising, I'll discuss this with the artisans and get back to you. Rena nods in agreement, her face absolutely beaming. Yes. Seeing her so excited, Noel's own heart fills with an indescribable sense of happiness. Suddenly, remembering something important, Noel speaks up. My lady, are you planning to attend the coming-of-age ceremony being held in Gudo? The question gives Rena pause. She's clearly unsure whether or not to go. She sighs before making up her mind. I'd forgotten, but since the High Priest himself invited me, I'll go. Noel chuckles. Is your partner still Rostin? Rena brings a hand to her chin, thinking for a moment before nodding. I suppose so. I haven't asked Rostin yet, but it's likely. Noel just chuckles. Oh, even without asking, the answer is a definite yes. Rena looks at him, confused. And why would you say that? But Noel simply smiles, refusing to explain. It's because Rostin likes you. Hearing this, Rena freezes for a solid 5 seconds. She points to herself in disbelief, questioning him again. Rostin. Likes me? Him and me? Thinking Noel has to be joking, she bursts out laughing. What on earth are you talking about? Come on, we're just business partners. Just partners? Noel stares at her, his expression a mix of shock and utter disbelief. But But Rena doesn't seem to care. Her mind is already racing with calculations, remembering the ceremony will be packed with nobles. If she opens a winery, she can have them do a tasting right then and there. The thought of getting rich fills her with pure joy, and she makes a snap decision. It'd be easier to attract the noble ladies if Rostin is the face of the brand. He's pretty good looking, after all. Noel can only stare at her, completely speechless. Meanwhile, Rena is still giddy with her brilliant plan. "I can't wait for the ceremony," she exclaims. Noel just sighs, thinking to himself, "Rostin, you have a difficult road ahead." Time flies, and the scene shifts to a magnificent palace. Inside, a voice rings out with a respectful greeting. "Your Excellency, the High Priest." A group of men quickly kneel before the priest. The Saintess and her holy knights have successfully conquered the Eastern Labyrinth. The High Priest lets out a laugh, his voice filled with fake surprise. Of course, that's the expected result for those blessed by the gods. But his eyes tell a different story, a look of cold calculation. It's all coming together. An image of the Saintess flashes in his mind. By now, her level must have reached a staggering 800. He then pictures the Saintess and her knights, growing more confident in his plan. With them, facing the Demon King, might not be impossible. The thought alone is truly astonishing to him. His mind flashes to a deep cavern in a snowy mountain. It's a real shame, he thinks. The Northern Labyrinth is gone. If that place still existed, I could have gathered so much more experience. He sighs. But the worst kind of person imaginable stole it all. And just like that, an image of Rena flashes through his mind. And what's even worse than losing that experience, he thinks, fury building inside, is that the one who should have become the Demon King is wasting her time. With this thought driving him, the priest strides toward the light, letting it illuminate his handsome, scheming face. The coming-of-age ceremony is just a few days away, he realizes, the corners of his mouth twisting into a wicked smile. At that ceremony, I will force you to reveal your true dark nature, Rena Ruby, he vows to himself. Once again, time flies, and the scene shifts to a grand noble estate. A purple-haired nobleman shoots up from his seat, demanding, "What did you say? Is that really true?" he presses. The blonde nobleman nods firmly. "Yes. My own servant witnessed it firsthand." He continues his story. "That slave is the one who did this to me," he says, staring at his own swollen face in the mirror. Hearing this, the purple-haired noble gritted his teeth, his anger boiling over. He immediately told his father everything, and the situation escalated. Inside a vast palace chamber, a furious voice roared out, "A slave harms a noble and walks away? Not just unpunished, but set completely free?" The short noble continued to fume, absolutely furious. To him, Callan's actions were unacceptable. He approached the other nobles, urging them to confront the Duke. But another noble immediately cut in. "No, I have a different plan. This is actually a good thing." The short noble sputtered in rage. "Good?" The other man just smirked, a cunning, calculating look in his eyes. With this incident, we finally have the perfect excuse to get rid of the welfare policies for slaves. He even crossed his arms with a smug grin. Frankly, I was hoping a few more would get beaten. This only infuriated the short noble more, who yelled, "You only say that because it wasn't your son." Just then, the high noble from the back finally spoke. Either way, this event has made Callan's thoughts perfectly clear. His eyes blazed with fury as he stared ahead. The boy hadn't changed at all. An image of Callan's childhood flashed in his mind, the day he watched his mother and their servants get slaughtered, with no survivors. Even after his mother was killed, his beliefs about the slaves never once wavered. The high noble just stood there, lost in thoughts that no one could ever guess. Back in the present, the high noble's furious gaze remained locked straight ahead. He declared to the others, "From now on, we will use any means necessary to remove Callan as the heir." The scene shifts. A golden sword is plunged deep into the ground of the Griff estate, a family relic passed down through generations. The legendary sword, Robera. Callan approaches, his expression deeply contemplative as he stares at the blade. Legend says this sword in the stone can only be pulled out by someone who is truly worthy. He places both his hands on the hilt and tries to pull. But after giving it everything he had, Callan could only sigh in defeat. "So it's true," he whispers. Even with his full strength, the sword didn't budge an inch. Frustrated by his own weakness, he gritted his teeth. "Since childhood, I've trained to be a righteous knight, all just to pull out this sword." A memory surfaces of a younger Callan. He'd tried so many times, but could never draw the blade. His father had approached him, saying gently, "You still couldn't do it this time, could you?" Those words only fueled Callan's anger. He spun around, his voice determined, "I may not be able to now, but someday I swear I will pull out this sword." I'm going to become a warrior of justice, father." George had simply smiled, his eyes full of pride for his clever son. Back in the present, George suddenly appears, marching toward Callan with a stern expression. "Callan!" he yelled, his voice thick with anger. "Is it true you set the slave who attacked a noble free?" Callan, though a bit surprised, turned to face his father calmly. "It's just a misunderstanding. I only sent him to another farm in the area." His father stared back, his eyes full of doubt. "That farm has terrible security, so the slave is basically free to do whatever he wants." Callan smirked, adding that it was near the slave's old home, all part of his plan. In other words, it's an easy place to escape from. "I never actually freed him." Hearing this, George's expression turned grim. He let out a heavy sigh, his voice full of worry. "The high nobles are protesting slave welfare. They're using this incident as an excuse." Callan stared at his father, shocked. "What?" The more he thought, the angrier he became. He took a step forward, his voice filled with rage. "The only reason slaves rebel is because of their cruel treatment." But George put a hand on his son's shoulder, his tone gentle but firm. "Callan, we rulers of the South have kept the slaves under very tight control ever since that incident." A horrific image flashed in his mind, rebelling slaves slaughtering people right inside the mansion. His voice dropped. "That can never, ever be allowed to happen again." Callan heard this and clenched his teeth, trying desperately to remain calm. Seeing his son's defiant look, George continued his warning. "Callan, abandon those naive ideas. If we don't control them completely, we are the ones who will lose our heads." Callan lowered his head, his gaze thoughtful. Perhaps he had finally realized his error. He bowed low before his father to accept his fault. "If what you say is true, if these are just naive thoughts, then I will give up my position as heir and leave the South for good." When George heard those words from his own son, he completely lost his composure. But before he could even react, Callan had already turned and walked away, leaving his father standing there, utterly helpless. He tried to call after him, "Callan." The scene then cuts to Jaina's enormous villa. Outside, snow fell relentlessly, creating a picture-perfect landscape. Gina had just woken up. She sat up and looked around her room, but Noel's words echoed in her mind. "Isn't it obvious? Rostin likes you." The thought left her completely stunned. She glanced away, wondering to herself, "Rostin likes me?" Suddenly, memories from her past life came flooding back. In her first life, she was weak and sickly. Love wasn't even an option for her. She sighed. This life wasn't much different, as she was too busy just trying to survive to even think about romance. Lost in thought, a knock sounded at her door. A maid entered, announcing that breakfast was ready. Jaina simply nodded and slowly slipped out of bed. "All right." Stepping into the hallway, her eyes were drawn to a beautiful, fresh flower on the table. She stared in surprise, wondering where on earth it came from. The maid quickly explained that Sir Rostin had brought it himself, which only made Gina more shocked. Rostin, the man who never cared about these things? She couldn't understand why he was acting so different all of a sudden. Gina sat at the dining table, a bowl of soup waiting for her. "It's tomato soup," the maid said with a smile. "I heard you enjoy this for breakfast. Sir Rostin was the one who told me." Gina laughed softly, confirming, "Yes, that's right," but no one noticed the blush creeping across her face. Rostin's warm gestures were starting to get to her. The very flower she'd admired, her favorite breakfast. She tasted the soup, but her mind was stuck on what Noel had said. She felt a wave of embarrassment, barely even noticing the delicious meal. It seemed Noel was right after all. Rostin really did like her. With that thought, she shot up from her seat to find Rostin, rushing to his room and calling his name as she opened the door. And whether by fate or by chance, she walked in right as he was training, revealing his perfectly toned muscles. He glanced over, surprised. "Jenna?" The sight made her freeze on the spot, her eyes widening to take it all in. She awkwardly stepped closer. "Why are your clothes off?" Rostin, sword in hand, calmly replied, "I'm training." He gave her a serious look. "What is it?" But staring into his eyes, Gina's heart fluttered, and she nearly forgot why she came. She offered a gentle smile and announced, "Rostin, I've decided to give you a chance." He looked baffled. A chance? With a radiant smile, Gina decided she would just lay it all on the table for him. "Rostin, for the royal family's coming-of-age ceremony, I am giving you the opportunity to be my partner." But his reaction was the complete opposite of what she expected. He was stone-faced, looking at her as if she were a total stranger. Without a single moment of hesitation, he flat-out rejected her. "I'm sorry, but you should probably find someone else." She had been so certain he would jump at the chance. She just stood there, frozen like a statue, unable to believe her ears. Before she could even process what was happening, he'd already turned away, tossing a cold excuse over his shoulder. I'll probably be busy that day. The blunt refusal left her completely helpless, unable to say a word. What? She watched his back disappear, her mind reeling with confusion. The more she thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Wait, why would he refuse so harshly? Roston. Meanwhile, Noel had arrived in the north. Gina sighed, venting her frustration. Roston just rejected me flat out. Everything he said was the complete opposite of what I expected. Noel was stunned. He actually rejected you? How is that possible? After thinking for a moment, he suggested, all right, then let's try this. Intrigued, Gina's expression changed. Noel took a golden spoon, scooped some soft pudding, and brought it to Gina's lips with an overly caring expression. Say ah. Jaina, she played along, opening her mouth. Ah. It's so much more delicious when you feed me, Noel. They were really laying on the affection. Suddenly, a shadow fell over them. Roston was there, glancing at the pair with a cold, completely emotionless face. He listened to their fake, over-the-top laughter. Ho ho ho. Gina kept the act up, saying sweetly, feed me some more, Noel. But Roston walked right past them without a word. They stopped their act to watch him go. Gina was in disbelief. No reaction at all? Time for the next phase, Noel whispered. The two stood face to face, their noses almost touching. Romantic music filled the air, but Roston's expression remained like ice as he glanced at their ongoing performance. Gina praised him loudly. Noel, you're so kind and thoughtful. You even practice dancing with me, unlike some people. That sharp remark finally got a reaction. Roston's hands clenched into fists before he turned on his heel and stormed away. From a corner, Luca popped out, chirping loudly. In response to their little act, Luca's sounds only grew louder. The two just held hands and shared a pained smile. Still no reaction, just chirping. Not giving up, they switched tactics again. Noel ran ahead, laughing playfully. Haha, try to catch me. Gina chased after him with a grin. Hey, stand still. But Roston's expression remained cold as stone. No reaction. The game of chase was also completely ineffective. They moved on to their next little game. Noel, ever the gentleman, offered his coat, saying, It's cold, you should wear this. Oh, how thoughtful of him. Noel draped the coat over Jenna, but Roston showed absolutely no reaction. Not even this intimate gesture could get a rise out of him. Noel pressed on, feigning soreness. All that training's made my legs numb. Here, I'll massage yours, my lady. But just like before, even this more intimate gesture got absolutely no reaction. After so many failures, Jenna slumped into a chair with a helpless sigh. Nothing worked. But she bounced back quick, scooping up Luca for a hug. Forget Roston, Noel joked, fanning himself. I'm way too sweaty. Time to take a bath. In that case, should we bathe together? Jenna replied, skeptical. Luca nearly jumped out of his skin, babbling in shock. In a bathroom filled with warm steam, Jenna sank into the tub, completely relaxed. Ah, she sighed, this feels amazing. Suddenly, Noel's voice came from outside. Jaina, I'm coming in. Hearing this, she didn't seem the least bit worried, replying casually. Yeah, come on in. Noel smiled gently, letting out a soft laugh. Without hesitating, his hand reached for the doorknob, but Roston moved in a flash, blocking the partially open door. Gina, totally unaware of the drama, urged Noel to hurry. Noel, get in here before the water gets cold. But Noel was a little overwhelmed by Roston's intense presence, calling out nervously, about that. He was staring right into Roston's furious face, a look that could kill. Roston then slowly drew his sword, making Noel flinch back in fear. I'll take a bath later, my lady. Noel called out sheepishly. Hearing this, Gina was a bit confused. She called out. What was that? You're the one who said we should bathe together. Roston had now planted himself cross-legged before the bathroom door, his face a cold, emotionless mask. Noel cowered in a corner, utterly bewildered. He's literally guarding the door, Noel thought, a confused, defeated smile on his face. This was just ridiculous. He watched Roston sit there, head bowed in concentration, before finally giving up on trying to understand any of it. Noel grabbed a towel and turned to leave. What a total waste. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face, a perfect picture of helplessness. Here's the truth. This is the Duchess of the West, Noel Temis. And the big secret is that Noel is actually a woman. Thinking about it, she was just bummed out. It's been so long since I got to take a bath with another girl. Luca, however, having seen Noel's true face, was still squawking angrily. He was still completely misunderstanding the situation. Bright sunlight shone on a white mansion, where a slender hand was trying to force more clothes into an already overstuffed bag. Callan sighed. looking at the packed luggage. All right, I'm done packing. Now I just need to tell everyone I'm leaving the South. Suddenly, the ice-cold steel of a longsword touched his neck from behind, causing his eyes to fly open in utter shock. The wielder's face was hidden in shadow, but Callan didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. "Whoa!" he yelped, slowly turning his head. Then he stopped. "It's that sword." He stared, stunned at the sharp blade and the brilliant red gem glowing in the hilt. Robera, Callan thought, unable to believe his eyes. "How? Father, how can you possibly draw this sword?" He wondered if his father had secretly been a righteous warrior this whole time, but his father was about to pour a bucket of cold water on that idea. "You are naive and foolish," he said. "The rumor that only a righteous warrior can draw that sword is a lie." Callan was horrified. A lie? His father explained that the stone Robera was stuck in had a hidden mechanism. Once you figured it out, anyone could pull Robera free. It was a lie created to give a positive fantasy to a child like you. He ignored Callan's stunned expression and continued. "For a leader, naivety is a sin. When you were young, you cherished and valued the slaves. But what was the result? They took the life of the person you loved most, didn't they? You want to become a righteous warrior?" Every word stabbed deep into his heart. "Or maybe you're just a coward, running from a position you can't handle." The scene shifts to a carriage of returning slaves, and the crowd begins to whisper. "The slaves are back. I heard the North rejected them and sent them home. They went all the way to the cursed lands. They must be starving, exhausted, and freezing. Shouldn't we at least give them some food?" The carriage door slowly opened, revealing the former slaves. But now, they all looked healthy and happy. "Long time no see," one of them called out. Everyone was floored. One look told you they were living well and eating plenty. Back at a meeting of high nobles, they were still discussing the grain problem. "I'd heard the North had a harvest, but I never thought it would be this big. The intel from our spies is frankly unbelievable. That harvest is 10 times larger than any of our predictions. The yield per acre is also much higher. I never expected things to turn out like this," one noble said. "But one thing does concern me, this person named Jaina." Cutting back, the conversation between Callan and his father continued. Callan thought to himself, "I left the South to become a righteous warrior. But what if father was right? What if it was all just an escape? Perhaps it was due to burdens he couldn't bear." A painful memory surfaced of loved ones dying before his eyes, but his father's voice cut through his thoughts. His father began, "The matter you raised, about reforming the slavery system, I've been thinking about it." He admitted that Killian was right. The produce from the North was indeed of excellent quality, better than any crops he had ever seen. His father's brow furrowed as he explained the truth to Killian. The institution of slavery in the South wasn't always as it is now. It was originally closer to a patronage system for the lower classes, providing them with work and paying them wages. That was how the South had developed, a system of coexistence that allowed them to grow to what they are today. He tossed his sword aside. "I was always disappointed in you, thinking you were just a child running from your destiny." As he spoke, he moved closer. "But now, I'm starting to think differently. Perhaps you fled because you were thinking more seriously about the South's future than I ever did." He knelt to look through the bag, a small but profound gesture. A silent thought passed through the father's mind. "That's what I've come to believe." Killian looked back at him, his expression complex. "My son, no matter how suffocating this place becomes, don't run away. Stay until the very end." He gently advised his son, "If you truly want to change something, you must convince the great nobles. Fight them, and change this place step by step. You are the one the South needs most right now. Live for the South." Down the hall, Veronica was rushing along. A maid had just told her that Killian had a huge fight with his father and was packing his bags. Was he finally returning to the North? She peeked through the door only to see Killian and his father locked in an embrace. She didn't want to ruin the warm moment, so she quietly turned away. It was a moving reconciliation. It seemed their return would be delayed a while longer. "My lady, this reconciliation has delayed our plans to return to the North, but I had thought that soon enough, we would be back at the Abyss estate, living our peaceful lives once again." Killian's father made a promise. "Killian, I will ensure you have a voice at the great nobles' meeting. Even if they object, I will personally persuade them." Killian walked silently down the hall, never imagining his father could change. But if his father could change, then perhaps the nobles could too, depending on his actions. They might actually change. He could truly change the South. The next morning, Killian woke up with a rare sense of clarity. He decided he should meet Veronica first today. He would tell her he was staying and that she should return to the North before him. But why was the mansion so eerily quiet? His father was supposed to meet the great nobles yesterday. He wondered how it went, and if the talks were successful. A bad feeling had been growing the entire way here. He hadn't seen a single servant. His heart filled with dread when he spotted a dark red stain on the wall. "Is this blood?" he whispered. He knew this mansion had a secret escape route that almost no one knew about. It was designed to be used in case the mansion was ever overrun by enemies. He told himself he didn't know what was happening, but his gut screamed at him. He had to use that escape route to get out of here. Just as he thought that, he turned to leave. But then, images of Mia, Veronica, Anna, and the coachman flashed in his mind. The scene cuts to Abus, where Rena is casually relaxing on a sofa, reading through a letter. Wow, Veronica has sent me so many letters. She smiled, thinking how much her friend must miss her after such a short time apart. Suddenly, Rena shot up from her seat and rushed over to Roston. "Roston, I'm thinking about taking a trip down south." Roston was stunned. "The south?" Rena replied. "I want to see if everyone is all right. Besides," she added, "since we'll be doing more business with the south, I think it's best to meet some of the great nobles there beforehand. I heard the south is beautiful and safe, so I can easily go alone." Back at the Griff estate, a group of thugs had rounded everyone up. Their leader's voice was full of menace. "Listen carefully. If you're caught trying to escape, I'll make you end up like this one." As he spoke, he ground his foot onto the head of a poor, fallen man. The butler was horrified. "This is the estate of Duke Griff. Do you think you can take this place by force and leave safely?" The leader just laughed. "You think I don't know that? Of course I do. You've been working here the longest, haven't you?" He pressed a knife against the butler's throat, demanding, "Answer me while I'm still asking nicely. Where is the secret escape route?" Veronica witnessed this, thinking to herself that only a member of the Griff family would know where the escape route is. The goal of these intruders was Killian. That meant that those of them who weren't the target would be killed to tie up loose ends. She prayed Killian had somehow escaped. But just then, a fist slammed into the leader's face, sending the man flying. Veronica couldn't believe her eyes. It was Killian. He glanced at the intruders, assuming they were mercenaries working for the Grand Nobles. Before he could even process it, shouts and curses filled the air. "That bastard! You dare touch my other cheek, the one that was fine? Go on, make a mess. The Griff family is finished anyway. From now on, the great nobles will rule the South. And you're done for. Callan Griff." The scene shifts. The great nobles had already knocked Callan's father out, locking him away in a dark, sealed room. 9 hours earlier, when Callan's father came to negotiate with the nobles, the guards whispered, "Wait, I let him pass because he was dressed like a noble. But wasn't that the Duke just now?" "The Duke? No way. He's never come all the way out here before." The Duke didn't hear their whispers as he continued onward, his stomach tight with nerves. It was his first time in the great nobles' meeting hall. They might hate his proposal for Callan, but he believed good persuasion would win them over. His passion to develop the South would surely move them. Inside the hall, the nobles were already talking. "The grain-producing region is much larger than we imagined. The North's production capacity is also exceptional, but there's something else bothering me. This person named Chen. I heard a rumor that she's a demon king." Another noble let out a short, sharp laugh. "A demon king? Pfft. Ha ha ha, what demon king becomes a farmer? That's the most ridiculous rumor I've ever heard. I heard it came from the East. Duke Ruby must be getting real jealous now that the East is having a poor harvest. Ha ha ha, seriously, a farming demon king? Just ignore that information." Another noble spoke up. So, about Callan. Thinking he'd just argue with the Duke and leave home was way too naive. Is there no other way? If we leave him alone, he'll definitely start by freeing all the slaves he owns. We can't let that happen. We have to deal with this now. Exactly, it has to be handled. Another noble nodded. Ugh, is killing him our only option? I wish he'd just changed his mind after the slave revolt. Even killing the Duke's wife didn't do a thing. We can't spark another rebellion now since we used all the reactionaries last time and cleaned them all up. We should have left a few of them alive. Ha ha. They spoke these vile words with such conviction, and the Duke heard every last one. He was in absolute shock at what he was hearing. They started the slave revolt that killed the Duchess. All of it was the great nobles doing? He remembered the words he once told his son, Callan. A naive leader is a sin. He scoffed at himself. Who's the truly naive one here? As the Duke trembled with these thoughts, he was completely oblivious to the person creeping up behind him, ready to attack. Back in the present, while everyone else was frozen in fear, the leader of the mercenaries slowly rose to his feet. Phew, don't resist me anymore, Callan. Duke Griff is in our hands. If you don't want to lose your father, then you'll come with me quietly. Callan thought for a long moment, but ultimately, he chose to go with him. Inside, Veronica was screaming in terror. Someone asked the leader, "What about the servants?" He replied, "Kill them all." In a damp dungeon, the Duke finally regained consciousness. He had lost his usual elegant demeanor, his body now covered in mud. Seeing his father, Kalan rushed to his side. "Father!" He couldn't believe his eyes. Callan whispered, "Dad, what is all this?" The Duke answered him in a heartbroken voice. "I'm so sorry, Callan. It was my naivety, believing I could change the South without sacrificing anyone. My naivety in underestimating the greed of the great nobles is what put you in danger." Back in the meeting room, panic set in. Now what do we do? We were only supposed to kill Kalan, but now everything is a total mess. We never expected the Duke himself to show up. If we kill them both, the royal family and the Holy Temple will get suspicious. They would never overlook the deaths of the Southern Duke and his heir. Wait, maybe we can use that rumor. That one rumor. The rumor that Kalan and the Duke were constantly fighting. That the son, who always defied his father's will, finally snapped and killed him in a blind rage. In this situation, that's the most believable scenario we've got, isn't it? Elsewhere, Rostin was training with his soldiers. He took down 2 men at once, then yelled, "Come on, all of you can attack me at once." A few soldiers muttered amongst themselves, "What's gotten into the Duke lately? There are no demon beasts around, so why is he pushing this hard? I don't know. It seems like he's trying to clear his head." Rostin's mind drifted, remembering what Jenna had told him. "Rostin, I will give you the opportunity to become my partner." Clank. The sound of iron chains echoed. His leg was shackled by a chain connected to a coffin. He stared at it with pure hatred, remembering the priest's words. Unfortunately, the curse isn't over yet. The one who marries the Duke could also be affected by it. It's best to be careful. Duke Winter Snow. He thought to himself, a demon king must be destroyed, no matter what it takes. He roared at the soldiers. "Don't stop. Keep going. You think you can face a demon king with that little strength?" The soldiers frowned. The demon king, the one who cursed the North and the Winter Snow family, just where was he? Meanwhile, Rena was having the time of her life, drinking with Noel. This place felt like pure paradise. Noel beamed, explaining that master brewers had agreed to mass-produce all these wines. "So," he asked, "which one was the best?" Rena admitted it was hard to pick just one. She'd have to drink more before deciding. The Duke agreed, saying every Western wine was top quality. Rena quietly wondered to herself since when had she and Noel gotten so close. All of a sudden, she just asked him, "Noel, do you want to be my partner for my coming-of-age ceremony?" Rena smiled brightly. "I just think it would be a lot of fun if we went together." "You're a really great friend, Noel." Rena was confused by his reaction. "What's wrong? You don't want to?" But Noel had to explain. A partner for this ceremony is a much bigger deal than she thinks. She looked skeptical. "How important can it be?" Noel gently explained that the ceremony in the imperial capital lasts for about 10 days. During that time, young ladies who have come of age gather from every corner of the empire. He continued, explaining that each and every one of them arrives with a chosen partner by her side. And while feelings can spark with others at the parties, most of them end up marrying the partner they came with. Rena's jaw dropped. "Marriage? You mean they actually get married?" Noel just nodded. "That's right. Choosing your partner for the ceremony is the same as choosing your spouse. So please, Rena, think about it carefully." She fell into a deep thought. A partner for life. So why was only one person's face popping into her mind? Then, the scene changes. The crown prince himself has arrived. He immediately demands, "Where is the high priest?" An attendant quickly replied, "The high priest is in the middle of a sacred ritual." The prince scoffed. "A sacred ritual?" Turns out, the priest was just soaking in a bathtub. The prince walked right in and sat on the edge. "So this is what a sacred ritual looks like. A bath?" The priest turned away, annoyed. "You came again today." The prince snapped back. "I'm about to go insane from this boredom." "Just try and imagine it," he complained. "Being trapped in this unchanging palace for thousands of years. What would that feel like?" The priest rubbed his neck. "I understand your frustration, Your Highness, but that feeling will soon be relieved." The prince's eyes narrowed. "Oh? And what do you mean by that?" A servant burst into the room with urgent news. "High priest, there's an emergency dispatch from the south," the prince repeated. "The south?" The servant continued. "There's been a murder at the estate of Duke Griff. The heir, Kalan Griff, is suspected of killing his own father. Meanwhile, the decision was made to build a full-scale factory in the west to officially start producing wine. They would handle the factory's installation, while all the heavy machinery would be powered by Jaina's magic." Rena climbed onto her horse, turning to Noel. "Well then, I'll visit again when the factory is complete." He asked, "Are you heading straight to the south?" Rena nodded. "Yeah, but I'm taking it slow, like a real journey. I want to see a little bit more of this world. Noelle's expression suddenly turned serious. "Rena, I want to ask you something. As a friend." She replied curiously. "Sure, what is it?" "The world that Gina dreams of. What kind of world is it?" And with that, the scene shifts to the priest, rushing south in a holy carriage. The high nobles worried among themselves. The high priest was coming, but would he fall into their trap? What if he finds out the truth? They schemed, thinking the priest was just a fool waiting for some saintess to save him. He'd believe anything. It was time to use that rumor. The rumor that the hero of the North was actually the Demon King. The priest stood over Duke Griff's corpse, his mind racing. Duke Griff was known for being a conservative, deeply devout man with extremely close ties to the Holy See. A man like that getting murdered was something that simply couldn't be ignored. The nobles put on a show, feigning sadness. "It has been far too long, High Priest." The priest gave a curt response. "Yes, it certainly has been a while since I've seen these faces." A noble spoke up. "We are ashamed of our lack of faith for not visiting more often." The priest just waved him off. "There's no need for such guilt." "Where is Callan?" he asked. They told him Callan was locked away in the basement. A maid then informed the priest. "Young Master Callan only recently returned from the north. He was always a righteous and kind person," she explained. "He's just a bit impulsive when he gets angry. We think that's what must have caused this." The priest noted to himself that all the servants' testimonies were identical. Callan often clashed with the Duke due to their different views. The priest then began to question the nobles, hoping to dig up some more clues. They said, "We are deeply saddened by this tragedy in the South. We haven't told the public, fearing it would cause mass chaos." The priest simply responded, "Yes, you've all handled this correctly." A noble with long hair noticed the cold indifference in his voice, but continued the act anyway. "I hate to even mention this, but I've heard a rumor that the Demon King has appeared in the north. In fact," he added, "the rumors claim that Callan once lived with this very Demon King, in the borderlands between the west and the south, and right on cue, there's Rena, calmly riding her horse. She wonders if this is truly the south. Just like Veronica said, it's all fruit trees, not a single field of grain in sight. With grain prices about to skyrocket, no one could stop the inevitable. But with her sharp merchant's mind, a plan was already forming. Along the road, she noticed a man lying on the ground. She called out, "Hey, which way to the Southern Duke's mansion?" He looked Rena over from head to toe, his eyes full of cold calculation. She was definitely a noble woman, from her fine clothes to her jewels. But more importantly, she had no nightly escort. A wicked idea took root in his mind. "Are you traveling alone, my lady?" Rena casually replied. "Yes, alone." He smirked. "Then this is your lucky day. I'll show you the way, but you have to hand over everything you own." And with that, he pulled a hidden dagger from inside his shirt. In a flash, his clothes burst into flames, leaving only a single tattered cloth. Her voice turned threatening. "So, are you really going to lead the way now?" The man quickly scrambled to his feet. "Yes, of course, right this way." Cutting to a dark dungeon, Callan saw the priest and cried out, High Priest, I've been wronged. They framed me." The priest just smiled gently. "Don't worry, Salan. I believe you." On the street, a newsboy shouted, "Extra, extra!" And Rena stopped her horse to listen. "Hot news!" The boy continued to yell. "Get your hot news right here. Today we officially announce that the young master Ceylon has inherited the title of Duke." The scene then shifts to a royal estate, where slow footsteps echo from behind a door. The high priest's voice was low and heavy. "Callan, I believe you, but I still need to verify some of the testimony." And just like that, the high priest's interrogation of Ceylon began. "The servants say you often argued with your father, Duke Grab. Is that true?" The sudden question made Ceylon hesitate for a moment. "Well, it's just." Callan pressed his lips together, clearly conflicted. After a tense pause, his voice finally cut through the silence. "My father and I had very different views, so yes, we argued. But it never reached a point where we'd hurt each other." At this, Callan looked up, meeting his gaze head-on. "Besides, my father had changed. He said he would support me." A memory flashed through his mind of Grab coughing uncontrollably. "Callan!" His father's voice was trembling and weak in his ear. "I have to tell you something. Your mother's death was actually..." Back in reality, the color drained from Ceylon's face. He clenched his hands into fists so tight that they began to tremble. The young noble Calan didn't hesitate, his voice booming with conviction. "They're trying to pin a ridiculous crime on me, but they are the real murderers." He gritted his teeth. For their own gain, they didn't just kill my father. Vicious images of the nobles flashed through his mind. He stressed every single word. They were also behind the slave rebellion. Facing the high priest's burning gaze, Salon roared in absolute fury. And they were behind the assassination of the Duchess, too. After a long moment, the priest spoke, his voice low but powerful. If what you say is true, then those high-ranking nobles must be punished. Ceylan was nearly losing his mind. Yes, High Priest, please, punish them. In that instant, the priest stomped his foot hard on the ground. But, Kalan, the High Priest closed in, step by step. I was told you weren't even in the south during all of this. His tone began to shift, becoming dangerously threatening. As the heir, you didn't accept your father's guidance. You lived far from him. The High Priest slowly moved to stand behind him. He continued his questioning. You left the south and this estate for him to manage alone, without even a wife by his side. That very absence created the perfect opportunity for the high nobles to manipulate the situation. Finally, the High Priest whispered right in Ceylan's ear, as if forcing a confession. Are you truly so sure you hold no responsibility in your father's death? Hearing this, Kalan's face froze. Before Salon could even try to defend himself, the High Priest struck again. Furthermore, that person you lived with in the north. He paused, then delivered the final, devastating blow. Wasn't it the Demon King, Rena? The words caught in Kalan's throat. The Demon King? He choked out, scrambling for a response. People misunderstand her, but it's not true. At that moment, Kalan summoned all of his strength and roared, Rena is a person who… Suddenly, the High Priest cast a spell. An invisible force wrapped tightly around Ceylan as he clawed at his throat, gasping for breath. Across from him, the High Priest simply watched with a cold, emotionless gaze. Think carefully, Salan. Saying this, he mercilessly lifted Salan into the air. Is Rena truly not the Demon King? In an instant, Kalan's face went pale. His pupils dilated, and the light in his eyes slowly began to fade. The scene changes to Duke Grab's mansion, now bathed in light. Nobles from all over were invited to the ceremony naming the new Duke of the South. Inside, an impeccably decorated cake sat on display. Rena curiously glanced around the dining hall, feeling a surge of awe. She recalled her last visit to the South, marveling at how luxuriously the upper class lived, using her acquaintance with Kalan as an excuse to get inside. As she thought about all this, she glances over at the southern nobles. Even with their duke's sudden death, not one of them seems the least bit disturbed. Rena presses her lips together back in the north. This would have been an absolute crisis. She starts to form a theory. Maybe the high-ranking nobles are the reason for this stability. The South's culture is certainly lavish. In their high society world, there are no food shortages. Even the death of their leader is met with a strange sense of calm. Rena coolly takes a seat, her eyes slowly scanning her surroundings. She notices something strange. Unlike northern soldiers who face outward, the guards here in the South are watching the city itself. Her gaze darkens with a troubling thought. It's as if the real enemy is already inside the walls. Just then, a familiar voice calls out from behind. Claylan suddenly approaches her. It really is Rena. He offers a smirk that's impossible to read. Long time no see. Claylan moves in closer to Rena with a compliment. You've grown even more beautiful. Seeing him there, she can't help but feel a little stunned. Unlike Rena's shock, Claylan's expression is unusually intense. He stares at her intently. I really, truly missed you. Elsewhere, Lawston gives a sudden order. Jay, I need you to take a trip to the south. Jay instinctively places a hand on his chest, blinking a few times. Me, my lord? The request clearly puzzles him. If it's for Lord Claylan's succession, shouldn't you be the one to go? But the Duke is firm. I cannot leave my position. As Lawston continues, his voice drops to a more serious tone. There are rumors of demonic beasts appearing in the north again. Go south and make sure everyone is safe. Jay keeps his gaze fixed on him, but Jay can easily read his master's true intentions. Even though the lady insisted on going alone, the Duke is clearly still worried about her. Understanding the real mission, Jay's response is immediate and confident. Understood. I'll keep a close watch for any worthless southern nobles trying to get close to the lady and report back. Meanwhile, at a grand mansion, Jay peeks from just outside a doorway, his eyes darting around. His gaze locks onto Claylan and Rena, and his heart sinks. Not taking his eyes off them for a second, he wonders, Lord Claylan again. What am I supposed to do now? At the same time, the mansion is full of life as couples glide across the dance floor. Among them, the footsteps of Rena and Claylan tap softly on the floor. Hand in hand, they look just like a perfect couple, lost in the music. But suddenly, she turns to look him dead in the eye. Claylan. A suspicion grows in her mind. He feels like he's changed. Back at the Abyss estate, he was always so hot-headed. More than that, Claylan's passion was often completely reckless. He was also loyal to a fault. As she remembers this, her eyes widen slightly. But now, she's both suspicious and wary. He seems so much calmer, more elegant, and his eyes hold a new depth. Reina looks at him with concern. He just lost his father and inherited the dukedom. It must be difficult. And yet, how does he look even more handsome than before? She quickly turns away, her lips pressed tight as if to hide her thoughts from him. Forgive me for these thoughts, Claylan, she thinks. He suddenly leans in even closer. Claylan doesn't beat around the bush. You seem cautious today. You don't need to worry about my father's death. He and I weren't very close. His blunt words leave Rena looking completely bewildered. Right. It's the same with my father and I. Rena turns away again, changing the subject. Still, I was a bit surprised when I arrived. Her eyes quickly scan the room. The Duke died suddenly, yet no one here is panicking. The suspicion returns to her eyes. How is that possible? Is Southern society really that stable? Claylan immediately cuts in to explain. It's all thanks to the high-ranking nobles. He smirks. They are the fathers of the South and its people. With them in charge, Southern society has nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Rena lifts her head to stare directly at Claylan. Her suspicion grows stronger. Claylan used to despise the high-ranking nobles, so why is he praising them now? At that moment, a voice suddenly cuts in from beside Claylan. A man named Brid speaks with unearned familiarity. So this is the master of the Barley Lands? As he speaks, others appear, starting with the High Noble Riku Zin. He's followed by the High Noble Gustav Ferris, and beside him, the High Noble Zell Breed, and finally, the High Noble Cornelis Publius. With the introductions made, the group eagerly moves in closer to her. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Rena. Elsewhere, Wang Ho's brow furrows in frustration. What? Build 10 factories? She roared in absolute fury, her eyes blazing with disbelief. How could they have built so many factories from the very beginning? The North had countless problems to fix, yet he just kept piling on more work. But before she could finish, her heart suddenly hammered in her chest. Wang Ho quickly changed his tune, his hand rubbing his chest. Miss J was truly a generous soul after all. Was his respect and affection for her just because of his cursed heart? Meanwhile, she punched wildly at the air, yelling, "Let's do this, time to fight." But the man beside her was no longer smiling. He just stared down at the ground. His mind suddenly flashed back to a memory. Rena, I want to ask you something. As a friend. What is the world you dream of? Rena didn't even have to think about it. The answer came instantly. A world that has no need for heroes. At those words, Jay's eyes had lit up. If there were no heroes, it meant the world was peaceful. And when there's peace, business thrives. She turned her head, looking out at the distant lands, the corner of her mouth curling up. I just want to live as a simple merchant. Back in the present, the man quietly repeated Rena's words. A simple merchant. But Jay, would the incredible power she possessed ever let her live a life like that? Meanwhile, Jay hesitated before speaking. If not for your help during the food shortage, we would have been in serious trouble. Veros quickly chimed in to express his thanks. All we can do is be grateful. Rena stared at the group of high nobles, genuinely surprised. She watched them with a blank expression, assessing them. She thought high-ranking nobles would be arrogant and difficult to approach. Just then, a man named D snatched a bottle of golden wine. He excitedly hopped onto the table, his mouth running a mile a minute. I've never been to the north, but I know some northern songs. This one is dedicated to Miss J. Veros let out a strained laugh. Someone please stop him. Bride offered some helpful advice. Miss J, you might want to cover your ears. Faced with their friendly style, she was completely taken aback. She found herself drawn to these people. So simple and fun. Rena reflexively glanced over at Kay-Lan. Now she got it. Now she knew why Kay-Lan had changed his mind about them. You really can't judge people by your own prejudice. In that instant, she suddenly asked, But Kay-Lan, where are the people from the Abyss Mansion now? As soon as the words left her mouth, his eyes changed. An evil aura flooded his face. Chapter 70. A peaceful village nestled among the mountains. Thanks to the Saintess, who was deeply involved in relief efforts, the Holy Knights had become much closer to the people than ever before. But at that same moment, Aiden looked up towards a window. A strange wooden figure was sitting there. He couldn't seem to look away from it. A wooden statue in a shape like that? The thought left Aiden completely baffled. Of all the gods he knew, none of them looked anything like this one. An unknown god spreading among the people meant only one thing: the temple's power was weakening. Elsewhere, Sarah made an excited announcement. The prophecy was right. The Demon King has finally been revealed. Hearing this, her subordinates just stared at her with blank faces. A moment later, they all quietly glanced at each other. After a long pause, one of them finally spoke up. We also thought the prophecy was just late. not wrong. Because we have faith in the high priest. Another subordinate hesitated, his voice caught in his throat. But Miss Reyna, people say she's the hero who saved the North, not the Demon King. Sarah couldn't stop herself from screaming, that's because the whole world is a trap. Every word was aimed directly at Jay. She offers kindness to bewitch everyone. Sarah declared it with absolute, unwavering certainty. And then, the moment we let our guard down, she will reveal her true form and devour the world. She clenched her fists until her knuckles went white. Her voice was as sharp as steel. Isn't that my plan? Because Jay is the Demon King. Faced with Sarah's horrifying conviction, the group pressed their lips together, no one daring to object. Just then, footsteps echoed on the ground. Aiden appeared out of nowhere, his voice cutting through the tension. I don't think so. The Saintess flinched at the familiar sound. Without so much as a greeting, Aiden continued, his tone deadly serious. If the one who told the Saintess that Jay is the Demon King was Duke Rubel, then I don't think you should believe him so blindly. His words echoed in Sarah's ears. Aiden lowered his voice, recalling a bitter memory. The Holy Knights, we suspected Duke Rubel ourselves once. She was floored. What? You suspected a Holy Knight? Back when they were at the Eastern Mansion to solve the maze, the Duke had roared like thunder. My jewel! He suddenly threw the door open, bellowing. You scoundrels, my jewel is gone. Without even asking questions, he accused them directly. Did you all sneak in and take it? His subordinates just glared back at him with contempt. The Duke accused one of them of being the thief, and proceeded to harass his men for days over the missing jewel. Back in the present, Aiden's face was a mask of sheer disgust. With that kind of paranoia, it was no surprise he even suspected his own daughter of being the Demon King. Staring at his dead serious face, Sarah found it all impossible to believe. Did the Duke really go that far? She just looked down, wringing her hands together, definitely not the actions of a Demon King. In another scene, Taekwang stares intently at Sarah before making a startling suggestion. If the Saintess is still suspicious, why not just test her and see? Her hands, holding a knife and fork, suddenly clenched. He lowered his voice, speaking like a true conspirator. I will show the Saintess a way to know if Lady J is the Demon King or not. Hearing this, Sarah looked utterly baffled away to find out if she's the Demon King. A short time later, their carriage was speeding across the grassy fields. Inside, the prince stared out the window with a heavy, complex expression. She, on the other hand, kept her head down, her face pale. To carry out this plan, Sarah was huddled in a small corner of the carriage, trembling. She had to ride with the crown prince to the southern region, just the two of them. Sarah instinctively looked away. The awkwardness was absolutely suffocating. Meanwhile, the carriage continued moving at a slow, deliberate pace. Finally, she broke the oppressive silence. For the Duke of the South to pass away so suddenly like that, it's just so hard to believe. She was clearly the type to talk just to break the tension. He answered with complete indifference. He's human. When it's time to die, they die. Sarah just nodded instinctively, a nervous sweat on her face. Yes, that's right. 30 minutes later, she tried to start another conversation. I heard about the Duke's investiture ceremony. Sarah pressed on, trying to keep the thread alive. The Emperor himself usually performs the ceremony, but he sent you instead. She stared directly at the prince. Her face was a picture of forced pleasantry. The Emperor must place a lot of trust in you. She was desperately trying to put a positive spin on things to ease the tension, but at the question, he simply glanced away. After a long moment, the prince calmly tore down the entire royal facade. It's not trust. The Emperor is simply a weak coward who's too afraid to go outside. He continued exposing him, his voice ringing with power. Ever since the prophecy that the Demon King would appear, he's been hiding deep in the palace. The prince paused for a moment before continuing. He won't even show his face to me, his own son. As he finished, he turned to look at her, his eyes seeming to analyze her very soul. Until the Saintess has eliminated the Demon King, he absolutely will not show his face. What a coward. Sarah swallowed hard, forcing a crooked smile. So that's how it is. This is unbelievably suffocating. She mumbled the words from deep in her throat. I'd only ever seen him show up at the temple to give the high priest a hard time. I had no idea he was this difficult to speak with. Sarah hesitated for a moment, then spoke up as if to confirm something impossible. I heard that you and the high priest have been friends for a long time. He rested his chin on his hand, a faint, unreadable smile on his lips. Theodore and I have been together for 1,000 years. Sarah's eyes widened in pure shock, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Theodore? To use the high priest's name so informally. Before she could even process that revelation, another question was thrown straight at her. By the way, Saintess, what's your name? She completely froze. Me? Sarah managed a small smile. My name is Kim Sarah. A tiny glimmer of hope began to spark within her. Would he maybe call her name just as casually? But as she looked on, the prince's expression didn't even flicker. His only response was a cold, emotionless comment that doused her hopes completely. What a strange name. In that moment, Sarah felt her entire body turn to ice while her mind was screaming. Oh my God, this man is unbearable. Can we please just get to the Southern Duke's estate? Hurry up, coachman. In a different scene, Vina comes running from a distance. Her eyes scanned a group of familiar faces. Uncle Corin, Miss Anna, Mia, Veronica. Rena called out, her smile as bright as a spring morning. How long has it been? Is everyone doing well? Veronica nearly tackled her with a hug. I missed you so much, my lady. Seeing this side of her for the first time, Rena could only manage a strained smile. She turned to the rest of them, her eyes unblinking. And what about all of you? You didn't miss me? They just stared back at Rena, their eyes filling with tears. As one, the entire group rushed forward, embracing her tightly. We missed you terribly too. But then, Rena tilted her head, her expression growing serious. You didn't have any trouble, did you? Veronica shook her head firmly. None at all, my lady. Veronica suddenly flashed a wicked, malicious smile. The great noble took excellent care of us. The scene then cuts to a grand mansion with distinctive pillars. Varys spoke, his voice filled with shame. I completely misjudged the high priest. He bowed his head, as if to hide his deep embarrassment. I used to think he was just some clueless fool who only had eyes for the saintess. Varys's voice dropped lower. I never imagined that he. As he spoke, his voice began to tremble. Possessed such powerful brainwashing magic. At the same time, the rest of the group looked deathly, pale, absolute horror reflected in their eyes. In another corner, a group of people stood completely dazed, their expressions terrifyingly blank. Taekwang looked frighteningly serious as he turned to confirm what they all feared. Both Kaelin and the northern envoys had their memories and feelings slightly altered, ensuring they only remembered the good things about their hosts. A chill ran down their spines. They couldn't believe the high priest had such power. Was Kaelin truly brainwashed just like that? The man whispered to himself that thankfully, he hadn't killed the northern delegation after all. Varys suddenly cut in, asking what would happen if something went wrong. He stepped forward, unafraid to challenge the high priest directly. He knew everything they'd done, so why was he still on their side? The man simply smiled, his answer short but heavy as stone. Because, the priest paused for a beat. This is for peace between the South and the Empire, is it not? Back in the present, the group stood frozen in place. After a long moment, Varys finally broke the suffocating silence. No matter what his true motives were, he said with a grim tone, they had no choice but to trust him for now. Varys mumbled under his breath that this incident made one thing crystal clear: they could never, ever make that man their enemy. The scene shifts to a vast, open sky with clear weather and beautiful scenery. Rena let out a little chuckle. So the southern nobles treated them well? She supposed she ought to thank him. But right then, Veronica stopped short. Oh, that's right, she said loudly, as if just remembering. Have you chosen a partner for your coming-of-age ceremony yet? Rena answered immediately that she hadn't. She had planned on going with Lawston, but he'd already turned her down. Hearing this, Veronica's eyes suddenly lit up with curiosity. She tilted her head, asking what about Kaelin. Rena seemed to hesitate. Kaelin? Rena stammered, thinking it wouldn't be so bad. But a voice like thunder shattered the air, declaring it was a very bad idea. Jay appeared out of nowhere, his eyes wide and his lips pressed into a thin line, while Rena stared back at him in utter shock. She spun around to face him. Jay, when did you even get to the South? He reminded her seriously that she couldn't just choose anyone for the ceremony. But Rena just waved him off with a pout. Well, Kaelin isn't just anyone, she retorted. Jay tried to persuade her, his voice rising, saying Lawston was just too shy to accept. If she asked him one more time, he would surely agree. She cut him off with a look of pure annoyance. Lawston isn't shy. He flat out rejected me. But Jay desperately tried again. No, if you just try one more time. Rena coldly turned her back. That's enough. If I have to, I'll just go alone. The entire group screamed in unison as if struck by lightning. What? You'll what? Veronica was nearly hysterical. Go to the ceremony alone? That has never happened before. Jay's voice trembled at the thought of the disaster. You'll be the laughingstock of the imperial capital's nobility. But she just looked annoyed. What? Can't a single person go? Rena turned her head away, muttering that they said you have to bring someone you could seriously marry, which sounded like way too much pressure. She added that she didn't even know what love was, then walked away completely dejected. For a moment, Jay was at a loss for words. Then, in a flash, Jay loudly declared that love is loyalty. Veronica's voice soared just as high, insisting love is power. He immediately shot her a look of disgust. Not to be outdone, Veronica glared back with an expression of pure disdain. In an instant, they were face to face, sparks practically flying from their eyes. Her tone suddenly became dead serious. "My lady, I came to the south and saw clearly how prosperous it is the north can't compare." Veronica continued her speech, saying the cities are developed, the population is huge, and wealthy nobles are everywhere. Finally, she made her point, locking eyes with Jay. "If you partner with Lord Kalen, the future Duke, all your export problems will be solved instantly." Every single word from Veronica was like an arrow aimed straight at Rena's resolve. Was the southern market really that big? And their spending power was that strong too? Rena hesitated, her resolve clearly wavering. Is that really true? Still, she couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. For Veronica, who was always fiercely loyal to the North, to say something like this was strange. Jay quickly jumped in. "My lady, what about loyalty to the North?" Suddenly, a clear voice echoed from somewhere, addressing the esteemed guests from home and abroad. The announcement resounded through the castle, making a few hearts pound erratically. "Please gather in the main hall. The ceremony to appoint the new duke will begin now." The voice was formal, but it couldn't hide its enthusiastic tone. "Welcome." As the carriage door opened, Sarah slowly stepped out, finding His Highness waiting for her. The group shouted in unison, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, Saintess." Kalen waved, welcoming them both to the south. At the same time, Sarah let out a sigh of relief, finally free from that stuffy carriage. His Highness offered a faint smile. "It's been a while, Kalen," he continued speaking, his eyes fixed firmly on the new duke. "So, how does it feel inheriting the duke's title after your father's sudden death?" The question hangs in the air, and Kalen's face goes rigid. Sarah's eyes fly open, her mouth agape. What kind of question is that? But Kalen, surprisingly, just bows his head with a calm smile. He replies, "The responsibility is crushing. Honestly, without the powerful nobles at my side, I probably would have run away by now." His Highness simply smirks back. "Is that so?" His gaze bores into Kalen, his tone a dangerous mix of playful and probing. "If it were me," he continues, "I'd be jumping for joy." And with that, Kalen's perfect composure finally starts to crack. At the same time, all the color drains from Sarah's face. After a tense moment, His Highness simply turns and walks off. He tosses a casual remark over his shoulder. "I'm kidding. Now, let's get on with the ceremony." Sarah is frozen to the spot, watching his retreating back. Even though she's off the carriage, a deep sense of unease settles over her. The scene shifts to the palace, where His Highness lightly places a sword on Kalen's shoulder. The ceremony is kept short and simple. And with that, Kalen is officially the new Duke of the South. But in the crowd, a familiar figure is watching intently. It's Rena, clapping enthusiastically, her eyes beaming with pride for Kalen. Sarah, on the other hand, looks like she's about to snap from the tension. For a split second, Rena's eyes flick over to Sarah. Her gaze lowers, and a tiny, knowing smirk plays on her lips. Instantly, Sarah's cheeks turn bright red. She wanders through the grand banquet afterward in a complete and utter daze. At that moment, Sarah's entire expression shifts. She stares hard at Rena, a storm of complex thoughts raging behind her eyes. If Rena really is the Demon King, then this party is a battlefield where the Saintess and her greatest enemy are in the same room. Sarah lowers her head, psyching herself up. Just act natural. But before she can even move, Rena is already approaching her. She wears a friendly smile, but it's hiding a terrifying aura. "Saintess, it's been a while, hasn't it?" As she gets closer, Sarah breaks into a nervous sweat. Sarah instinctively recoils. Too close. She stammers out a reply. "Yes, it has been a long time." Rena offers a strained smile. "What a coincidence, running into you here." Sarah's response is short and clipped. "Indeed." As she says it, another voice echoes in her memory. "If you want to know if she's the Demon King, use this method." The thought makes her so tense, she bites her lip to stay focused. With no time to hesitate, Sarah lunges forward and grabs Rena's hand. She leans in closer, her eyes filled with desperation. "Rena, can I offer you a blessing?" At those words, Rena freezes. A blessing. The Saintess's blessing. Rena stammers, trying to refuse. "No, I don't really need one." But Sarah isn't taking no for an answer. "You must accept. It's my way of repaying you for your help in the Northern Labyrinth." Just then, the surrounding crowd starts to notice them. Rena is completely torn. She doesn't know if she should take this, but refusing in front of everyone would be a disaster. After a long pause, she finally gives in. "Fine. All right. Just do it." Hearing the confirmation only makes Sarah's own nerves spike. This is it. She begins to cast the spell, her voice ringing with authority. Then receive my blessing. The moment the light touches Rena, a crushing pressure slams down on Sarah. Her eyes fly open. What? What is this? Sarah's eyes are wide, glowing patterns visible within them. In an instant, a grotesque power materializes right in front of her. She stares up at the entity before her, pure horror etched on her face. She tries to stay calm, but her body is already reacting violently. The suffocating pressure just keeps building, and in that moment, Sarah recalls the Chancellor's warning. If Rena is truly the Demon King, the blessing will have no effect. Back in reality, that same invisible force begins to coil around Sarah. The terrifying possibility hits her, could she actually be the real Demon King? Meanwhile, Rena stands perfectly still, only her hair moving in the breeze. Just then, Rena finally speaks, her voice dripping with ice. You would grant this? To me? A moment later, her expression flips, and she beams a radiant smile. Thank you so much, Saintess. Sarah is completely floored. Huh? She just stares in utter shock as Rena stands there, having fully received the blessing. If you're excited for what